Hey, how you doing, Popeye? How's things? Good morning, everybody, from a very early and cold Chile. Oops, mute my YouTube. Let me see if I get a link in there. Hey, 47, how you doing, mate? Hope you guys are all well. Had a couple of days off. Being with my girl. Getting things sorted out for her to travel over here. Won't be giving anyone a date, but getting pretty close. Which is, I'm pretty excited. Which is, I'm pretty excited. Hey, Popeye, how you doing?
Pretty good. You?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, not too bad.
Hey, I wanted to ask you a favor, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah, can I time people out today? Just be a general asshole, hide them from the channel.
Oh, then you're going to make me go through my list and have to unblock them later on. Well, what did I miss? What's been happening, Popeye? I did see your short you put out.
Uh-huh. Oh, dude. This fucking wanker, man. He fucking bribed this chick, to fucking make people look bad. Said he gave her 2,000 pesos. Fucking, he's the pillar of the fucking community. He never ripped her off. He never did her dirty, blah, blah, blah. Fucking me, Quentin, all others. We're fucking liars. We're criminals. The usual shit.
Fucking, he is. Look, that's why I don't watch him. I don't have anything to do with the guy.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I want to catch up with MJ because I've got some shit to ask MJ, and there's obviously a bloke on the internet here who's got a problem with me who can't shut his mouth. So I want to take some action, and hopefully MJ can take some action as well.
Well, who's the bloke, man?
BK, mate. Let me tell you what he did.
Okay.
He sent me an email with pictures off of MJ's page of kids, which to me, mate, is fucking filthy. You don't do that shit.
Yeah, you don't, man. You don't do that shit.
Now, I don't really know MJ from a bar of soap. He shouldn't be sending me pictures off his page, and especially shouldn't be sending me pictures of children off that page, mate.
Oh, you should have told me sooner. I'll have a talk with MJ.
Yeah.
I'll take care. I'll take care of this for you, man.
Well, mate, the thing is, say what you want about me. Be a dick. I don't care. But bringing kids into it like that and sending pictures of children over the internet, mate, this is the shit that they talk about other people doing.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I'm talking about. And you know, I had a live stream yesterday. I was hoping you'd pop up, but you didn't.
No, I think I was sleeping. Crystal did tell me I have to go back and watch it. Crystal
Hmm.
said she jumped in and said hello to you.
Yeah, she did. It's always nice to see Crystal.
Yeah, she
And
supports your channel, man.
yeah, she does. And she always pops in, and it's very nice of her, and I thank her very much. You know, and, you know, you gotta, I'm looking at everything that's going on right now. And that side is trying real hard to stir up some shit. And I've been resistant until yesterday. I said, you know what? Enough is enough. And you know, I put the truth out there. I gathered some more evidence this morning. I'm going to put more evidence out there of what this guy has done to this woman in the past.
Jeez. Yeah.
And, you know, they're all her words. This shit about Discord, they're crying about Discord. You know where he got that from, right?
Well, yeah. I've heard heaps about it too. I had people fucking telling me that at one stage that I was part of the RRR crew and uh, mentioning that I'm probably on Discord with people. Well, I've never been on Discord, never.
Yeah.
You know yourself, mate. I've never asked you about it. I don't. As far as I'm concerned, what happens there is between the guys that use it. I don't take fucking anything that probably gets said in there as being serious because I know guys get together and talk shit. That's what
That's
it's there
what
for.
guys do, man, you know? And this guy, he was complaining that there's an underground culture. Okay.
I've seen that.
I shit you not, man. I was like, holy crap on a cracker, man. Really? Let's talk about the underground culture, man. When you're releasing unlisted videos of some chick fucking dumping all over, fucking escaping in the Philippines. Somebody in the underground culture sent you that. Okay.
Yeah. Hey,
Am
Steve,
I
how you doing?
I mean, don't call the pot, you know, this is a clear case of the pot calling the kettle black. Okay.
Well, there's a particular person that I never used to have an issue with, but obviously he had one with me and started up, so I've jumped on him. He has no credibility whatsoever. No
Yeah.
credibility. In
And
fact, this is what he said, Popeye. He told people, I didn't watch it, I didn't get to see this, but he said that I threatened to go to his place and fucking get him or something. What I actually said is I would go up there to see the guy and face him, but it'd be pointless because he wouldn't have the balls to fucking show up anyway.
is this a different guy?
This is Eric, yeah.
This is
E- And he has no credibility whatsoever with me anymore.
who is this?
Baggio life.
Oh, Baguio Light.
No
Dude,
credibility
I've
whatsoever,
told
mate.
people a long time ago that this motherfucker ain't got no cred. He talks shit, you know. He talks shit. He only shows up when the drama hits the fan. Get my point? And he's about as useful as a tit on a board. Okay, that's
well,
the way I see the guy.
well, I used to tell people that on this channel, I used to say don't bring up him or JW because I got no issue with him. I've always got along with him and that. Until I seen him fucking on a stream one day talking about me. So I thought, well, fucking that's nice of you. I've never had an issue with you, but suddenly you got an issue with me, and I guess he's definitely one of the guilty by association crew.
Of course. I mean,
But
you've done nothing to these guys. Okay. Well, let me rephrase that. You have done something. Okay. And you should be ashamed of yourself. You should hide in a corner. You let Popeye one, you let MJ on your channel. Uh, you know, dude, it's been so much fun. All the quizzes, talk about religion. You know, is that what you're really upset about? Nobody here wanted to even talk about you fucking idiots. That's why I came here. Okay? It's exactly why I came here, but you won't fucking stop. Okay? You won't stop. You won't shut
Yeah,
your fucking pie holes.
yeah. The truth of it is, and you hit the head on the nail there. Is they want to pick people's friends for them. They want to fucking get into this tribal mentality. They want fucking.
No,
Um,
nobody's picking my friends for me, and you're living proof of it. Okay?
no, mate, Papa, I've had a fucking. Hey, how you doing, honey? I've had a ball talking to you. I mean, with MJ, I got I'd meet that guy any day of the week because I understand that he's just a fucking shit stirrer. And Andy and I were probably no different at that age,
Exactly.
Fucking oath.
Hey, Kaba.
How are you?
I'm
Yeah,
doing
good,
good.
buddy. But
Steve's back. I just thought I'd let you know. Steve's back in hospital.
oh shit, is he all right?
Yeah. Oh no, he's got some. You know what it's. You know.
Did he catch
What else?
did he catch something from the Philippines or
It's something about his stint came out or some fucking thing.
no? Maybe he was
Who's back in
fucking.
the hospital?
Oh, one of our mates.
Okay. I
Yeah,
hope
he
he's
just
going to be all right.
he was one of those guys. He's one of those guys, Popo, who wouldn't take our advice and went over to the Philippines for a girl,
Oh, really?
and
He's got.
just got back.
He got diagnosed this year with pancreatic cancer.
Oh, wow.
And we just, but he knew best. So,
Yeah. I mean, he's a good-hearted guy, which bothers me because Popo, you more than anyone here, you know what happens to good-hearted guys with those girls over there.
Yeah, definitely. They get taken advantage of. And, I put out on my live stream yesterday, I was talking about the squatter mentality of the girl over there. Okay. And they're going to do what they have to do to survive. Okay. And say a nice guy like you or a nice guy like Andy starts giving them money or Malik Bayan boxes with stuff in it, they're going to expect it to keep coming. Okay. Keep coming.
Yeah.
All right. Work is not in their forte. All right. That's a dirty word. That's a 4-letter word. That word work. All right. And there are some that can't work. But see, my basic point is when do you stop? When do you get off the train? When when your account is empty? When
Yeah.
you can't give anymore? When do you get off the train? It's a vicious cycle. Yeah, I know.
He's lucky in one way though, Popeye, because this girl does work. She's an OFW.
Uh-huh.
He met her back in the Philippines on her holidays.
Uh-huh.
But you're dead right. I agree with you. Um, I mean, I don't have to worry about it, mate. I've got that sexy.
And this guy come on his
girl.
live stream and he said I was a liar and I was a heartless bastard because
Jesus.
I'm making this girl look bad. No, this girl is who she is. This is how she survives. Okay?
Yeah, Crystal and I talked about this because we've heard this shit too. And, the one thing that we both really fucking get angry about is that all you're doing is fucking being totally honest, and you're not sugarcoating shit. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's fucking, as far as I'm concerned and Crystal's concerned, fucking, you're just being honest, mate.
Yeah, I'm telling you the fucking truth. And this girl, Nika, she needs help. Yeah, she's got polio. She's in a wheelchair. I feel bad for her, but I can't help her out every month. She needs help every month. And then in my live stream, I said, let's talk to the bigger social issue. Is there any social security? Is there any, refuge for disabled people in the Philippines that are Filipinas or Filipino? Let's speak to that social issue. But nobody wants to speak to it. They just like, well, you should give, she's hurt, fuck you, empty your wallet. No, I don't work like that. Okay? I don't work like that. And dude, when The last time Nika was helped out, she was given over $455. Okay. And she was given Balik Beyond boxes and cards, you know, so she could go shopping and get
Wow.
everything she needed. Now, this guy pops up and says, "Well, I met her in you know, and I paid for her medicine, 2,000 pesos, and I bought her a milkshake." Big deal, big fucking spender. Like, you know, my side of the aisle turned around, took it away from you because you were gonna fucking piss that money up the wall, and we gave her close to $500 worth of goods and money. All right, and I didn't even do it. I didn't even participate in it. Wasn't even me. It was Quentin and a few others. Okay, and they were and Holly. And every time Holly brings it up, this guy he fucking berates Holly. He berates brutally Lauren. And I'm like, oh, enough of this shit. You know, I'm sick of hearing your shit. I haven't even spoke about this fucking idiot in months. But yet the name Popeye keeps coming up. He keeps fucking degrading my friends. So, you know, I'm not going to stand by idly and take this happy horse shit. Not going to do it. It's just like if they start pounding you, I'm definitely going to stand up for you. I'm going to stand beside you and say, hey, you're fucking wrong. These people are fucking wrong. You know what I mean? And fucking anybody
Yeah,
ever
look,
anything bad about fucking Andy, they really got a fucking shitstorm on their fucking hands. Okay?
yeah, Steve, I agree. They are retarded, mate. Steve just said, well, he is retarded below Popeye. And I have sympathy, for people too, but, you can only give so much.
Mhm.
And there is some social issues in the Philippines with the way they treat the disabled, and I think Steve put in a really good comment here, and I guess maybe so one closer to your heart though, Popeye, is the Catholic Church. They're a huge believers over there. Maybe the Catholic Church should be setting up something for disabled people over there.
You got more money than fucking. Well, yeah.
Yeah. You know what? What is the Catholic Church over there doing for them? You know, that's my question. What is the government doing for them? Why aren't any of these people looking into that? Why are they looking to these YouTube channels to fucking save the day for them? Why? Because a lot of them are fucking scammers. Okay. And if you don't think she doesn't have other people on the line to give her stuff, you're sadly mistaken. That's what they do. They line up all these chumps. And if you want to be one of those chumps, be my guest. I'm just going to
You
kick
know,
back and laugh at you.
hey, Happy, how you doing? The thing, Popeye, is like, rather than giving someone some fish to eat, give them a fishing rod so they can catch their own. Maybe someone needs to help this girl set up her own channel so she can start, help trying to support herself with her own channel. And
We've even told her
um,
this. We've even told her this. You got to set your own channel up. You got to do, you got to ask for help yourself. Okay. Explain, but nothing is done. It's just like, message people, please help for me. I'm so poor. It's my birthday. I
I,
need
I,
money
t-
for medicine. You know,
I tell you what, like I see Andy Wright Travel, and what a good guy he is. And he does his channel and he helps the disabled because he's disabled himself, as a disability. She could be doing the same and tell people how to get around the Philippines as being with a disability, and
right.
she could probably make a decent channel.
Yeah, she
Hey,
could.
lost.
She could. And this is what I'm talking about, the bigger social issue here. I am not degrading this girl in any way. I, you know, sh I'm just telling you the vicious cycle she is stuck in. Okay, that's all I'm explaining. And
Uh,
she's like a sailor, any port in a storm.
you know, Popeye is I could be wrong here, but yeah, maybe it's not her fault. Maybe it's the people that have helped her that where they should have been, instead of helping her like they have been, maybe they should have been helping her to help herself.
That's
So maybe the
another.
people
You're
helping her to
absolutely
have a
right,
little bit.
dude. You're absolutely right. This is what I pointed out. And this is why I did not get involved and give to any of this, because I don't want messages coming my way saying, "Can you help me again, sir?" You know, well, how many times do I have to help you before everything's okay? Till the day you fucking die? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
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 And people are people like this wanker, he thinks I'm being an asshole. I'm not. I'm just stating a fact here. Okay. I have family to feed. I have bills to pay. You know, I have obligations to meet. And I can't save the world. And a lot of these fuckers go over there and they think they're going to save the Philippines. They're going to save everybody. They're going to start a charity. They're going to do this. They're going to do that. You know what? I'm fucking retired. You know, I'm retired. The only thing I want to
You know,
fucking save is myself.
I tell you, there's an issue right there. This starting up a charity. If you were that sincere, why not work? Why not work with a charity that's already established there? Why do you have to start up a new one? That kind of, I don't know. At times it rings alarm bells
Dude,
you got to work.
there's a real great charity there. It's called the Pearl S. Buck Foundation. Okay. And they are inundated into Philippines and they help people out like this girl, Nika. And the last time she was given help, I forwarded all that information to her. Was it ever used? No. Okay. None of it was used. It was just send me, send me, send me. Can't be doing that, man. There are organizations out there that handle shit like this. And I've promoted these organizations, you know, and I've even promoted a different organization while I was, going after this idiot who collected $34,000 American dollars for a fake heart attack. Okay. I got called everything in the book, but it's proven he scammed it. He got 34K and a car. Okay. You don't hear much about him anymore because he's living off that money and he's a happy fucking camper. Okay. This is what these
That's
people
a worry. People would give someone like that sort of cash, but to be a girl in a wheelchair would be a much better cause. Which is what comes back to saying, like, get this girl her own channel and get her.
Yeah.
I mean, how many fucking charities are there even?
Yeah, that's true. There probably would be, but you have to be worried about these people that all want to start up a new charity. When, if you were sincere, Andy, you would work with a charity that's already established that is a sincere charity that's doing the right thing.
There's only one I support, and although I was at their webpage the other day, and I did want to ask a question of them, because I couldn't find an answer on their webpage. Was I wanted to know how much they paid their fucking CEO, but that's a whole nother thing. But the Fred Hollows Foundation, $25 gives someone's site. Fuck me, you can't I can share fucking $25,
Yeah.
But fuck.
Yeah.
But I said,
they
paid the CEO. Like, how much do you pay your CEO? I'll do it for fucking half the price.
I tell you, Andy, one charity that I see that does have a physical effect on society is the Salvation Army.
Yeah, they're good.
But they're fucking religious again. They got more. They're the same old thing as all the. They got more money than fucking cunts sin. They're more money than
hang
fucking.
On, they do help people, and I've never seen them throw the religion in people's faces.
Like, what they fucking? I said the Anglican fucking mob. They're like $1 a day, so $30 a fucking $30 a month. You got 1,000 fucking people suddenly, and realistically, they probably got more than that. That's $30,000 a month they fucking got, and they wouldn't be spending $30,000 fucking dollars a month. You know, think about how much it is that you fucking, you know, when cunts come to my door, I always go, yeah, you really can't share the bucks, buddy, but happy to volunteer for you. They're never interested in fucking people helping them out like that. They want people to fucking pass the moolah over. And that's it.
Yeah, one thing I've found out, the bigger the organization, Andy, the more money they take in, the more people, the more lawyers, this and that they have to hire to disperse those funds. And it just turns into a monster. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's what happens. Yeah.
In Australia, there is just fucking. I've actually had a look at how there's like fucking thousands of fucking charities, and most of them are fucking just full of shit.
Yeah.
Charity in any fucking thing.
Well, that's like those guys that come to your door, Andy. They take a percentage of what they collect. Whereas if seriously a charity, you know, they could use volunteers who would, you know, do that for nothing. That's charity.
Now, let me tell you, Andy.
Hey, Pascal.
Andy, let me tell you about the Pearl S. Buck Foundation. Their foundation is all over Southeast Asia. And if you go to their website, you can see how much money they take in, where they spend the money, and how they pay the people that work for the foundation and what they make.
Well, I mean, the Fred Hollows.
Now, let me finish. And the bottom line is 95% of the funds go to the people that need it. Okay?
Yep.
So they're doing pretty good. All right? They're doing pretty good.
Oh, no, well, the same with the Fred Hollows Foundation. I mean, they actually had a breakdown of where they mostly spent the money. They just didn't, like I said, I just seen that they had a CEO, and I just wondered how much the CEO got paid, that's all, because, you know, CEOs are usually paid far too much money.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I've seen CEOs get paid like millions of dollars. I'm like, what are you doing to get paid millions of dollars? Sit behind a fucking desk and twiddle yourself, you know?
Yeah, no, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I see your point exactly, Andy. You're right on the mark with that. Right? You're absolutely right on the mark with that.
So, you know, because I'm happy to be a CEO for, well, I'm happy to negotiate my price. It'd be, if I over $18,000, I earn over $18,000, I get to pay tax. So I'm happy to earn under $18,000 so the government can go get fucked. You know me. I'm a government lover and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I do the job.
First off, Pascal is in the chat saying hello to everybody. And Roberto just said, has anyone ever thought about what are all these vloggers asking for donations and super chat and such like that? What would happen when those donators are needing money? Would those vloggers help them out? Well, it's a good question, Roberto. And I guess if you're on YouTube asking for donations, you might not be in the position to help, but you would hope that if they were ever in that position, that they would give back. You would hope.
Yeah,
but that's being very optimistic.
Yeah, happy to give. Like I said, happy the Fred Hollows Foundation. Happy to do help them out. I like that idea of, you know, $25 can bring back the sight of someone. That's I mean, it's so important, you know.
I agree. To be blind for the sake of $25, man. I mean, you'd have to be heartless to say no if you could help someone get their sight back.
Look, as far as I'm concerned, any channel that's asking for super chat, this, that, you have to do the research. What are you actually giving your money to? Why are you giving that money to them? Could that money be spent better elsewhere? Right? Those are the things you have to ask. If you're going to go out there and give to all these different channels, super chat, and this and that, most of these channels are there to make money for themselves. They're not really there to help anybody else out. It's all about me, myself, and I. That's what these channels are doing. All right. Yeah. And I'll tell you emphatically, I will never, ever ask for a dime. I will never put up a PayPal, a Patreon, a super chat. I won't fucking do it.
I wouldn't mind you doing that because I'd super chat you just to piss people off, Popeye.
Yeah, that would be kind of fun, but I will never fucking do it. I will not turn into that fucking hypocrite where I sit here and I chastise these channels that do it. And I'm not saying what they're doing is wrong. I'm saying there's many different groups. There's some that come right out and say, yeah, give to my super chat. It's for the channel. It's for me. Fine. If you want to do that, you want to give to that, go for it. You like that person, that's on you. There are channels that saying, I got this charity, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. And the whole time they're fucking skimming right off the fucking top. Right? And
Yeah,
they're taking most of the money.
that's why I worry. That's why I worry about people that are starting up their own charities. When if they were sincere, maybe they would be working with an established charity already, Popeye.
Yeah. There's established charities out there for all this shit. Go to them. I mean, these people who start up these charities, and a good percentage of them are just scammers. And once they get your money, they're laughing all the way to the fucking bank,
Yeah.
And if you don't believe that, then you live in a very small world,
Yeah, maybe there's people out there that are doing this for that pat on the back. But honestly, if you're a charitable person and you're into that, the last thing you're thinking about is the pat on the back.
Well, Pascal, if you need money to marry, yeah, sure. I'll jump right on that. I'll fund your brother. No problem. Yeah. Love is in the air, Pascal. Yeah.
I'll buy
What's
you.
going on, guys? How's everybody
Hey, how you
doing?
How you going, Lost?
All good, all good. Hey, I want to bring up the CEO thing real quick. First of all, let me ask, who here knows like a CEO of at least a kind of not one of these giant corporations, but just a CEO of a company where they have a shit ton of employees and millions of dollars. They have to go kind of not technically super hands, but they're responsible for millions of dollars and hundreds, if not thousands, of employees.
Well, I don't mix in those circles. Sorry, Lost.
Yeah.
All right, so I heard Andy say, and I hear a lot of people outside of just Andy saying that CEOs don't deserve the money they get. Which there probably is maybe you can go to an amount where maybe that might be true, but as someone who knows somebody who's a CEO who runs a very large company who's responsible for these things, who makes a shit ton of money, I think the money he makes is worth it.
Well,
what he has to
okay,
deal
you're
with.
talking. Hold on, let's back up a little bit. There are many different types of CEOs. Okay, now a CEO of a fucking company for profit is one thing. A CEO for a charitable organization is another thing.
I'm just going to say, Roberto, no mentioning anybody's wives or girlfriends or family, mate.
Well, let's take up that point. So you think someone who is a CEO of a charitable organization should make? I mean, well, tell me your stance. Do you think they should make less or more, or maybe it should be percentage wise for what the company actually does for charity or something like that?
Someone's going to address the chat here. The King of Cards here saying CEO salary is market driven and justified. Well, how do you justify those CEOs who are getting big bonuses and their companies had lost money? I don't think it's market driven or justified a lot of the times. I think there's
and there are cases I'm definitely going to agree that CEOs are definitely overpaid, and where especially the bonus thing is probably one of the worst things that how CEOs get money, especially when the money loses business. But that's also like in their contracts and that kind of stuff. So I mean, there is
Here's something for you
legalities to it.
Here's something for you to consider. Take a CEO of any charitable organization. Pick out what they make a year. Okay, and I'll give you a hypothetical. It's hypothetical. Say you take one CEO and he's making $15 million a year. Okay. Now, everything that comes into that charitable organization is by donation. So every year he's collecting $15 million, and that's like, my God.
Okay. There would be a few things. There would be a few things I would want to bring up. How large is the organization versus his salary? Is there, actually, it would go strictly on how large the that particular charitable organization is. Like, for example, if there are tens of thousands of employees and volunteers, like there are a few of them that are like that. Maybe not tens of thousands, but definitely thousands and thousands that are taken in millions, if not billions of dollars yearly. Wouldn't you want someone competent to be able to properly run that?
Just because you're giving them $15 million a year doesn't mean they're competent. And
Exactly.
The case has been proven.
Well, that's true, but there are many competent CEOs. But let's just say
here's my point you're missing. Right? So this guy, he's making $15 million a year. Does he actually need $15 million a year, or deserve it, or take a look at the charity, or does the people that need the charity deserve it more than him? Where is his moral compass taking $15 million?
Well, listen, first of all, this is definitely a slippery slope, and there's not going to be like one direct answer for this. I'm going to go from, this is from personal experience, okay? As a guy who knows a CEO from a charitable organization, okay? He don't make $15 million, but we'll say he's in the seven figures, okay? The responsibilities this guy has is astronomical, and I believe he deserves the money he gets.
All right. Loss, can I just put something to you? This is going back a long time ago, so this is way, way, way off. But back in the day, I was looking up some shit, and it's gone back years ago. The president of the United States at the time was, I think, roughly, all his shit got about $1 million a year. Now, that's the president of the United States. The CEO of Chrysler at the time was making $18 million a year. Who has more responsibility? That's what you're just saying about the responsibility they have.
See, what I'm saying here, Lost, is, does that type of meritocracy belong in a charitable organization?
The answer I can only give and be truthful is I don't know. I don't know. It's something I believe if you're running, let's take something super large charity, Red Cross. It might be one of the biggest ones in the world, probably. Okay. I'm sure their CEO is making millions of dollars. I don't know this for fact, but I would assume that he's probably making millions of dollars. Okay.
How much do they really have on it?
Now, the Red Cross is spread out throughout the entire world.
Exactly.
Okay. They probably take in $1 billion a year. I would tend to guess. I don't know for sure. So then it comes to a lot of different questions. It's like, let's say a guy makes $10 million a year, okay, just to throw a number out there. And let's listen. If someone's competent, not competent, that's beyond the thing. Let's say it's a brand new guy. You have no idea if he's competent or not competent, but he's got to run a business. I mean, I know it's a charitable organization, but he's got to run a business that's spreading money throughout the entire world, tens of thousands of employees, volunteers, all this stuff. Do you think that guys should not be compensated for that particular type of job? Would be the question.
there's no argument about whether they should be compensated or not. What we're probably arguing is the extent of their compensation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The extent of the compensation, I think, should be directly proportional to, how the charity is working. Is this charity only taking $1 million a year? Well, the guy should be making $10 million, obviously.
Well, hang on.
Did
you hear my point about the time?
Yeah. Now listen. You made me. That was a great thing to bring up. I got to be super honest with you. I've never really thought about the responsibilities of the president outside of Congress, like what his responsibility is, and it's large. Okay, I mean, there's no way to take it. You got a citizenry of 300 million people. Obviously, you don't deal with 300 million people, but there's 300 million people that are slamming you all the time. You got to deal with 435 congressmen or representatives and another 100 congressmen, and not to mention all the other staff and all that kind of stuff. So it's large. Is it as large as the guy from Chrysler? I mean, I don't know. I would. Well, first of all, my true answer is I don't know. I would want to look.
This is what I'm looking at. Check out what Randall just said. Red Cross CEO only makes $500K, but brings in $3.4 billion a year. I said, okay. And you know what? That looks about right to me. Okay. Now, where I draw the line is I take CEOs that are from companies that are just for profit. They're not charitable organizations. I don't give a fuck what they make. The only thing I'm talking about here is CEOs from charitable organizations. There are some out there that are just making way too much fucking money. All right.
I wouldn't disagree. Like, I don't know of any particular, and I'm sure if I looked it up, I could probably disagree with probably a lot of it. You know what I mean? But what I was getting at is like CEOs shouldn't make any money, or they shouldn't make a large salary just because they're working for a charitable organization.
I don't say that they should make a large salary. What I'm saying is there are those out there in charitable organizations that are being overcompensated for what they do. And it's fact. It's fact. It's not fiction.
Like I said, I don't have no data in front of me. I believe you. You know what I mean? I've kind of heard stories in the past, nothing here recently anyway, that these CEOs of these charitable organizations are making far too much money for what's going on, and there's no way I can dispute that. I mean, I totally agree. But then it's the slippery slope I'm talking about. Like, what should they make? So the guy from Red Cross makes $500K. I would say maybe he probably needs to be compensated a little more, but he agreed to the salary, so he's probably happy with it. Maybe he gets bonuses and that kind of stuff too. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what the correct answer actually is. I don't want people to dog on.
Maybe I could point you in that direction, because here's another thing that come up. Somebody just said that 91% of Red Cross money that is taken in, they keep. Okay. So maybe a CEO of a charitable
Hold on, I need that to be explained to me a little better. What do you mean they keep 91% of the money? What does that mean?
I would assume that means 9% actually goes out to the people that need it.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you don't know about charities, however much money they take in, just to make it simple.
Let me finish so you don't have a million questions. So 91% that comes in is kept. I'm not saying it's kept in coppers or anything. You gotta, if you understand anything, paid salaries, a lot of that goes to paid salaries. A lot of that does go in the bank for emergency funding of other things that are coming down the line that happen. All right. So what I'm saying is maybe we should take a look at what they're taking in and the percentage going out. And, if you have a higher percentage going out,
Okay.
Just hang on. Lost fault it. King of Calves. Could we get something right here? Capitalism and charity are two different things.
Of course.
Shouldn't even be made.
Because of capitalism, people can donate more to charity.
But capitalism and charity are two different things.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
Don't get
Okay.
That's why I ask, where is that CEO's moral compass when he got involved with this charity? And taking that fictional CEO who's taken in $18 million a year to run this company, where is his moral compass? That is my question.
Yeah, how much work does he really do when compared to all the workers that are out there doing their fucking job? He's just running the show at the end of the day, isn't he? How much impact does he
really
have?
there's something to be said for someone who's got to run a business.
He doesn't really
Andy.
come out combative, my friend. I know that word because they reckon I'm combative.
See, because I know what you're talking about, Lost. You have a very old-fashioned idea, and you're introducing meritocracy into charitable organizations, which you should not be doing. Okay, meritocracy and charitable does not go hand in hand whatsoever. They always go against each other. And when you have those two equations come against each other, then you have fraud. Okay.
Because let me bring up something going back to the percentage thing. So however much a charity takes in, 95% of it has to be spent.
You feeling argumentative?
I'm sorry?
Are you feeling argumentative?
No, not really. I think this is a good topic, and I think also know a few things about how a charity runs a little bit. I'm no expert, okay? I'm not. I just know someone who runs one. Okay,
and you need someone to play devil's advocate.
Huh?
Yeah. Okay. So a charity takes in however much money. They have to spend 95% of it. That money has to be spent on the charitable stuff, paying employees, yada yada. I know there was a thing I read a couple of years ago, and I can't remember which charity it was. They took in like $1 billion, but they broke it down to like only like 30% or 35% of it actually made it to actually helping people, because the other percentage was actually paying employees, CEOs, helping the volunteers, all the other bullshit that comes with, actually helping people. You know what I mean?
So that leads to the questions: are charities really worth it?
I would say yes, but I would say when you have something like the Red Cross, that logistically speaking, the amount of money they have to spend just to get shit to another country. You know what I mean? If you donate, money to something, you got to realize just to get that product to where people, I need to help the people in Africa, Haiti, wherever the fuck it is. Logistically, you have to spend money to get that shit there. Now there are occasionally people who do volunteer, who owns like an airline, and they said they'll do it for free and yada yada. But I mean, this is not just happening that often. You know what I mean? So you have to spend money to make these things happen. So I do think that charities are good. Now there's probably a lot of things that could probably make things run better, and we can do things different to make it more efficient. These things could be talked about and debated, but just to stick on a little more the topic here of the CEO situation.
I'll tell you what muddies the water here, and someone might have mentioned it earlier, is the Clinton Foundation. That sort of shit muddies the water.
Yes, that shit they did. I remember hearing a story, and it's been a little while ago since I heard it, and I can't remember exactly. But that shit they did in Haiti, man. Yeah, they really apparently did. So listen, it's not like every charity is some good, wonderful organization. Probably not, but I would say probably a high percentage are probably good. And if you do want to, Popeye kind of alluded to this earlier, you need to, if you want to donate to a charity, you need to check it out. Now, ones I've personally checked out and I donate both time and money to have been the Shriners here in America. I don't know if they have that overseas or not. in the Dell's Children's hospitals here. So, but you have to look into it. You know, if you see, you know, the Red Cross or whatever it might be, if something you may not have even heard of, you know, you might want to, you know, look into it. Obviously, you know. So
Well, I have a big announcement for everybody. Okay, I'm starting up a charity, and the charity is going to be called "Get Andy Laid 30 Days in a Row." Okay.
I'll be willing to help that guy out.
All right.
That fucker sends any fucking money, you send it straight fucking back to him.
Okay.
Why, you don't want my money, Andy?
I don't want anyone's fucking money.
But I know if it's going to the Get Andy Laid Foundation, I know it's going to a good cause.
Well, you're a fucking don't get laid.
And I've done the projections on it, Andy, and the first girl should show up on your doorstep in about 2 days.
Jesus Christ.
So anyway, interesting topic, you know, and I just think there's no probably clear answer to, you know, how much a CEO for a charity should get made or paid. You know, I think what Popeye kind of said earlier, like how much do they take in? How much are they actually donating? And, you know, I mean, these charities employ people also, you know, a lot of people, livelihood depend on a charity they work for. So, I mean, there's so many factors.
Now, what do you think of this? Here's something that I really don't like about charities. Okay. Charities like Salvation Army, Goodwill, they'll employ people, and you will never get a raise from them, okay, because they are a nonprofit organization, right? You will always make minimum wage if you work for them, right?
That's not true either.
And, well, let me finish, okay, before you start with your "that's not true" shit, okay? I'm talking regular, everyday, workaday laborers for these companies. Right?
Okay.
All right. You will never get a raise from them. And their idea is to retrain you and get you to move on and, you know, fucking get a better job. That's their idea. Okay.
Yeah,
Let me finish the whole deal here. But while you're working for them and you're making minimum wage, you actually, taxes come out of your check from that nonprofit money that goes into your check to pay you for your services, which I think is really fucking bogus, because at the end of the year, these sons of bitches under their 501c do not have to pay any taxes to the federal government. Right? So what gives the federal government the right to take money out of that paycheck when you're being trained for a job? When is the government going to fucking smarten up and being so piggy?
So you're saying that the charitable money donated to nonprofits and they pay for their employees should be tax exempt also?
They should be tax exempt also, because they're being retrained and so they can move on to a better job, and that extra money will further their cause to lift themselves up out of their situation.
Okay, so yeah, so if you're talking to just like entry level type positions and into
that's what I'm talking
charity
about.
thing,
I'm talking about that guy that's on the ground making $9 an hour. Okay.
Yeah, then I would probably agree with that. But there's also people who are in good positions in charitable companies that.
Oh, exactly. I give you a prime
have degrees and all that kind of stuff.
I give you a prime example. I went to work for Goodwill when I first got out of the Navy, and I saw a job there that they said that they need somebody to help fix electronics. I said, okay. So I joined their organization and I got minimum wage, and I fixed their electronics. I fixed VCRs, I fixed microwave ovens, all kinds of fucking gadgets, blenders, this, that. And because a lot of the stuff that was donated to Goodwill was either broken or half-ass working. So here I am. I'm given a valuable skill. And she told me straight up that I was not going to get a raise. Don't ask for a raise. Okay. So I gave a valuable skill that I learned in the military on how to fix electronics. M2 qualified. I could solder. I can sit there. I can read a schematic, electronic schematic or blueprint to anything and figure out what's wrong with it. I know how to use all the equipment. And I did that for them, but I told them I would only be working here for about 6 to 7 months because I was just trying to earn some extra cash to pad my bank account, and I was going away on vacation after that. Now, the lady that I worked for, she was the manager of the store. Okay. And this store was a dumpy little fucking store. So I'd fix the shit and I'd put it out on the shelves and I would have to price it also. Okay. So if I put a blender out on the shelf that I fixed that I knew worked properly and I got it all cleaned up, it's a secondhand blender, I would usually charge about $5 or $10 for it. I was in charge of setting the price for each item. So I'd look at each item and I would say to myself, okay, I would pay this, I would pay that. I try to be brutally honest and also lower because I knew the clientele that came in. And they would always call me out on the floor and ask me if I could lower the price with them a little bit. And a lot of times I would, because I could size a person up and say, yeah, they ain't got a pot to piss in or a window to fucking throw it out. They really need this. And I'd fucking lower the price. Right? Now, the lady that I worked for, my God, I did not agree with her salary. Her salary, she was making, to manage this store, $42,000 a year. Now you're making $42,000 a year and you're here in Florida. That's damn good fucking money. That's outrageous fucking money. All right. You could do, and where I live in Florida, you could do a lot with $42,000 a year. And that's back in the year 2000, by the way. Okay. That's back in the year 2000. And I saw what she did every day. And it wasn't jack shit. She balanced the books. Made sure the money was in the safe and everything got deposited. But fuck, $42,000 a year, she didn't deserve that.
Yeah, no, yeah. Fucking hell, I've done fucking hard work for $42,000.
Huh?
Oh. Yeah, no, look, back in the day, $9 an hour, half your luck. Our guys usually work on commission, and that's it, nothing else. They don't get no fucking $9 an hour. They get commission, and that's it. I worked for one of those places where they wanted me to fucking, didn't last too long, they wanted me to sell coffee cups to people. But for fucking like 5 coffee cups for like $250. It's like, who the fuck's going to buy a coffee cup just because it's got Queen Elizabeth Hospital or whatever the fuck on it? You know
Dude,
what I mean?
I'll tell you, Andy, if you came to my door trying to sell me a coffee cup for $250, you would be walking down the driveway with a coffee cup hanging out of your asshole. Okay.
5 cups. 5. And the other time I did it, I had to walk around and knock on people's doors. That was quite confronting.
You would need a proctologist to get out of my driveway.
And you changed the subject a bit. Fucking, I hear you, Bob. I hear you completely. I just did a quick figure then. I actually put this in before and fucking, that's why I know. But from all accounts, there's 54,000 charities in Australia, right? I use 25 million people, all right, as a fucking number. It's probably just a little bit less than that. But that works out to, per charity, 463 fucking people. That's fucking crazy, man. So fucking maybe there are a few too many fucking charities.
Yeah. And but yeah, definitely. You better be a silver-tongued devil to fucking sell me a
I can sell anything, but I've got to have a reason, and that's right. I couldn't justify that in any way. That wasn't that the coffee cup was on the phone. Had to do it on the phone, and so many people rang me up. And when I rang up, so many people were like, "Man, I got bills to pay. I got this to pay. Blah 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 blah." And how do you say, "Yeah, no, man," but you can write it off on your tax and whatever. If you got bills to pay, I understand that. I had bills to pay as well. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It's not a fucking, but probably sell ice to Escalades if they needed it. or Eskimo pies.
Oh, yeah, I thought that too, Andy.
I just couldn't help it. But fucking. Yeah, no, like I said, just that.
It is a good subject, though. It is a good subject.
And also, I look at charities and I'm very skeptical of them. All right. And there are other charities that I take no umbrage with. Like I look at the Shriners. I take no umbrage with them. I look at the Children's Hospital for Cancer. I take no umbrage with them.
Yeah.
Okay. And I see, and I know what it costs to take care of a child with cancer. And I tell people these are the worthwhile charities giving to. You're saving lives when you give to somebody like the Children's Hospital, which Danny Thomas founded. You're giving life and hope to children when you give to the Shriners Children's Hospital that takes care of kids that need legs, need arms, have cleft lips, have severe physical disabilities that need care, their whole life. Okay? That's what you're doing. You're actually improving the world when you give to charities like that.
Right.
Well, I worked as a carer for over a decade, and fucking hell, it's like we're the lowest of the lowest paid. We fucking it's just all bullshit at the end of the day. Fucking how they treat the fucking clients, how they fucking treat us, how they, what I mean? It's just fucking bullshit. But the Notre Dame Church gets burnt down, and hey, all the billionaires have got plenty of money to fucking rebuild that motherfucker.
Yeah. So, that's how I feel about charities. But you want to start a new subject? I had enough of that one.
It is a good subject.
I'm going to put a bit of pressure on you, man. Fucking, come on, get off your ass. Have you fucking downloaded Steam yet? It took me fucking, I gave up. I went to fucking sleep waiting for fucking to download that fucking World of Warships. So you better get off your ass, Mark, and fucking get in there.
How long did it take to download it?
Oh, well, I was downloading that because, I downloaded from North America.
That was a long download even for me. I'm in North America. Yeah, it took a while to download that game. It's like 50 gig or something. It's crazy. I didn't know it was that big.
15 gig? I ain't downloading that shit, man. Jesus.
Wasn't it that big? It was like 52 or something like that. It was crazy.
52 gig.
26 gig, don't you? I reckon. And they did an update today. Fucking, I just ended up going. I was like, I was downloading at 3 megasecond. So I just fucking went back to sleep. Downloaded, took another. Well, I went to sleep about 4 a.m. and I seen that it finished at 6 a.m. So fucking. But I had a game with Gunnar a bit earlier. Oh,
how'd it go? What you think?
there it is. I like it. Okay, right. Yeah. Oh, I can. Yeah. Well, that's
So
what the end is here, Gunnar.
What did you think, Andy?
Yeah, no. I mean, I got taken out by a torpedo pretty quickly. Fucking, thank goodness Gunnar won the battle. I got 27 experience points. Fucking. I was thinking, how the fuck, what key do I have to press? I looks like I'm going to run into these rocks. But I did actually work it out, and I turned into, they're like, the torpedoes. I'm like, what fucking torpedo? Oh, those torpedoes. Oh, shit. He told me when it ends, you don't have to watch it anymore. The cunts made me watch the fucking ship scene. Bastards. But I did get, like I said, 27 experience points, and that gave me some bonuses and shit. I was actually. I was going to play with Gunner, but I seen that you're on, so I thought I'd pop on. If Gunner wants to go play again, I'm happy to go play again rather than fucking,
What sort of ship did you run?
Was it a cruiser or a destroyer or something? Some cheap shit. I mean, hell, I could probably pull it up, I guess. I was an American ship.
Okay.
I was in an American ship, and it fucking you get the choice between. You start off with an American ship. 3 American ships, isn't it, Gunner? 3 American ships, 3 German ships, and 3 Japanese ships. And
you get to choose them, or
you get 3 straight up of each. And okay. Because they kind of work down, I guess which way you want to go and stuff. There's only one Australian ship, and that's what was that? The HMAS Perth. But realistically, when you look at our Navy, most of our ships were on loan from the UK. Although the only other one that we had that was any decent was the Sydney that got sunk by the Cormorant in World War II off the coast of Perth. They took the Cormorant out.
Carrier we had.
My dad was on the Vengeance, HMAS Vengeance, which was on loan from the UK. And that was an aircraft carrier. So, yeah. But, yeah. Oh, now DayZ, I can play DayZ now too. They've suddenly lifted the ban on that.
Okay.
So I'm probably going to go buy that. And I'm going to play Neverwinter as well. They've got a enhanced edition of Neverwinter at the moment out for like $25 or something, and it's like every single fucking Neverwinter that's ever been out.
I played the original.
Yeah, I played the original too. That was 2002. I looked it up the other day.
That long ago, Jesus Christ.
But so that's that. And I'm going to have to go for tanks as well, because I know a few people play tanks and want to play tanks. So I'll probably, do that as well. I mean, you should get. I mean, what's his name? Put me onto this. RC Dre put me onto this Humble Bundle, which is they do charity. Is basically you buy from them, and they donate some of the money to charity.
Okay.
So you can buy games from them, but I'm waiting for I missed out on their game thing because he fucking gave it to me with a day to go or something. So I'm waiting for the next. Oh, hang on. Here it must be pay what you want. There was a new game one out. It's got what have we got here? Spooky Horror 2019. You've got Agony, Butcher. I can only imagine what that is. The Town of Light. They all seem like horror ones. That's probably good.
What I was going to ask is World of Warships just player versus player, or can you play against the computer to get used to the game?
We played bots. We played bots, and Gunner was with me.
Okay.
Thank goodness. He probably won the battle. I mean, although it was, I'm like fucking shitty game, fucking all this effort, I'm fucking sunk already. But I was only bitching to you, Gunner. I wait for you giving up. Not after downloading 26 fucking gig in here. Fuck. So I'll be fucking to that.
But was it like? I mean, I've seen them played on YouTube just to see what the game was like, and that I mean the graphics look pretty good.
Oh no, that's good. I mean, I spent 10 minutes. I was talking to Gunner, and I was in there, and I just spent 10 minutes looking at the ship. Looking around it, and it didn't have too many guns on it and shit, but fucking, I've definitely got to move my computer. I'm going to go buy a fucking longer HDMI cord so I can fucking move up to the table, because it's not really fucking helpful on this. I'm just where my computer was before. You know where my computer was before. So that little table here, it's not really fucking suitable unless I sat on the ground or something. It might be, But I'm going to get back into my computer chair and shit. fucking that might be best. I think, you know what I mean. So how
just,
do you improve anyhow?
just to change the subject, I was driving up and just gone for a drive today, and was talking to Crystal while I was driving around. Just 5 minutes up the road here, they've got a Buddhist temple. I made the one-off comment to Crystal, maybe I should bomb it and and ride on the road. Fuck you, extreme Buddhist.
Actually, I found on the way back from Yankalila, there was a Buddhist temple. Actually, I didn't know on the way. I didn't know that on the way back there was this massive big Buddhist temple on the left.
Well, there's one just up the road here on McGill Road.
All right, wicked. Oh yeah, and there's one near your brother's house as well on that fucking back. You know that.
Yeah.
They're down there, fucking down in the industrial area. But fucking plenty of cunts are always in there. Must be plenty of Buddhists around.
Yeah,
We better not upset them, Mark.
Oh my God.
So you know what they've got here.
Oh, you only got to worry about the extreme Buddhists, mate.
Extreme one. So the extreme one we know is in America, so it should be pretty safe. Although I don't know if I want to play. I'm not sure I want to play games with him. He might fucking, team kill us.
Well, that's all right. I'm going to have my name Buddhist Killer.
Well, I think the only thing Lost would throw at you is maybe love, peace, duality, shit like that. Okay.
I don't know. I think I've got more love and peace in my heart than this cunt.
No. Lost will throw logic at you.
Personally, what I'd throw at you, I'd take a C-135 or a C-5, and I'd drop a Moab on you. And what a Moab is, the mother of all bombs, man. Okay?
You fucking scare me. I reckon you're definitely an Old Testament Christian, aren't you?
Yeah.
He's a Christian. He's a Christian.
No offense intended there, Popeye.
America was, I guess, founded by people looking for religious freedoms. And you would say that for the most part, I mean, it is changing now, but for the most part, it is a Christian country. But there seems to be this attitude where they're not so Christian in their attitudes towards helping people. And I'll give you an example. I mean, I always hear this about the far left liberals and Democrats and that with, helping people and Social Security and all that. What is with that? Because you would have thought a Christian country would be more susceptible to that sort of thinking.
All right. When you look at programs like Social Security, when you look at programs like Medicare and Medicaid, okay, these programs were designed for the elderly, okay, when they retire. Social Security was designed that every working, swinging dick pays into it, and you will get a check when you reach the proper age to, sustain you in your elderly years. But as time has gone on through American history, we have taken Social Security and what have we done? We've added another program into it. We've turned around and said, okay, if you get hurt on the job, you're eligible for Social Security. Okay, if you're permanently disabled, you're eligible for Social Security. Okay. Now, these types of people that don't pay into Social Security anymore, we lose that income coming into Social Security. Social Security can only sustain itself through as many workers as they have working in the United States. Okay. And if you got more money going out than you have coming in, you have a problem. That's just a fact. Okay. So now you're going to have to decide. Where all the baby boomers, the biggest generation, is now retiring. Okay. And not over 90% of baby boomers have paid into this program. All right. And what's going on with this program now? We got people from Generation X, we got millennials, we got scam artists, and they're taking money out of the Social Security pot for disability, for fake bad backs, for mental fucking problems. Okay. Now, the only thing I agreed with, when they said, we're going to give so much Social Security to people who are born permanently disabled. I have no fucking umbrage with that. I take no umbrage with that. But it's these people that are gaming the system, that are draining the funds out of it for those who have worked all their fucking life and earned that fucking paycheck. Okay? They earned that benefit. It's not a privilege. It's a benefit that you earn. Okay? You have to do something to earn a benefit. That's the way life works. Okay? And here's prime example on YouTube. We got guys with bad backs, missing teeth. They're taking what little Social Security disability they get, and they're running off to Philippines having a great fucking time. Well, that kind of fucking torques my fucking jaw. All right.
Well, let's just address that for a minute. I mean, I don't disagree with that part of it, but when you're talking about people that scam the system, that's still only a very small percentage. But
it's a big problem, and we have scammers raping the Medicare and Medicaid system and defrauding people who are actually on the Medicare and Medicaid system and need that system to maintain what health they have. They're stealing their Medicaid numbers, their Medicare numbers. They're setting up all kinds of. It is so prolific right now in the United States. It's horrific. I got a guy who lives in Batayan Island. He's been on disability since he was 48 years old. He's 65 now. Wonder who the fuck that is. Okay. All right. So the fucking U.S. government's been paying for him ever since he's 48 years old. Think he's got his money's worth out of the fucking system? Yeah, I think so.
But that's not the system of helping people. That's the issue there. That's the system is breaking down somewhere on the people who are checking these guys out to see if they're legitimate or not.
Yeah, that's why I'm telling you, there's corruption across the board. Okay. And a lot of people, when Social Security was invented, did not want to do it. They said, this is what I foresee happening. I foresee this program getting bigger and bigger and bigger till it goes bang and bust. Okay. They're talking that Social Security will be fucking broke by the year 2035 because of the ratio to who's paying in and who's taking out. Okay? It's simple economics, supply and demand. And right now there's more demand than there is supply.
I think there's a good point here in the chat here. And one of the problems we have, and I guess, is that people are living longer now. So you're paying out for a longer period of time.
Well, yeah, I would just say, out of interest, I mean, in the USA, is it like Australia where they keep moving the goalposts? I mean, once upon a time it was 65 I got a pension. Now it's gone to 67. You can only imagine by the time I get to 67 what
they're doing the same here in America. And how much further can they move the goalpost? I mean, could I foresee you working at the age of 65?
Oh, not in the jobs that I've been in. No fucking way.
Oh.
I don't think about this. Bricklayers and roof tilers. I mean, those guys shouldn't be on roofs at bloody 67 or 70 years old. I mean, it's ludicrous.
Yeah.
That's right. And
It's different if you're sitting behind a desk doing something.
Uh-huh. I mean, so my whole life I've kind of paid attention to what's going on with America. And a lot of people said, well, you're crazy to stay in the military. I said, why am I crazy to stay in the military? I mean, when I joined the military, they promised me if I did 20 years, I'd get 50% of my paycheck. Okay. When I left the United States Navy, I said, that's a good deal. Okay. So I did the 20 years. I get 50% of my paycheck. I am fully retired from the United States Navy. I am in the Naval Fleet Reserve. Okay.
we,
I do not collect a disability check. None of that shit. I collect an actual pension from the United States Navy. Right. I went to work for the local government. They said after 10 years you can collect a pension. But for every year you're under the age of 60, 5% will be shaved off. So I'm waiting till I turn 60, and I worked for over 13 years for local government, and I will collect another pension. I'm not counting on Social Security. If I apply for Social Security when I reach the proper age and I was able to collect it, I will do so because I paid into it. Have I ever or am I taking from Social Security right now? No, I am not. That's my situation. I look at the world and I see what's going on, right? And Social Security today doesn't really sustain the elderly. Okay, it just really doesn't.
No, I agree. It definitely is an issue with what you get in your retirement years.
You know, I one time walked into one of my kids' classrooms for a career day, and they wanted to know all about the military. So what I did is I geared a career in the military towards learning, and I told them about all the benefits you can apply for and get in the military. Like if you're active duty, you could go to college part-time at nights, right there on the ship, overseas, whatever you want. Okay. And
Well, the GI Bill was a fucking. To me, that's one of the better things that they've done for servicemen. That's for sure.
yeah, and they will pay for 80% of your tuition. So I told them about that. And I told them when you leave the military, if you served honorably, you'll be covered under the GI Bill. You can turn around and use your GI Bill and still go to school and get 80% of your college paid for, whatever you want to do, right? As long as you maintain a 70% average while you're in school. Pretty good, huh?
Yeah, I didn't realise it came with those sorts of.
Sound like a recruiter, Popeye.
Oh, see, when I was, I agree with you. I do. And I told them, then I also told them hard, cold facts. I told them, when you first come in the military, you're going to work really hard. You're going to be scrubbing toilets. You're going to be scrubbing decks. You're going to be doing menial jobs until all your education kicks in and you make rank. And the further you go in rank, it doesn't get any easier either. You're going to have more responsibility. And I let them know joining the military is no joke. Okay. It's not a joke. It's not something you should do on a whim. It's not something that I will recommend for everybody, And there are a lot of people I would tell them flat out, no, you don't belong in the military, dude. Fucking, you just like stay a civilian, okay?
Let's address the chat here because we'll keep the guys in the chat involved here. But I really disagree with this one. But King of Car said all those programs are socialism, but he doesn't even realise it. I disagree. That's not socialism.
Yeah.
That's a reward system. I don't see it being socialism. King of Cars, how do you come by that conclusion that it's socialism?
Yeah, it's not socialism. You paid into that program. You've earned the right for that program. You know, that's far. So socialism, I don't know how old you are, King of Claves.
Carbs, King of Cars.
I don't know how old you are, or if you've actually ever seen socialism in action, but that's far from socialism. Is it a socialistic program? To a certain degree, yes. Okay. But
That would be
those
my
are the
only argument with it. It is, I mean, social is actually in the world, in the word, title, whatever.
yeah,
So, I mean, it is a type of social program for
No,
sure.
but if we're talking about what Popeye was talking about was like the GI Bill and things like that, I don't see that as being any part of a socialism thing. I see that as a.
Oh, no, I would agree. Not the GI Bill, but with Social Security, I do.
and you know, so and by the end of the day, when I finished talking to that class, there was a lot less kids that wanted to join the military because they asked me some pretty tough questions. Like, dude, I had to be honest with them. They said, "Well, what's your work day like? You know, how long is your work day? How much time off do you get?" And you get very little time off in the military. I have to tell you that as a fact. I mean, and the time off that you do get, it's appreciated. You need it to recharge. Okay. And whenever you hear a former military member say, or a veteran, or somebody who's active duty, man, that's standing down and they say, you know, I don't know what to do with myself. I was going 1,000 miles an hour and now I'm all full stop. Yeah, it's true. You go 1,000 miles an hour in the military. Some people don't realize it till they get out of the military. You know, that's just the way it works. It's, you know, that's why people say, I thank you for your service, you know, and I appreciate those people. They're nice to say that. And there are those that mean it and there are those that don't, you know. And I had this one kid, he kept bugging me, I want to be a pilot. I want to do this. I want to do that. And then he asked the ultimate question at the end. Right. And so what do you tell an eighth grader when he asks you if you've ever killed anyone before? And I rolled my eyes and I kind of took a deep breath and I counted to 10 backwards before I gave him an answer. And I told him this. I says, look, I went in the military, I did my job. I says, all that other stuff doesn't mean anything. Okay? That's one thing you shouldn't be thinking about. And I could see the sigh of relief on the teacher's face. Okay. You know, but I had to give the kid credit. He had balls. He was asking all the tough questions. And you know, today's kids, they're not as stupid as you think. Some are, but a lot ain't, you know.
You know, it's funny because kids, I don't know how old they were, the kids that you addressed, Popeye, but they can be brutally honest with their questioning.
Oh yeah.
And very innocent in their questioning. I mean, they're curious.
There's no maliciousness whatsoever. It's just like, boom, you know, it's there. And you better be able to deal with it. And after everything was all said and done, the teacher shook my hand and he says, "Great presentation. Thank you, sir." And I said, "You're welcome." He says, "I'd love to have you back and do another class." And I said, "No friggin' way, Jose, man. Those kids had me sweating bullets with the questions they were asking."
I know exactly what you're talking about because kids, they don't have an agenda.
No,
Yes,
they
that's
don't.
And they can put you on the spot and ask questions like, I mean, if you were like, I mean, your situation was a little bit different. If you've got someone that's doing that same talk that was, say, in the army who served in Iraq or Afghanistan, some of those questions would be fucking hairy and
Yeah.
And I don't know how you would answer them.
I mean, how do you answer that question? Did you ever kill anybody while you were in the military? How do you answer that?
And
You
it's
should
not
have said,
something.
yes, I killed kids.
yeah, lost.
Hey,
Yeah.
I think I'm going to disagree with you there, Mark. I think they do have an agenda. My little girl came up to me and she's like, "Daddy, you're awesome." Like, thank you. And then, she you could tell she didn't want to ask right away. And she kind of sat there and she goes, "Daddy, I've been really good. I need a new toy." So there was definitely an agenda there.
Okay, in that case, but when you're, I was talking about Popeye's personal situation.
No, I know. I was totally joking.
But you're right. They do. Kids can have an agenda, but I think when you put up in front of a classroom like Popeye was and answering those questions, I don't think they do have an agenda. I think they're quite innocent in their questions and their curiosity. They don't stop to think about the question they ask. They'll just blurt it out.
Yeah, innocent curiosity, I would call it.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
exactly.
That brings me to this. They're bringing back a program that Art Linkletter used to do back in the 60s, 50s, and 60s. It's called Kids Say the Darndest Things. Okay. And they're doing a reboot of that show. And I could hardly wait till it comes out, man. I can hardly
If you did it, he did it first. 'Cause I remember Bill Cosby doing that.
Art Linkletter was around a lot earlier. He did that Pick a Box. Was it Pick a Box or something like that? Or he had a game show, a quiz show. Or
I remember the guy's name. Yeah, he did do a game show, but I just for me, I just remember Bill Cosby doing that. The darndest thing kids say, or whatever.
Yeah, you're a youngin'. That's okay, Lost.
Hey, I just wanted to say, I'll see you later. I'm going to go and fucking sing some more, I guess, or something like that. Practice makes perfect. And
no worries.
I've got all these bonuses that I should use. It's like I said, I only basically came on to harass you about fucking getting Steam and getting fucking World of Warships.
Yeah, I'll have to do it.
Hello, you know what I mean? And then I got lost on that whole. Well, you know me. I like talking. I'm happy to talk, but fucking it's time to go and fucking play. Plus my wingman. I got my wingman or shipmate, or whatever you want to call him. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to fucking ban Gunner from my channel. That fucker.
Yeah, I'll have to hit you up on a message maybe tonight, but I'll be out of town this weekend, but I might be sitting around or whatever. I'll get it. We'll definitely play it. We'll definitely play it soon, though.
What, World of Warships?
Yeah.
And DayZ.
I downloaded it.
Oh, you
I downloaded that sucker. So.
Yeah, well, all right. Well, man.
You see what Randall wrote, man? He goes, I remember the Catholic school in the 6th grade. I had 2 Green Berets show up and showed actual live footage of war, including death, destruction, the whole meal deal. I realized I didn't. Oh, you couldn't get away with that in a classroom today, man. They don't even want you to walk in uniform, let alone show films like that.
There's one more thing I can say before I left. Good old Victorian government, good for fuck all. They've legalised it for. I should actually pull it up so you can fucking tell you exactly what. But basically, you can young kids can now fucking decide their gender. See, good old government. Always coming up with fucking rules they don't fucking need. Hey, Can't
Topic
fucking
on it.
do fucking need. But
Topic on its own, that one. Jesus Christ.
so, all right, me and Gunner go
That's
fucking
pathetic.
shoot some
Later, Andy.
Who are we fighting against, Cobber? I don't know. Anyone. Someone. Have a nice night, everyone. Day, everything. See you.
All
Bye.
right, take care, Andy.
Thanks for that.
See ya.
That fucking for that message. I did enjoy your fucking your short.
Thank
I
you,
even
Andy.
I even watched your stream, but later. Fucking,
Okay. All right. Thank you, Andy. You have a
Yeah.
good day, bro.
And
Hey.
see you soon. And yeah, Thunder, I'll see you when I do. I said now I'm gonna
Mate.
go feed cats and fucking gotta go and see him in hospital and shit. Fucking
Jesus. What hospital's he in? Adelaide?
Lyle McEwen.
Lyle McEwen, okay. That's a
Yeah,
shitty hospital too.
He went there for fucking he went there for a checkup and they put him in hospital. So I have to go take his mobile fucking phone charger to him and fucking some clothes and shit and stuff. And fun and games. I was hoping to fucking play fucking
God.
World of Warships all weekend, but now it appears that I can't do that.
No worries.
Life's tough. Shit happens.
Yep.
So
How you doing?
bye.
Yeah, mate. How you doing, Larry?
Hey, how you doing? I'm sitting back listening to you guys. Yeah, I started reminiscing, listening to you guys talk, about how work used to be. And I remember when we got attacked on 9/11, I was working that morning. I was at the airport, and I worked third shift. And I happened to be working 4 over that day. And I went up in the terminal to get me some coffee and a cinnamon bun. Anyways, I was coming out of Cinnabon with my coffee and my cinnamon roll, and I wasn't paying no attention, and they got CNN playing, up in the terminal. All of a sudden, man, I hear this sound like a herd of cattle. All these people running, they run right by me. I'm like trying to keep from spilling my coffee. I kind of stepped to the side, and people ran to the television in the terminal, and they were playing it when it first happened, and people were like shitting their pants, man. Because we were right at the airport. These are people getting ready to get on an aircraft, fly out. Yeah, it was really something, man. I ended up working shit. I was only supposed to be working 4 over that day. They kept me 12 hours over. They held me over because everything started landing, and it was all messed up.
I remember it clearly because I was playing an online game with a friend of mine in Texas, a guy we were good friends with, and during the game we would give each other private messages, and all of a sudden I got this private message from him saying, "Mark, they're raping my country." I'm like, what the fuck? And then he explained what's going on. I turned the news on, of course, and jumped off the game, and fucking I was stuck to the fucking TV. Fucking couldn't believe my eyes at the time. But I'll never forget it because it's one of those things that I remember exactly where I was, and to this day, it's still a shock, really. Not totally unexpected, and just fucking total fucking savagery, really, on the part of the terrorists, really, because I could understand if they attacked a military target, but to attack civilians like that, wow, it was, like I said, I can remember exactly where I was, what I was doing at the time. It's funny, I guess a lot of people would remember that.
It's an emotional situation seeing that, but it's one thing, if you're sitting at home, in your living room, but if you're at the airport, getting ready to fly out, holy shit, you should have heard people, man. It was terrible.
Well, like I said, the message I was playing with my mate, and the message I got this private message saying, "Mark, they're raping my country," and it's like, what the fuck? And then, tell me what happened. I put the news on. It was like, what the fuck? I was stuck to the TV, glued to the TV after that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to this day, it's still. I mean, it affected me as well because I was in the US before it happened and after it happened. He was
I'm
one of the
trying to. I
guys.
think we were out for what? I think was it 3 or 4 days? I can't remember. I went on vacation right after that. I was scheduled to take my vacation, and I was going to go. We were supposed to be flying out to the Philippines, and that messed everything up. So I ended up taking my vacation in Taylor, Michigan, instead of the Philippines.
It's one of those things, mate. I guess for you, a whole different fucking meaning. The fact that you were working at an airport at the time.
Yeah.
What airport were you? Do you mind if I asked? Or
What airport? DTW, Detroit Metropolitan
okay,
Airport.
yes, still out of Steve. So like none of the planes came out of your airport then.
Oh yeah, we're an international hub there.
No. But like none of the planes that were crashed came out of your airport.
No. Well, you know what? This never got on the news. Some of the cleaning crews. See what happened? They had a bunch of airplanes that were supposed to go that got delayed. Before they grounded everything, and they found on one DC-10, which was like 3 days later, the cleaning crew found it was either 5 or 6 box cutters that were somebody threw them up, by the bulkhead, by the second bulkhead on a DC-10, and they turned it into the sheriff, and the sheriff called the FBI. I never heard anything. Look, we always looked in the paper, and they never mentioned it about finding those box cutters in Detroit. That
Jesus.
particular aircraft, I believe, was going from Detroit to SFO, San Francisco, and it had a 7 o'clock departure, and it was delayed, I believe, for a mechanical problem. So, what? I don't know this to be true, but I thought about it, and talked to other people I worked with, and they think that there were the people I've talked to. Like I said, we never heard nothing about it. We think there were terrorists on it that, since it got delayed, they just dumped their box cutters and then they went off, because they had to return to the gate.
What a fucking yeah. Like I said, it's one of those moments in history. I think most people will remember what they were doing at the time when that shit happened.
Yeah.
Just seeing, King of Cards was saying he can remember what he was doing when it happened. And we're in Australia, mate, and it wasn't something that just affected America. I think it sent shockwaves around the world. And when you're talking to the World Trade Center too, I mean, it wasn't just Americans that died that day. A lot of people from around the world were in those buildings.
Yeah, they keep going on about conspiracy theory people, and people laugh, at people that believe in conspiracy theories. But shit, some of them are, there are a few conspiracy theories that turned out to be true.
Well,
No.
So I think we a lot of people scoff at this conspiracy theory thing. I believe that there are conspiracies, but the problem is they get lost because and people mock them because there's just so many, and the water gets muddied, Larry.
Yeah.
But lots of strange things that day. From the initial reports to originally hearing what happened, and then for me, I still don't understand how two buildings like that can come down like they were in a controlled demolition. And I guess the other thing is those buildings were built to take exactly that sort of collision. They were built for that.
Yeah, the one that really piqued my interest was that Building 7.
7, yeah. And get
Yeah.
this, Larry. There's a. You can see this on YouTube actually. There's an English reporter. I don't know if they were the BBC or something like that were reporting, and they were talking about Building 7 coming down, and they had a live feed behind her, and Building 7 was still up, as she said it had come down.
Yeah, I saw that. She was a British. I think she was a British reporter.
Yeah. How does that happen? How do you fucking do a news report on a building coming down that's still standing at the time?
Yeah, as you can remember, they lost their satellite feed in the middle of a report. Yeah, there's so much, man. I don't think we'll ever really hear the truth. I mean, I was hoping when Trump got elected that, he would open up the books and tell everybody what really happened.
Mate, people thought that about, like the last few presidents that have got in, that bar the Bushes, I guess, that we would hear exactly what fucking happened about this or that. It's never going to happen.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean to talk bad about Trump. I mean, I voted for the guy, and I'm going to vote for him again. I'm a supporter of his, but I wish he would have. There was what from the report that they did on 9/11. There was a bunch of pages that were redacted. They wouldn't release, and I was hoping that he would release all that shit, but I don't think he's ever going to do it.
No, I don't think we'll see it either.
Yeah.
Scott, I'm just writing you to them, but I'll say two things there. One, it costs money to be online. Secondly, I guess to make, if you're going to put up a smoke screen, then you got to, I mean, to me, staying offline is part of all that, but who knows? Who really knows? I doubt that he's fucking left, but I've always said what I believe. I think he's just trying to get everyone off his back about the visa fees, personally. Because
you talking about Bama?
Yeah, well, if people believe he's gone back to the US, Larry, then they're going to say, well, and he goes back, and then suddenly comes back online and says, oh, yeah, I'm back from there. People say, well, then, obviously the visa fees is fixed up or whatever, but I believe it's just a way of getting people off his back about it, and I think he was starting to get very worried about it. That's my personal opinion.
Yeah. I don't know where he's at. I mean, I've seen him online. I'm friends with him on Facebook.
Yeah.
I've seen him a couple times, but I didn't bother to contact him and ask him what was up because,
Well, look, I remember talking to you about this, and you gave him some really good advice. But the problem is, and you know it, Larry, and we both know, good advice is something that he's never taken. He doesn't.
Yeah, I talked to him. I got him over here to my place, and I told him that, in my opinion, I said, if you want to hear it, if you don't, I said you should just go back home, man, and straighten all your stuff out, and because that's no way to live. How he was, getting by here.
Well, that's the other thing, Larry, is you know how he's living. So how does someone living like that save up and buy a fucking plane ticket?
I have no idea.
That's exactly right, yeah. And I think that's where people get on his back, mate. He's been too dishonest too many times, I guess. And, I don't know. It's probably we flogged the issue too much anyway. I personally don't want to give him the fucking time of day, and You know, he's got to live with what he's done or doing, and you know, at the end of the day, you know, if he's doing the wrong thing, it'll come back to fucking bite him. You know,
Yeah.
that's his problem, mate. I know that you know, like I said, you gave him some good advice, and you're right. Whether he takes it or not, that's up to him. But we both know that he's never been one for taking anyone's advice. He seems to always know better. But thankfully, it hasn't been a big issue on this channel for a while, which is it's kind of been good actually. Seems
Yeah.
at the moment Frank's going to be the one under pressure again. He can't control himself, that guy.
I heard him. What was it? Yesterday, or no? It was earlier today. That's right. I took a nap. It kind of threw me off. He had some kind of video on that Larry guy, and then he said that you could buy it at such a link, and I went to the link and I didn't see nothing on it. I don't know. I think somebody played a trick on him.
Yeah. It seems to be at the moment. I coined the term a while ago, and people seem to be running with it now and making a joke about it. But this fucking with the expat community, it really has been fucking smoke and mirrors. Hey, sister, how you doing? Yeah, someone told me that. Sis. I'm not sub to his channel anymore, but I'm guess we'll hear all about it, and I'm sure someone will take sound bites or video, make a video copy of what he says and does. Personally, I don't give the guy any credit whatsoever. You know, I've seen him do shit that I personally think is pretty lowbrow, and I just don't like the guy. You know,
Yeah, he should be going to all those girls' parents' house, and playing it off like he's serious about their daughter. You know, that's pretty low in my opinion. I mean, whatever that is worth.
No, I agree. And you know what? When he did the shit with
He actually has that on video where he does that.
Yeah, a few times.
Oh, talking about the girls, yeah, how he's going to marry them and they're going to be the mother of his baby, and
No, but I mean, he like literally went to the parents' house and was giving the parents the same kind of spiel.
Well, a lot of times, these girls that he gets involved with, they might come from the province or something, and I don't know how well their parents speak English, but over in here in the Philippines, if you start dating a girl and then you go meet the parents, I mean, the way people don't just date here to be dating. They date.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally that's why I was asking that, because I totally understand that aspect of it.
Just going to the girl's house and meeting her parents, you're making a big statement about your intentions. So that I just don't like that, man, because these people are, just trying to survive. They got hopes and dreams for their little girl, or their daughter, and you got some guy pulling shit like this, scamming them.
I agree, Larry. I don't like seeing them fucking lied to and bullshitted, and you know what? There's enough girls out there who are just looking for the good time that you can get involved with it without having to fucking tell them that whole story bullshit. And yeah, it's just Larry. You don't expect anything fucking else from him.
I hope you can't hear my old lady. I'm laying in bed with my laptop. She's snoring.
Oh, sorry.
she's laying next to me.
That's all good. Can't hear nothing, mate. So she's safe.
She's got a sore throat, so she's snoring a little bit.
Oh, don't worry, mate. I think fucking we all do. If I lay on my back, I'll fucking wake myself up snoring.
Yeah.
That's fucking,
Yeah. You know, it's nighttime over here. I worked third shift for 20 years under, and you know, I don't know. It did something to me. I always stay up at night. You know, it's hard for me to sleep at night.
well, just the same. You find that Andy's the same. He worked shift work for just about all his career. So from his railway days to working in the hospitals there, he's done the same. So it does mess you up. You are used to being up at different times and sleeping at different times. Hell, I mean, I slept fucking through the evening and woke up, I think, at about 1:15 this morning. It's like,
Hey, did your girl ever make it there, Thunder? Last time I talked to you guys, were planning.
very close, Larry. It's
What
very
was
close.
that?
It's very close.
Oh, good. I'm happy for you.
We just, I'm getting pretty excited, but we don't hide things from people. But at the same time, we're not going to give everyone, the date and time and whatever, and that's between us two.
Oh yeah.
That's just how it works. Oh, hang on, what's Popeye done here? What the hell is this?
Give me a second there, Thunder. I'm gonna run to the CR a minute.
Yeah, no worries. I'm just going to watch this.
Well, it got quiet. Are you there, Thunder?
Hang on. Yeah, I'm here, mate. I was just watching this video that's putting the link there. What's up, bud?
No. I was that's just to break up the silence. I want to say I did watch that documentary yesterday.
What did you think?
It was a really good documentary, and of course I sent you that text message, but I'll say it here. Bethany Hughes, and on Netflix, she also has one called it's a series, "The Geniuses of the Ancient World," which was also really good.
Yeah, I'm going to watch that one. Yeah.
But yeah, it was pretty interesting. And I looked up the that professor. His name was the one who kept saying, that Buddhism is, I guess, for everybody else, it was the Buddhist documentary that Thunder was talking about the other day. The one who said, he called it a religion and that they had gods and demons in them. His name is Robert Thurman, and he is the father of Uma Thurman, for anybody who cares about that.
Oh, wow. But he didn't, he said it's a religion and a philosophy, so he didn't deny.
He definitely said both. And then, of course, his background is basically in Tibetan Buddhism mainly, which is one of the Buddhism that kind of has the angels and demons and a lot of mythological type of stuff, more so than most of the other ones.
I just thought it was interesting because, to me, for like a layman, I guess, for me, it just opened my eyes to the hearing the story of the Buddha and just learning a little bit more about it. But it was interesting that he's obviously, a pretty well read guy, being a professor and that, and him calling it a religion and a philosophy. I kind of have to agree with him after watching that documentary, that more so now than ever, that it probably, to some people, lost it is a religion.
Yeah, and I understand. And they even said at one point, I can't remember which country they were in, because he went to, or not he, but she went to, what was
India,
it,
wasn't it?
6,
India and
7
Tibet.
different countries to talk about the differences. I mean, they did. They talked about the different, aspects of Buddhism between, of course, a lot of it, cultural differences, of course. But in one of them, they were talking about how people actually kind of see it as a religion, even though most, if you were, of course, ask a Buddhist person, like myself, why it wouldn't be a religion, because of the word. I get it. You walk into a Buddhist temple, it's like everybody's praying to all the statues around the temple. I mean, I totally get that. I totally understand the confusion. But
I don't think it's a confusion. I'm going to put this to you. I think for someone like yourself who's a Buddhist and your beliefs, I think you just try and distance yourself from religion.
I listen. The only reason I don't call it a religion is because of theist aspect of it. I understand why it is considered a religion, just because of, you have lots of followers, what it boils kind of really down to, but in any dictionary type of definition, it don't really follow that to a strict T.
Lost.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Lost. What's the difference between a Buddhist and a Taoist?
Taoist is definitely a different type of philosophy by a guy whose name was Tao, Chinese guy. I forget when that Tao was around the 600s or something like that. I'm not super familiar with. I mean, I kind of understand the core concepts of Taoism, but I don't know too much about it. But no, it's a completely different type of philosophy. Like, see, the thing is, people confuse. We're not confused, but people will call Buddhism religion, but they'll never call Taoism religion or Confucianism a religion, if that's how you say that properly. There's nothing with them, and it's nearly the same kind of concept.
Yeah, I see your point. I only knew, like, I think we talked about this before. I only knew one Buddhist person. It was a Thai chick, and it was definitely a religion for her, man. I mean, she believed in spirits and,
But that's the cultural aspects. Like, we'll take the Philippines, for example, because most people are familiar with it. Okay, the majority of them are Christians, and the majority of those Christians are Catholic. Okay, but yet they still believe in all their local superstitions. Can't remember some of them. Like the one guy who apparently steal the panties or something. You can get pregnant from the panties. These little silly superstitions that they have. Does any of those superstitions have anything to do with Christianity?
Yeah.
Their local culture and traditions of some type of spirit that steals panties has something to do with Christianity? You really believe that?
In Christianity, let me elaborate. In Christianity, it talks about dark forces and demonic forces.
Guys, I just got to mute myself for 5 minutes.
Bible. Yeah.
I just got to mute myself for 5 minutes. You guys carry on.
Oh, I would completely separate the two, but okay. Well, where I was going with it is, sometimes there are, local customs and traditions that people hold on to outside of whatever their religion is. The example I wanted to give about Thailand, yes, Thai people definitely believe in spirits for the most part, but that's outside of Buddhism, because this has to do with their tradition. I mean, obviously, if anybody here has ever been to Thailand, they got the little spirit houses around the majority of Thailand, and that's not a Buddhist thing at all. It's just more so their local custom and traditions.
I personally know of Reformed, people that are Christians now that grew up in a voodoo household, and their father actually voodooed people and had people killed. Okay, this is what they told me, and they really believe this. I know they believe it. And they told me that they always had trouble trying to voodoo a Christian. They could take, like, if someone was a drunkard or they didn't go to church, they were easy to put the hoodoo on them. But if you tried to voodoo a pastor, it would come back on you. That's what the voodoo people told me. And the people around here are very serious about it. They believe in it 100%.
No, people who believe in their religion, tradition, whatever, they definitely believe it 100% for sure. Ooh,
Matter of fact,
down on my Bluetooth, I got to change it out.
Right across from Dumaguete, you could see Sikihara Island, and that's where a bunch of like voodoo comes from in this area.
Oh yeah, the witch doctor thing on Sikihor,
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be an example. Like I wouldn't relate that to Christianity at all, personally.
I mean, these people are real serious about it, but I always wondered, why didn't somebody voodoo, Bin Laden when he was running around, or
because it's not real.
But these man, they swear by it, man.
Just because, well, listen, like, I know you're a Christian guy. Just because you believe something don't make it a real thing.
That's true.
And Thunder, are you there? Because I'm gonna have to. I gotta change the Bluetooth devices, so that's gonna. I have to get kicked off the panel, and well, let me try it. Let me see if I get lucky here. Turn it on first, and turn the other one off. I change. I lose. Talk to me, Larry. Excuse me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Your audio dropped down a little bit, but I can still hear you. No problem.
I got to back out. Let me see if Thunder, if you can hear me, put me back in. I'm going to bounce out and come back in.
You get kicked off there, lost. And everyone's fucking, got everyone bloody muted.
Yep. Oh man, it didn't work.
How you doing, Conkin? RC?
Sorry, I'm gonna have to bounce off again. Got me back. Sorry.
What's going on? Messing around with your Bluetooth again? Jesus, lost the things we do for you. Lost the bag, little person. Let's bring him back in. This is a pain in the arse, isn't it? The lunchtime. No, I'd say that Randall is probably his Bluetooth, messing around with that.
Yeah. For So this, well, it's not even an app. So it runs through Google Chrome on my phone. So every time my Bluetooth switches, it won't connect back to the Chrome for whatever reason. I don't know. It's the only thing that messes up on my phone is Chrome. Like if I was to turn off Chrome, if I happen to be watching something through it, and then try to go back, if I switch or turn off the Bluetooth, that is, it won't connect back for some stupid reason. I have no idea.
Fair enough. But what? Just give me your views on that documentary. How did you feel about it?
No, I liked it. I thought it represented each one of the different traditions of Buddhism, properly, especially what I've known of them.
Yeah, I kind of found that
Some of them were pretty. Oh, that was a different documentary. So I watched another one, which was kind of radical. This it was about Zen Buddhism. I watched. Excuse me. And this guy was pretty serious. Actually he made his workers for the first part of the day they had to meditate. And he'd walk around with a stick, and if they fell asleep or something like that, he would whack them with a stick and shit.
What the hell? Jeez.
I was in Japan, yeah.
Yeah. No, I like the take on it. For me, it was informative. That's what I found. Explaining the Buddha himself and how he, I guess, I do wonder about anyone who sits there and meditates without eating for the amount of time they did. Whether some of it wasn't, how the mind works, and especially if you deprive yourself of food and.
Well, that was Buddha's whole experience. Is like you can't take things to extreme. You have to stay the middle. Call it the middle way, the middle path. Because he was an ascetic for a while, where he starved himself and ate like one piece of rice a day, and because he basically says your mind and body have to kind of work, even though they're kind of separate, they still have to work together. And if one is failing, the other one will fail along with it.
How you doing, Nathan? Yeah, see, I have to agree. I enjoyed the documentary. It was a BBC, I believe, and Bettany Hughes is not too bad. She has done some pretty good documentaries, but I just found it. It seemed to be very even-handed. It wasn't, how to say, it wasn't pro-Buddha or anything. It was just exploring.
Yeah. And, if you watch her, the genius things that are on the ancient geniuses, because she's a historian for starters, so she gives that historian view, which is kind of nice. So she's not in it for political or religious thing. She didn't. She was very even-handed with it. She didn't, or at least I couldn't tell that she had certain biases. Something to that effect.
No,
you know what I mean?
No. There was definitely no biases in there. I don't think.
Which you will see in a lot of documentaries, but I thought she was very even the way she talked about, especially each one of the different countries she went to. What was it called? Like something like the seven Buddhist wonders of the world, or something to that effect. I forget it.
Yeah.
That sounds like a karate movie.
Yeah, it kind of does, huh?
It was a great. Hey,
all right, Larry, take care.
How you doing, babe? I liked it because it wasn't just them talking about it; it was them interviewing people about it. They talked to people that were practicing, and it was good to hear the different. Larry just took off, eh?
Yeah, he just said goodbye.
So, take it easy, Larry. It was a very even-handed documentary. No worries, Nathan. Yeah.
Yeah, I liked at the end. I hadn't really thought about it before. You know, when they finally went to America and talked about the Buddhism in America and how a lot of because it's growing pretty fast as far as even though it's fringe and people are learning through it, say through the yoga means, which I think they also talked about it in that documentary, but how it's they kind of talked how a lot of Americans are kind of sick and tired of the way religions have done in America, and you know it's kind of more secular and kind of blends in with people's new ideas of secularism here in America. So
my fear with that though, Lost, is that someone will fucking taint it over there. That would be my fear. Randall's just asking, Lost, is your wife Catholic? Never heard of a Colombian Buddhist?
yes, my wife is Catholic. Yeah, I've talked about that here before.
Yeah, I was going to answer, but I thought best to let you.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
But yeah, that would be my worry about the US. I mean, I guess any first world country, whether they taint it somewhat. Lost.
Well, I wish I can remember the quote exactly. This guy said, or not a guy, a book I read about Buddhism. I think it was like in an encyclopedia, and it was something about how Buddhism varies between each one of the cultures and countries and areas it is. You have like Christianity, you have the core concept of, Jesus as a savior of the, of the thing. And then there's, the differences between all of them are kind of outside that, you know what I mean? So you have the core belief in Buddhism, which is.
Let me just pick up on that, because I'm not sure anymore whether there is a core belief, because I look more into the works of Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, and the resurrection of Christ. Now, each of those books has a different take on it. In fact, in some of them,
there's contradictions for sure. I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying that the principal belief is that God gave His only Son for blood sacrifice, so there would have to be no more sacrifices, and He could forgive everybody of original sin. And pretty much now there might be some weird offshoot of Christianity who maybe don't believe that, but that's the core belief in Christianity, that Jesus is the Savior. He's the Messiah, Savior, whatever.
There's in those books, like the resurrection isn't even mentioned. And I'm not so sure that even the dying on the cross, like I said, the four books are, I guess, you call it contradictions, but in some cases there's just nothing mentioned about some of the things that get mentioned. And I think it's like something between 40 and 100 years after those first books were written.
Yeah, so it happened. Yeah, so after, Jesus already been dead like 40 or 50 years, whatever. I forget the exact thing, and then some of that is even 100 years or more. But no, just outside of when the books were written, if it did or did not happen, it's just the belief is that the core belief in Christianity is Jesus died to save everybody. I don't think that's really. I don't think that's something you can really dispute, I wouldn't think.
Well, no, I agree with you there. I guess my issue with some of it now is that it's kind of a fucking extreme way to go to, sacrifice a human life. Fucking,
out of all the problems I have with Christianity, and just not just Christianity, a lot of other religions, is the sacrifice aspect of things. It's blood magic. We've got to kill something to appease a god.
Yeah. Lefty, that's not unusual. It's very possible some guys are just listening while they're working, like Lost does a lot of the time. It's no big deal if people want to listen. And then there's those fucking half-wits that want to take sound bites, which they're welcome to do. No big deal.
My
It's all
phone
good,
is on the
Lefty.
verge of death here. I need to charge it.
The majority of the biblical stories comes from the ancient Sumerian, just a small few alterations were made. Yeah, we've talked about that actually, RC. Lost and I have actually talked about doing a little bit more on some of these ancient civilizations and actually talking about Zechariah Stitchin. And I've actually been watching it and trying to catch up on a little bit on Stitchin's works. But Lost and I have talked about doing some live streams just on that.
You know, I wish I could remember. He's kind of like the heir apparent to Stitchin. You know, he was like his apprentice, for lack of a better term. I was listening to him not too long ago. That was pretty interesting. I'll send you an email later when I remember his name and stuff, or in a thing. It's pretty interesting. It's kind of picking up Stitchin stuff.
I think it's hard to say, but I think some of the things he got a little bit carried away with. I'm not sure what his beliefs were, whether he wanted to believe in some of that stuff. And yeah, some of it's interesting. He did some groundbreaking work on deciphering. Oh, thank you, RC. We try to keep it interesting. It's really a bullshit channel where we just hang around and talk a bit of shit. But yeah,
I'm here to shoot the breeze.
Some of the subjects we touch on, yeah. But then I think for Lost and I, we have a lot of similar interests and probably not too far off from on our beliefs. And I guess the good thing about Lost and I is that we're both willing to listen to the other person's view, whether we agree or not. But I've always found Lost to be pretty logical, pretty down
I
there.
try to be. I know I'm not always, but definitely try.
No, I like it. I mean, there's times when you play devil's advocate, but I'll do the same. And I think you need someone in the chat.
It makes it makes the conversation more interesting if you just decide to go with the opposite view. You know, sometimes I've purposely just gone the opposite view just to keep the conversation more interesting.
Well, it's not just that. I think someone needs to, you need to have someone play devil's advocate to. Not
You
just
know,
to make
and I'm sure you've probably done this in your life. I like to play devil's advocate with myself. You know, like that sounds weird. But play devil's advocate with myself. Mm-hmm.
That'll
But
make
no,
a great soundbite.
you want to you want to, if you're something you see and you read it and you're like, well, what is the opposite view of that? You know, I don't want to just take one view on something. I want to see, you know, the extremes on both sides, and then, you know, who's talking about it directly in the middle. And then, you know, I think personally, I find that's the best way to find out about a particular subject or interest or whatever.
There you go, babe. I told you Lost was a deviant. That'll make a great soundbite, though. I love to play devil's advocate with myself. Oh, Jesus. Oh, no worries, mate. But yeah, I'll have to have a look at that one, RC.
More.
And I agree, Lefty. You know, religion should always be separate from state.
I'm working and I can barely hear you. Yep, I can now. Bien. What you doing?
Stop telling your wife to call us wankers too, you bastard.
Yeah.
I won't mute him, guys. We might get him. No, I'm not going to mute him. They might start sexting over the phone. That'll get me a few views. Ah, he left, bastard. But maybe they did start sexting. Bastard. Could have caught him out. Oh, jeez. See what you did, babe? See? We could have got him. Oh, sorry, honey. Couldn't help myself. Oh, Lefty, we were hoping to catch Lost out. His wife just rang him on the phone, but Crystal wanted me to mute him. I didn't want to mute him. I was going to let it all go live, but Lost left the panel, so we won't be doing that. But to be honest, if it if it had gone too far, I definitely would have muted him. I think he knows that anyway. Well, you must be at work anyway, Lefty. Oh God, that would, geez, RC. That's a never-ending topic. Geez. Especially considering that morality is changing on a daily basis. If you look at the morality of this generation now and say 50 years ago, my God. And I'm guessing technology has a part to play in morality as well, and the changing. Oh, Lefty RC Conklin is a friend of Manic Magics, and they call him RC there. So normally, Lefty, I'll call RC Dre David. Being RC Dre's real name is David, I usually call him David. Well, exploring the foundations of morality and no worries, morality and religion. I mean, the foundations of one thing, but to me, both of it are evolving. And I got a video to watch later on. I think it's titled "Is Religion Still?" What is it? Well, for want of a better word, is it still viable in the 21st century? And I'm trying to think who it was. I think it's Lawrence Krauss that does the talk on it. And I know I've seen Richard Dawkins and Lawrence Krauss both do talks speaking up about religion and science and its place. To me, for a long time now, I don't like religion. I think religion is not good. The idea of Christianity is not a problem. That's fine. I like the ideals of Christianity. I just think once you get into religion, that's where you start having issues. Especially considering you look at the morals of some of these religious groups. You got to probably wonder. I don't think religion's a good thing. Christianity, yes. Religion, no. You know what? He's right, Con. Definitely right. Society does mould them as they see fit, and I think I'm not sure what you think about this, but I think technology has altered morality as well. Jesus sounds like a swell guy. It's several Christians I'm not sure about. Well, it's not a bad thing, but I would say Jesus sounds like a swell guy. It's religion I'm not sure about, because if someone was a true practicing Christian, that's probably not a bad thing. I think the religion part of it is what you need to worry about. It's a nice little saying there. Again, we're all going to have different opinions on it. It's kind of funny. We're probably seeing at the moment religion evolving more to suit current day generation. I don't know if you guys are noticing that. And that's probably what he's talking about when you're saying that society molds morals and values to suit their needs. I think we're seeing that at the moment. Does it have a place in the 21st century? Does it? Maybe that's a talk we need to have. We'll get a few people on the panel and cover that. Well, you know, it's more the fact that I don't like the word religion, and to me, religion's bad. The idea of Christianity is not. You know, I said, but who really practices being a true Christian? You have to wonder about that. I guess for me, brought up Catholic, I used to say agnostic, and I'm not so sure I am anymore. But I guess as a go-to answer for most people, I would probably still use the word agnostic to describe myself. And maybe I'm sitting on the fence with that one. And it's getting a bit wishy-washy, but as far as religious people not acting religious, that seems to be something from the beginning of time, really. I mean, if you know much about the Bible, it was the Jews themselves who pretty well allowed Jesus Christ to be crucified, if you want to believe the Bible. Yeah, you're probably right. I see it's changed even more, as in, I'm not going to argue with what you just said, but I think too, it's also used as a fucking money-making device these days. You know, start up a religion to get tax-free. It's a great way to get control of people and money. Yeah, well, the Lutheran Church grew from Disenchanted Catholic, didn't it? I know a little bit about, I think his name was Martin Luther as well. The Lutheran, but yeah, Disenchanted Catholic. There seems to be a lot of disenchanted Catholics around, that's for sure. You know, some people will disagree with me. I've actually quite enjoyed the latest Pope. Kind of liked a lot of what he's had to say. Again, I've had disagreements with people on the panel who think maybe he's had too much to say, and interfering in politics and that. But yeah, just instilling fear. I guess what they've done, is use that fear of dying to lure people in. People were scared of dying. People don't like the idea that you're dead and you're gone and there's nothing there. So they'll use that fear and give you that hope that there's something after death to draw you in. And I can understand how that works and how they're able to nab people with that. No, I thought we've got lost back by now, but Popeye's probably having something to eat or cooking his dinner. Yeah, I hear you can't on this channel. Some people say don't talk politics and religion. We'll do both. For the most part, you find that a lot of people here will respect other people's opinions. We've had some pretty good discussions on it. I tend not to shy away from it. I think some people might say ignorance is bliss, but to me, ignorance is just stupidity. Always happy to hear someone else's opinion. Just the way it is. I think it's becoming a little bit arrogant if you believe that everything you say and believe is right. When, it's not the way it is. And I'm always open to someone else's opinion and happy to be stand corrected on anything. It's how we learn, that live and learn. And there's probably only a few topics that we would never touch on here. We're pretty lucky. We've got a good group of people. You're not alone, Comp. I think there's probably a general consensus in the science world with astrophysicists that probably would agree with you. Whether that will happen or not, though, I guess it comes down to what we were talking about before, Comp. People are always going to be pulled by that fear of death and wanting to believe that there's something after life. I'm not sure if we might still be listening 47. We did make some comments a little earlier. Well, just what we try to do, Conk, is just have good conversation. Hear out different people's opinions. We try and just have a bit of fun at times. And now and again, we'll do a quiz just to break things up. Now and again, a bit of drama will raise its head and we'll address it. But for the most part, it's just to sit around and talk shit, mate. And if people get a bit of entertainment or get to learn a little bit from that, then it's all good. We don't try and stifle the conversation too much, unless there's someone particularly coming in just to cause a bit of trouble, which does happen. Yeah, it's definitely the fear of the unknown. Hey, how you doing, Junior? Good here, bud. Hope you're doing well. There's definitely the fear of the unknown and not wanting to believe that there's nothing after you pass. As far as the conceit that our species is superior to the rest, I don't think that's connected to death, but definitely that's there. And definitely is a lot of conceit. We definitely do believe ourselves superior to the rest. But I'm not sure that's connected to the afterlife. It may be a symptom of that. Oh, Jesus, Junior. Mate, good luck with that, Junior. You fucking lose that battle every time. I've learnt not to mess with her. She's just around. She's been around, Junior. She may be cleaning up house. She could be talking to her friends as well. But she just pops in and out, and she either sends me a private message or says something in the chat from time to time. But she'll be around. Gunnar and Andy were here, but they've gone off to play war games, mate. So Gunnar and Andy, geez, what a combination, those two. And, we've kind of been chasing up a few different subjects here, talking about different things. You know what? 47. This is probably one of the. I can totally agree. I guess I hear you. He gets far too much airtime from people, and he's honestly not worth fucking having any time spent on him. To be honest, like I said, talking to Larry earlier, what he does, he's got to live with it. Eventually, shit will catch up with him, and then he has to deal with it. So that's on him. Kind of like I said, it gets boring, and you're never going to get the truth. Oh, geez, here we go. Fists are out now. Yeah, well, I like what you said, 47. I think I can agree totally with that. Lefty. There's a subject on its own, isn't it? It's all the Spanish fault for making most Filipinos Roman Catholic. Well, can you blame the Catholics for making all Spanish, making Spanish mostly Catholic? And hey, what are you punching me for? Punch Junior. He's the one looking for a fight, not me. Jesus. But even if they didn't, Lefty, if they didn't have the Catholic, the Roman Catholic issues, I think education and financially, you're still going to have the birth control problem. Just my opinion from what I've seen over there. I don't profess to be a fucking expert on their culture and their lives, but it does seem that education and finances seem to be a drawback in all of that as well. What did you think of me? I started watching. If you're talking about the My Philippines Interest one, I haven't only halfway through it. Fake, I don't know. I'm not even sure who the person is that's talking on the video that Frank's put up. But I'll have to look it over. I mean, I think I don't take anything that Frank says as gospel anyway. And yeah, again, Lefty, that becomes geez, again, comes down to the country's finances. They don't have a very good social welfare system, and even if they could catch up with them, Lefty, a lot of them have got no money to pay anything anyway. So even if they could chase them up, I'm not so sure they would get anything out of them anyway. Kind of a vicious circle. Do you pay for something that's going to get you nothing in return? Just chasing them up ain't going to be able to help if they got nothing to give. Also, I think it's probably an education thing, a cultural thing. Don't I know it? Don't I know it? Way too much bias in the civil courts or in the family courts. But going back to what Lefty's saying, you could go after the deadbeat fathers in the Philippines, but what's the point when they've got nothing? These are guys who are probably out of work, got nothing. You're not going to get anything from them. Well, it's the same in most first world countries. Although you're always going to get somebody that fucking, they may not always run, but if they got nothing, you can't get nothing from them. You can't get blood from a stone. So I hear what you're saying. I just don't. I don't think it would do the Philippines any good to have an organisation that chased up deadbeat fathers, because those fathers, what are you going to do? You can find them, but they ain't going to be able to get any money out of them for their kids. 47, he was talking. Lefty's in Canada, mate. He's a Canadian. Lost. You finished sexting with your wife, mate? Had your booty call?
Whoop, there we go. Kept double clicking the button there. Yeah, thanks. Can you hear her when she calls, or do you just hear me?
Mate. No, only hear you.
Oh, okay. That's curious how that works.
No,
it's kind of a pain in the ass. I'm trying to talk to her, and all I hear is you or whoever else in the background. I'm like, damn it, I can't hear my wife. I got to back out of the thing.
Well, Crystal's telling me to mute you so we don't listen, and I'm like, no, I want to hear him in case he starts sorry, brother. I did say that eventually I would have cut the call if it got a bit. No,
I wouldn't, because I can still hear you guys, so I know more. I wasn't sure. For sure, I knew you could hear me. I just wasn't sure if you could actually hear her or not.
I mean, it would do great for my views, mate. Fun.
We have everybody leave, or we're the only ones on the panel at the moment?
Yeah. I've been having a really good talk with RC, Conk for short. He's got some interesting things to say about religion, and he thinks
RC Dre?
No, it's this one's RC Concanapa. He said just call him Conk.
Oh, okay. What up, Conk?
He seems to have a kind of the same kind of views as we do, I guess. Well, pretty practical sort of guy.
Birds of a feather.
What's this? Interesting that it's the woman's choice whether or not to have the child, and if she does, the child is the man's responsibility to pay the expenses for the child. Well, yeah, I guess that's really walking on thin ice, because at what point do we say that what a woman can and can't do with her body? I mean, kind of.
Man, that's a subject I don't like to talk about. The whole abortion thing.
Oh yeah. It opens
Because
up.
I got to be honest, I still don't know where I overall stand on it. And my views have changed on it just throughout the years.
Well, my stand is this: is when it comes to abortion. I mean, there's so many reasons why you can have abortions, and some of them are very practical and make sense. Especially if you have a woman who's raped, or you know you're going to have a child that's severely disabled, or say if you're carrying a gene that will, create havoc for that poor kid. I can understand there's reasons for it, and also there's that, who are we to tell anybody what to do with their body? But I guess on the other side of things is, if a woman gets pregnant and the guy says, well, I don't want you to have the child, I guess there needs to be some sort of fucking caveat that says, well, okay, the guy wants no responsibility. If you continue to have the child, maybe then you're fully responsible for it. But it's so fucking fraught with dangers, this conversation. And
Yeah, no.
It's one of those fences I would jump, constantly. There's no middle ground with it.
Yeah, there don't seem to be, and there's no. I guess there needs to be something where it clearly states, because I guess the main problem, or the way I understand the main problem, is like, if you're going to have an abortion, is it a child already, or is it just considered some kind of fetus thing? And that's, from the day in conception to the day the kid is born, we need to decide kind of like, when is it life, when is it not life? I guess that would probably maybe solve a lot of it if we determine that, possibly.
Well, that's the problem we have with that at the moment, Losh, is that there's those extremists who will say from the point of conception that it's life. Now, I'm not so sure that's the truth of it, but it's probably a good argument you could put forward for that.
Yeah, so that's one of the issues. Is like, I guess, when does life truly begin? I guess if you solve that, but I hate the argument that comes, at least from the more leftist feminine women, is like, I should be able to have sex, but yet do with my body as I please. So I mean, there's no other sex is, even though it's pleasurable and you can do it and not produce a child from it, but there's no other acts that will produce a child outside of sex. So there's got to be a risk. You have to accept. Well, risk is maybe not the right term, but I'm going to use risk here. You have to accept the risk. If you have sex, then there's possible chance of pregnancy.
Well, I mean, in this day and age with contraceptives, you got to question things. But at what point do we say, hang on, this girl got pregnant, she told the guy she was on contraceptives and she wasn't. At what point do we say, well, hang on, the guy's no longer responsible? Do we always lump?
No, well, I would say if two people, like I said, I don't have a definitive on any of this. Just right now, I would say if two people engage in a sexual activity, then you should be aware that maybe the chance is slim, but there's still the chance that you would have a child. And I believe when you say yes to the act, you were also saying yes to the possibility of bearing a child.
Yeah, but
And now I know that is one of the major issues with all of it. But to me, you know, I've really tried to look at this, and I've really tried to come up with, you know, some way where I stand on it. And I don't. And I've changed my mind a bunch of different times. I definitely changed my mind after I had a kid.
yeah, of course. And I agree with you. And I'll just read what he said here. Lost. Abortion shouldn't be a method of birth control, in my view.
Yes. Yeah. When
That's
you're just going
completely
it.
agree.
Yeah. When you just go down there to just, oh, well, you know, I don't want to have no responsibility. I'm just going to have an abortion because, you know, you're, you know, whatever. I mean, I don't know the term to use, but, you know, yeah, it definitely, I totally 100% agree with that. But I've also been on the stance before. It's like, is abortion better than flooding, like, well, at least in the USA, with more debt and the government taking care of children and whatnot too? Is, you know, is abortion better than the child coming into life and being a detriment to society? I mean, you know, also look at it like that. There's so many different things with this. It's so, you know, it's the facet of just all the different possibilities you could go with this. And I'm talking about taking religion out of it. It's still such a difficult thing to come to one particular, you know, stance on.
I'm just going to read here what 47 says. But the good thing, Thunder, is you were taught religion. You, uh, where now you have the choice to make. The sad thing, kids nowadays aren't even being taught. You know,
Are kids not being, you know, is that well, you know, I don't know.
I've got
I
a
would
theory on this one. I think
go ahead.
I don't mind them being taught religion. I think they need to be older. I don't think primary school children. I think for kids to make a decision on this, I think, and it should be their decision, not anything thrown at them and forced on them. I think they should make their own decision, and I think they need to be taught at an age where they can understand exactly what it all means. So I'm not against them being taught it. I just don't think you can throw it down their throat at a real young age. 47. Your view, Lost?
I would totally agree with that. Now, obviously, you learn. I would say probably the majority of the world learns their religion through their parents. So whatever their parents happen to be is probably what religion you'll learn. It's not like parents are, well, they're small cases, because I could tell you right now, I'm trying to teach my kid. She's learning about Christianity and Buddhism at the moment. You know, I kind of let her know there's different things that people believe, but, you know, she's 6. You know, she's not grasping any of it, but, you know, just telling her kind of the stories. But the thing I hate, at least here in the States, is you know, obviously it's mostly Christians. They want like Christianity and prayer in school like that. And I was like, well, if you want it, then you have to open the floodgates for all the different religions. But they don't want all the different religions. They just want their own. So that's why I believe, first of all, religion needs to stay out of the school. Should be just education.
I can't disagree with that. And like
So
I said,
are
I think
children not being taught? I would say this: if our children are not being taught at a young age about religion, I almost feel compelled to say that's a good thing.
I don't think it's bad. I just think they need to be old enough to understand the decisions they're making and understand what they're being told.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here, give me a minute. I'm gonna go silent for like 5.
Yeah, no worries, mate. You know, Conklin, I think that's true. You know, we are responsible for our kids, and morals and values should be taught by parents. Where do we draw the line, though? Like, I know Ross was just saying about, you know, he teaches his kids, I guess, because his wife's Catholic and he's Buddhist, so she's getting a lesson in both. Do we leave this to the parents? Do we leave it to the schools? I just think.
Well, I would say I definitely don't want the state involved. I'll say that much.
I think there is a good point right there, because if you do, what you're allowing then is them to throw whatever religion they want at the kids. I mean, your daughter's kind of in a lucky position where she's getting probably to, well, at least one very mainstream religion, and one is sort of kind of religious and philosophy based. But my argument would be, and I guess you're seeing it yourself, is at 6 years old, what does she really understand?
Endless excitement, endless fun, endless variety, fun all around. Welcome to
I'm not
Slowmania.
so sure a 6-year-old really understands.
Epic wins. Big wins.
I mean, they probably like the stories, the Bible stories to go with it. I'm not so sure they understand the principles behind it. And
Download it. Play now.
coffee's you can live with coffee, Andy. You can get away with that, mate. I'd rather hear that you're drinking coffee than anything else, mate. So good on you, mate. You keep going. It's good to see you still around too, Andy. Actually, Ed should be on his way over there, mate. Fucking, you make sure you catch up with the old fella. I'm sure he'll fucking give you a couple of lectures. Yeah, Conklin, I really, my father was Catholic, but not really practicing. My mother called herself a Bush Baptist. In other words, she was nothing. She didn't really have any beliefs as such. But they sent me to a Catholic school. So my education in religion really came from the school I went to, being a religious school, being a Catholic school. I guess seeing family members, for me, I seen, one side of my father's family that were right into the religion part of things. Follow their parents' views, I guess. Me, I guess lucky because even though Dad was Catholic, he wasn't really practicing, and Mum just really didn't have a religion. So I guess the choice was left up to me. Good on you, Andy. Make sure, do us a favour, Andy. Take it out for a hoagie, mate. Sick of hearing him talk about missing his hoagies. Take him out for coffee and a hoagie. So yeah, it should be. I'm not sure when he's due there, but it should be pretty close to fucking being there. So guys, just getting a message. I have to download this game too that Andy and Gunnar are playing. See, Andy was quite excited coming in here and talk about sinking a ship. So, I have to get in there with those guys and have a run at it. It'll be good fun. She got lost, is busy working, or oh no, she just dropped out. I thought he might have been using his power tools or something. Oh my God! Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We got a special guest, so get ready for it. Listen for it.
Crikey!
How you doing, buddy?
How you going, mate?
Yeah, good. Yourself?
Tired.
Oh, geez.
Tired. I just woke up. My heels are in so much pain, so taking some medication. I thought I'd jump on, see who's on.
Yeah, well, I woke up during the evening, so yeah, decided I had a couple of days off, I guess, and was even thinking about taking even more time off, but just thought, I'll just get back on and see how everyone's doing. And 4 p.m. in the home of the Steelers. Happy go Steelers! It's 5:31 a.m. here in South Australia, where Magic and I are. Loss was just here, but he just dropped out. So I'm guessing.
Is that normal?
Yeah, if he changes like his.
Oh, here's RC.
Yeah,
Steve's in the chat. And Crystal and Happy and Evil Andy.
Yeah, all the good guys.
Yeah, all the good guys and girls.
Yeah, we've been having a good chat. Conklin seems to have. I like his views on things.
He's a very smart man, so watch out.
Well,
very smart.
He seems to have a lot of. We share a lot of the same ideas, so
that's good. I thought so because I suggested he'd come on after that Simple Joy's argument. I said I told him about it, and see, instead of taking it, I don't know, taking it personally or a different level or taking it the wrong way, we embrace it.
I found that he's quite approachable. We've been, like I said, talking about a couple of different things that we seem to have generally the same sort of views on. So, yeah.
Well, it comes down to
he's a great contributor in the chat box.
He is, and he is wherever he is, even just one-on-one. He's just down to earth. He doesn't play the I'm better than you game. And that's what I like.
Yeah. No, it's hang on, guys, I'm just getting messages from a sexy Californian girl.
Don't let Crystal tell you let you hear you say that. oh, sorry, it's the same girl.
My only girl, mate.
That's good. Gee, all this nice stuff I'm saying about RC, he'll blush. He's telling me to wake up, Manic. Maybe I'm delirious. Sorry.
You know what, Conklin and I was that happened.
Hey, Manic, what's happening?
How you going, Lost?
Oh, good.
That happened to me when my marriage fell apart, Conklin. I found myself living in my car for a few weeks. I tell you what, it's more than humbling, going from having everything to. And you know, this is the weird thing. I had money at the time, and you know, I never once in that time thought about just getting a hotel room and staying in a hotel, which I did eventually. But at the time you're just so fucking
Oh, excuse
you're lost and you just it fucking messes you up. That's for sure.
Yeah,
No, Eva, Andy, I don't want to get sexy messages from you, mate.
and living, sometimes one needs to get homeless to get a bit more wisdom.
Well, that's what Conk just said. He said being homeless for a bit will humble you the shit out of you fast.
And like when I say that in our tongue-in-cheek way, because I've been homeless. I've and a lot of other people have too, and they seem to bear that little bit of wisdom.
I tell you what, it's like having the carpet pulled from under your feet, mate.
Oh,
You
never take tomorrow for granted.
you don't. How can I put this? Your train of thought just fucking goes through the window. You don't. There's no logic to how you act at the time, and yeah, I wouldn't wish it on anyone though, Magic.
See, I was when I was working for the towing company, and I was doing roadside assist. The roadside assist company, because the guy that owned it, he was always, he wanted to take his cake and eat it too, and he's always getting other people to fund different areas, and where he was spending on trucks and he was trying to make his other path grow so much, the roadside assistants was the ones that were paying me. So once they left camp and moved on in their separate ways, my wages was no longer available. So he wanted to retrench me at Christmas time this particular year, 9 years ago, nearly to the day on my birthday, mind you, this is. Christmas time, he wanted to retrench me. But he retrenched 3 women staff that was doing roadside. And he left me on with the truck driving side of it. But then all of a sudden, he no longer could keep me. So it happened to be just timing. My birthday on August the 25th, he decided to sack me altogether. He just had no longer a position for me and wanted me to move on. So instead of other people getting sorrows, yes, I did get pissed off and all the rest of it, but I did a different method. I gave up smoking, I gave up drinking, I gave up any gambling at that time. And sometimes you just got to make snap decisions that welfare of the welfare. And luckily I was smart enough to do that, because that was the best thing I could ever do, because I knew if I didn't, one, for my health as well as my pocket, I would have been in a position where I wouldn't have been able to make sensible decisions, because I knew I wouldn't have been able to afford to live. And that sometimes you got to make these decisions instead of wallowing in one's sorrow.
Yeah. And I'll tell you what, though, it happens. It's very easy to happen. And I'll tell you what, once you get to that position, it's not so easy to pull yourself out, Magic.
Oh, for sure. But I recognize that period of time of my life, I was actually soaring the wave a lot stronger. I didn't have any problems, even though that the guy that I was living with at the time as a housemate, he was ripping me off and stealing from me and all the rest of it. So I had all these other dramas too. So I had to work around that.
That's fucked up.
It was really fucked up. He's taking advantage that I was in a position where anything I did have, he was trying to destroy under my feet as well. So I had nowhere else to go as well. So I ended up, that's how I moved up to Waikerie at the time, because a mate that was working on the oil fields or the gas fields, he had a divorce. It was all timing with bad things. And so he says, move in, because I'll be away for quite some time. And it was saved him having a bit of company, because, getting a bit down, breaking up with his missus, and he says, "Oh, every third week, the kids would be up for the weekend." He says that's not an issue, plenty of room, and so life sort of changed dramatically there too.
Yeah, I just understand. I was just reading the chat here. Conkin, I imagine it's like when you hit rock bottom. It's I don't know what it is, but it seems that everything hits you at the same time. You know, it's not one thing. It's like a whole.
Yeah, I ended up doing eventually getting on to some contract bar work, so that was handy. But that wasn't because homeless wasn't an issue for me then. It was I've been homeless before in other circumstances. A lot tougher when I was younger. But when you're a worker and whatnot, you soon move on because you always find something to put some food on the table.
Yeah, I
Pay a bit of rent.
never experienced anything like that until marriage broke up. Never. And I think the worst thing for me at the time was a couple of years earlier, I'd lost my mum and dad within 6 months of each other, and one of my brothers all within 6 months. So I didn't have a lot to fall back on.
Hey, you didn't want your divorce, did you? Was it your wife's decision or?
Oh yeah, mate. Yeah, I was fucking got thrown out of my own fucking home.
Okay. Yeah, I guess it's different. Maybe if you're, well, I don't know. There's probably a lot of different circumstances with it. I would say,
There
of
always
course,
is there.
yeah, this is of course my first marriage, but just the two women I've lived with prior to when it came time to split, I just got the hell out of there. Like, you can have everything. Like, it's just stuff. I can get more stuff. I just don't want you in my life anymore.
Yeah, but lost. You can remember I was with mine for over 30 years.
Yeah.
I had cars sold from underneath me, and
actually, one of my buddy was asking me, like, what would you do if your wife divorced you and if you get a bunch of stuff or whatever? It was like, and I'm still in my mindset. It's just stuff. She can have it.
You just got to work with it though.
Yeah, she can have
I'll tell
it.
you what. And we brought this up earlier about the civil courts where it's so biased against men. But I'll tell you what, I thought at the time I was going to do the right thing, but I'll tell you what, I fell on my ass with that fucking going in with that attitude. I'll tell you what, because and this was something Joey told me, a long time ago when I first started talking to Joey, is that you really don't know a woman until you divorce her, and that's true. And in my case, it was worse because mine had a mental disease. It was called multiple sclerosis, MS, where it actually changes their personality. So suddenly the person that you've been with for fucking all this time is someone you don't recognize anymore.
How you going, Paul?
I've seen the worst side of things, and I guess there is a light at the end of the tunnel. But fuck, I tell you what, mate, it's a long tunnel.
A lot of darkness, huh?
This is the thing, Lost. The guys that helped me out the most, the guys who really fucking had my back, were the guys who probably were part of outlaw motorcycle clubs. The guys that I'd grown up with and spent a lot of time with, they were the guys who fucking didn't leave me there fucking sitting on the side of the road, so to speak. They were the ones who fucking really came to my fucking aid when I really needed it,
Yeah, I'll say I'm lucky in those regards. I got probably like 3 just super awesome friends who would take me in a second. So
yeah, I'll tell you what.
Hopefully it won't ever come.
Yeah, I hear you. But people like that, people I met in later in my life were probably the ones that left me to fucking didn't want nothing to do with you at that time, and it was actually my older friends who were there for me, and I'll never forget that.
See, RC just brought up about 24 years, didn't want a divorce, didn't want to leave kids and break up with family, and so it's been a long road. It can change your journey dramatically in different circumstances when kids are involved. See, when I broke up with my missus and I went to the lawyer and whatnot with the farm and all the rest of it, I didn't have the kids that was involved, and her only child was already growing up and making a family, so it was easier for me in that way. But when you got kids, it's sort of like puts your motivation in a different light, or if the family don't want you to have anything with your children, and that can be tough too. So it's all different circumstances for different people.
And it puts you on the back foot, Magic, because if they're kids and they're under 18,
that's right.
You will be a second-class citizen in the eyes of the courts, mate. The law will fucking screw you over.
See, I had a female lawyer, and she sort of just smiled at me and says, "What do you want to do?" Like sometimes it's better off just walking away in some circumstances.
But that's where the uneven. This is where it's wrong.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking wrong, man. And they talk about this violence against women. To me, I'm going to call bullshit on that, because I tell you what, there's just as much violence against men, but just never.
Agree.
It doesn't get reported. The police don't take it seriously. And when you look at divorces, the rate of men that commit suicide is fucking ridiculous, and nobody talks about it. Nobody. It's totally ignored, Magic.
Yep, I know. I've seen a lot of it before in different circumstances, and it's cruel.
It is. Yeah, that's the best way to put it. Yeah, cruel is. Yeah, very, very well put. It is cruel. I guess that you could have a fucking whole 24-hour show on that shit. That's for sure.
For sure.
And I'll tell you what, the other thing I found too is when you get put in that position, like if it was a woman, there's so many different organizations that you can go to that will help you. But if you're a man, there's fuck all, mate. Fuck all. The lifeline for men out there is it's just not really there. It's a shame. I believe that, Conk. I definitely can believe that. But that doesn't get talked about, does it? No, you don't get the shelter from men for the violence.
It unfortunately though, I don't like devil's advocates or anything like that, right? Pretty much, because sometimes a lot of people don't know how to play it properly. Is the situation sometimes that's generation creates that too, where a man won't report it, or a man is in a situation where they don't want to be the soft cock and feel like the victim and all the rest of it.
As much as that's true, Magic.
Yes,
there's also a problem with the policing of it, because the police don't want to do nothing about it. They won't take you seriously.
Yep.
They'll
exactly. So it's stacked up against you. What I'm trying to say. Yeah,
definitely, I agree.
So inner emotions and feelings and not reputation. That's not a word, but generations of feeling made to feel that way, not to report stuff like that. It's slowly better, but in a lot of places it's not.
I don't think it is better, and Conk, I think you're right.
Some ways,
that attitude. There is that attitude of men suck it up, and
suck it up. That's it. That's exactly right.
And it's dead wrong. There's there's some serious flaws in the system at the moment. I think I'm not against feminism to the degree some people are, but I think feminism has caused more fucking issues than it's solved problems myself.
Yeah.
That's just my own personal view. I'm not trying to, I don't think I have any extremes views. I try to look at things from both sides.
Yeah, not like these Buddhist monks.
The
Extremist.
extreme. I've got to talk to you. Fucking Andy's waiting to catch up with you, buddy. You're in trouble, mate. You're in the shit.
I know. I don't
You're
even know
in the
what
shit.
I'm doing.
Because he started that stream up and you never turned up. So at the moment, he's actually playing World of Warships with Gunner.
Oh, that's good. They'll keep him amused.
He came on just before, and he was quite happy. He just sold his, sunk his first ship, so he's fucking happy as well.
Oh, that's good. It's just that I can't remember exactly what the situation. I'm on so much demand. Like I wanted to go on a friend's live stream the other day. I couldn't because, and he was really wanting me to do so, and it's just that that May that is helping me with my channel. He's only got so many hours between his family and at work, so he's pestered me for days to sort some shit out on my system, and then and he wanted me to do a live stream the other morning after 24 hours with no sleep. I said I just can't do it, and so I ended up letting him down too. And so I said, I just got to get some sleep. I am absolutely knackered. And some people just don't realize that manic magic doesn't always, I've got to get sleep too eventually.
Oh, well, I'm sure Andy will give you a mouthful, mate. So
I'm sure he will. And
get ready for it.
he can deal with it. I mean, sometimes,
Conk,
shit happens.
I'm going to disagree with you, Conk.
What? Really? What's happened now?
Well, you just said still for a great many women getting a man is a financial plan. I don't think that's the truth. I don't think you could say, there'd be some women there that look at it that way, Conk, but I wouldn't say a great many women.
Oh,
I definitely wouldn't generalize it.
no, but I can see there's some substance in what he's saying.
Well,
Yeah, I mean, obviously, one of the things a woman looks for in a man is some kind of stability, and
Stability. And
of course, that's financially, as long as mental. But I mean, there's definitely something there.
I'm not so sure it's a great many women look for the financial.
No, I wouldn't say a great many, but it's probably more apparent in developing nations versus first world nations.
I'll tell you what.
But it still goes on in First Nations as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's just it's not as apparent. It's not like the poor village girl trying to find a city guy or something to that nature. It's just not
Steve,
as in your face, I guess.
Steve agrees pretty much with Coghlan too. You see.
Yeah, look, Steve, it's not rare. I'm not saying it's rare, but I'm not sure you'd say a great many.
Right.
Gee, Conk, that's a vote. No, I couldn't agree.
I love Coghlan's idea where if someone challenges him, he'll come up with like a bit of humour. Yeah, well, 49.7 of women then.
His numbers have gone down to 32.5 now, so he's getting better.
Oh,
Hey, how you doing, Roberto? Yeah, still on, mate.
Roberto.
I wouldn't like to put a percentage on it, but I'm not going to disagree that it happens. I think I'll tell you what does happen, Conk, and yourself and myself have probably been victims of this, is that when we've gone through the shit that we've gone through, we tend to get a negative attitude towards it. I know for a couple of years after, mate, I was full of fucking anger and fucking, like, gritted teeth and fists, fucking like, oh, I was just fucked, and I think,
Because you're an angry man.
yeah, well, but you do get over it and you start.
But then you found lady boys and your life has been better.
Lady boys.
Oh, you better be careful, Chris. You hear that, Chris? He's referring to you. You'll fucking end up with a
No.
when you're back texting.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Crystal don't know about your lady boy.
Hey, that's
thing.
right. He's not saying that Crystal's a lady boy. He's saying that you do choose
Fuck, mate, that's gutsy saying that. You fucking nuts, lost. I fucking right.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. That Mexican girl. I hope you can duck.
I'm married to a Latina, remember?
Yeah, I can imagine, Lost. They can be very feisty, can't they?
Oh, Steve, I see you got a bad attitude. I mean, I can understand where guys can think that, but
I'm going to add them up and you'll get there. We'll both get there. That's funny.
well, yeah, add up both the figures. But
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not so sure. I mean, it's easy to be a little bit extreme when you've gone through some of this shit, and
Well, you can appreciate that, can't you?
well, yeah, and you know what happens,
And
mate?
wonder why one gets bitter and makes statistics a little bit high.
Well, you tend to talk to people that have been in the same boat as you, and so I guess that sort of clouds your judgment a little bit on.
It's not so much clouding one's judgment. Sometimes you can sympathise on another person's judgment in that way.
Well, you understand it.
Yes, that's what I'm
Understand.
saying.
Yeah, you definitely do. You're being an instigator. Oh, well, that's cool, Steve. But that's all well and good.
Well, as long as the rest of your life is not going to be bitter by the situation, where you just be like a woman hater or, whatever, and telling guys don't ever get married, that kind of stuff. I mean, there's ways to handle it, I guess.
Well, what happens is, and I've seen guys with that attitude that have never even been married, and to be honest with you, even though after what I've been through, fucking marriage is not that bad. It's just fucking, the years I was married, I was pretty happy. I didn't have any, I can't say there's fucking negatives. I mean, the positive is I had a son, which fucking, is probably the greatest gift that you can get. It just was fucking fucked up the way it ended, but I'm kind of lucky and unlucky in some ways. Unlucky in that because of the amount of time together, you lose a lot. Lucky in that, some people might go 10 years or less and, break up and
Nothing is forever.
See, the best thing one can ever is that both parties can move on pretty much in some cases, and they're the lucky ones.
Well, what I think is the lucky ones are those that can fucking walk away being fair about things.
Civil.
And civil and not trying to screw the other person over. Unfortunately, that's where the bad attitude's coming from, and where mine came from. It's just like I said, if I had the opportunity, I'd happily run over my ex with a bus and reverse over it and make sure I did the job properly. Yeah, and that's kind of a nasty thought, but I won't take it back. That's how I feel.
No, I get it. I mean, I've never had an ex-wife, but I've had ex-girlfriends. I would like to have done that too.
I hear you, buddy. Yeah, happy. Look, you know what? Lots of people go through that where, after you finish with and you have your ex and the shit you go through, you think, fuck this, it's not a good idea, don't do this. But yeah, meeting someone else is, it can change everything, definitely. Yeah, well, Steve, don't get me wrong. I know that women can be nasty. And the thing I don't like, Steve, is I don't have to march, mate, because fucking governments already fucking will help any woman screw a man over. That's how I see it. That's one thing I won't get over. There is no fucking level playing field with men and women when it comes to breaking up. I don't care what anyone says. It's definitely not a level playing field. You only got to talk to a few guys that have been through it to know that fucking, as far as civil courts, family courts go, you will get fucked over. And if you got kids, you'll get fucked over even more.
That's what I was saying about kids.
Yeah.
Because that makes a different kettle of fish. Different animal to your circumstances.
Yeah, that's what I would. I hope I don't ever get divorced, but if I do, that would be. I just want to everything be kosher with
You'd hope so, Lost, and that's when if you get it too mature adults who can fucking walk away and still be friends. Well, you don't even have to be friends, but at least be civil.
But it's not rare for some to turn out being friends.
That's right. But the thing is, a lot of women will use children against you.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
well, I've seen guys even do it too.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus, happy. Yes, a bit rough. Yeah, they do turn into Satan. I hear you.
Yeah, that would be my only really concern with anything like I don't care about stuff, to be honest. I could probably leave with a suitcase and not worry about things, but would worry about a kid obviously more than anything.
Well, hang on, see, Lost, you're not in the same boat. Now, let me tell you why. Because in my case, I had things from when my father died that he passed on to me. That wouldn't be returned. That wasn't returned to me. Those things, mate. I tell you what, they
really, like heirloom type of things. Or,
that would. If you were in that position,
that would probably piss me off. Yeah, I would agree with that. But I was more so referring to she's taking those kind of things. That is checked up. I was more so, your bed, your couch, furniture, just the shit in the house. You know what I mean?
Well, I lost all that shit, and then some of the stuff my father left to me as well. Which.
Yeah, no, that kind of stuff I would. The heirloom type thing, stuff from my family, those kind of things. I would want to keep those. But the couch, the TV, that kind of shit, whatever.
Whatever. That's what my lawyer said. Whatever. But thing is, I could only take so much with me. You can only take so much in a shopping trolley, basically, just as a metaphor, and drag your shit around. So I left all my building stuff, everything.
Yeah, Conkin, that's good to hear, man. I'm happy for you, mate. Well done. She wouldn't bring my son to see me. It was only when my son got his license and got his first car that he drove around to see me straight away. So that was a big day for me, seeing my son. And I hadn't seen him for a couple of years, so.
No, yeah, I'd imagine.
But yeah, when he got his license and car and drove around to see me, I was like, over the moon. It's hard to express how that feels. Steve, that's not unusual. That does happen, mate. But I don't want to get this to become a woman bashing because
let's bash them.
There's some good women out there. You just
of course.
I think Yeah, lost.
It's just
I'll give you-
experience.
See, I was with mine from a real young age. Lost, you probably one of the guys who were probably a little bit. I don't know whether it was just the circumstances for you or not, but you were lucky in that yours happened later in life. So you kind of your decision making process was probably a lot better than say someone in their early 20s. You know.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, yeah, I was 40 before I got married, so
Yeah.
And I mean, the only bad thing I see in that, I mean, there's lots of pros to it. The only bad thing is having children at a late age. But I mean, I was.
Well, I think that's more for women because I mean it can be negative in men too, but more so for women because of obviously they're the ones who have to bear the child, from those aspects. But obviously I've pondered this and looked back on it. I'm glad it did happen later in life for me. And like I said before, not that I would have been a bad dad by any stretch of the imagination. It's just my life experiences I have now and everything that's transpired in my life just makes me that much better of one.
I don't think it's. I think what it is you probably have a better appreciation for things now at your age. I think you. I mean, I think you're probably more responsible at it. Like saying
Yeah,
at
definitely
19, 20. But I think
more responsible. I'm also a little more secure, say, with my job and financially, where I can have the extra time needed to, spend with the kid versus having to do the double shift because I'm working. I haven't, established myself yet when you're younger, where you have to work and support that family when it's taking time away from your family, because of work.
Hey, how you doing, Captain Spaulding?
Not that don't still happen occasionally, but I don't happen. It wouldn't happen near as much as when I was younger, for sure.
I agree, Captain. We all make mistakes at some point.
Yeah.
That's just natural. You're not going to avoid that. That's just fucking part of life, I guess.
And one has to admit
you guys
that
aren't
leading
perfect.
up, and one has to admit leading up to that, where we would have made our mistakes too, which would have resulted in these situations.
I guess it comes down to how you handle it. I guess my advice to anybody is fucking that goes through this shit is don't let it cloud your judgment. Don't let it.
Don't get married. Don't do it.
No, don't let it affect who you are. Don't let it change who you are.
Yeah, don't change yourself for the marriage.
And even if you go through the bad shit, don't let it change you. Learn from it. Because you can, sadly, you can become very bitter. I admit, definitely admit myself that, there was a time when I was really bitter and angry about it all. Well, yeah, can't make better choices. The problem is, sometimes it's hard to make a choice or make a better choice. Shit can happen. Shit can happen.
Sorry, Mark. Go on.
Well, when you got two, when you're talking about two people, you think you'd be making a good choice, but you don't. Like I said, you don't really. It's kind of funny and hard at the same time that you don't really know a person or know a woman until you divorce her. That's the killer.
And don't beat yourself up that hard that you think you have to change yourself completely. Make slow changes if there's anything that you need to do. Some think go through different ways of thinking.
Jesus, Popeye. You know what? Quit crying in your milk. The best way to get over someone is to get under someone new. Do you know, I 6 months after all that shit, I went through a period of doing that. You know what? And that doesn't help either, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Oh, whoops, we got Paul. Sorry, Paul and Popeye waiting in the fucking.
See, it's
hey, guys.
clouding. It's all this
Hey,
is clouding your judgment, Mark.
Well, 4 years down the track, mate. Fucking. Yeah. So I think I'm over the worst of it.
Yeah,
like I
that's
said,
good.
yeah, it was a long tunnel. Kind of, there is a light at the end of the tunnel for me now. So,
Are you still single, Thunder, then, or?
not really, no, because
No.
Crystal, who's in the chat, mate, is my girl, and she's
Oh, okay. Sorry.
she's coming to Australia pretty soon. So,
Okay.
she's my light at the end of the tunnel, mate.
Mm.
Yeah. Hey, Gun.
Yeah, I think I've only had one terrible relationship, and I've only been married once, and that's the marriage I'm in now.
Oh, well done,
So-
mate.
I had to chuckle on your comment there, Paul. Only one lunatic ex. So we've had them. Some of us have.
Yeah. Well, I'm not going to talk to you about Kate because she was really lunatic.
No. Why I laughed is if you don't laugh, you're going to end up crying and be in that fetal position.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, I've got to just mute for a minute. The dog wants to go outside the bitch.
Yep,
So
go for it.
Mm. Oh, by the way, hello, Popeye.
Hey, how you doing, bro?
Hey, good, thanks. How are you?
Another day in paradise. Go lie down. Go ahead. You'll get fed soon. Don't worry.
Oh, that's a nice talking to me and Paul that way. We're going to get fed soon, Paul.
The thing is, if I lie down, I can't make it to the kitchen. Put me in a
That's right.
dilemma.
Yeah, that's right. It's funny, Popeye.
Do you guys know the difference between a Foster beer and a clitoris?
Come on. Please
Well,
inform us.
A clitoris will only taste like piss for a minute.
That is true. Well, I think the thing is, though, you can't really find Fosters in Australia. There are a few pubs that will sell it, but very few.
Yeah.
And so we have to put it with other piss tasting beers like VB.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not really keen on VB.
Yeah, well, I don't even like Carlton Draft, to be honest. My dad used to love that.
Yeah, it's a good thing that all men are perfect. Ladies don't have their issues. LOL.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any more bedtime stories to tell?
Yeah, we're all perfect, aren't we?
Yes, the perfect path. I tell you,
Like
what.
that song, I'm an
I could-
arsehole. I'm an arsehole.
I could say the number of times I fucked up relationships by doing stupid things.
Dude, if I had a nickel for every relationship I fucked up, I'd be rich.
Mm.
And
Well, you'd always be able to make a phone call long distance somewhere, wouldn't you?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Doc, it is what it is. We're human. We're fallible. We make mistakes. We do stupid shit.
speak for yourself, Popeye.
Yeah.
No,
In my younger, more callow days, I once got dumped by a girl I was seeing when we were on holiday together. That was fun.
Get it? You got dumped on holiday?
On the second day.
On the second day? Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
If you don't mind me asking, what the fuck did you do?
Please share if you can.
Oh, we still had sex. I don't know.
Oh, that's okay. At least there was a gold. Is it silver lining in anyone?
See, now you just blew my theory out of the water. I was going to ask you if you stuck it in the wrong hole or something.
Well, no, but she wasn't very happy with me for a bit because I accidentally, maybe 2 or 3 times, called her by the name of my ex.
Oh, yeah.
You never do that shit.
That's a fucking.
Yeah, I didn't
cardinal
mean
sin.
to do it. I didn't mean to do it. It just came out. They had similar names.
No, that's a big no-no, mate.
Yeah, I know.
Why?
Like I said, I was younger and more callow.
You want me to tell you why you called her by your ex's name?
Because I secretly wanted my lunatic ex. No, I don't think I did. All right, go on.
I'll tell you why. Because you have the same habit that every guy has. Okay, once you get over a girl, get rid of a girl, what do? You go out and pick the same type of girl. Right?
Well, she wasn't though. She was kind of different. She was quite different personality-wise. I think I just,
What about the
Again,
looks,
have it-
though, Paul? What about the looks? Similar looks?
no, not really.
Now, Paul, that's your version. Okay, if you were to actually hand me a photograph of each girl, and I was to meet each girl, I would say, dude, what the fuck is your problem? Right?
Okay, well, all right.
All right.
Maybe
So-
I have a type. I don't know. I go
Because
for lunatics.
when we pick women, us men don't see past our nose. Okay.
Yeah.
And we always go for what we like. All right.
Hmm.
Like for instance, all these guys running off to Philippines, they all got one thing in common. You know what that is, Paul?
They're into young girls who are submissive and have cute asses. I don't know.
Very simple. They all have yellow fever.
Yeah.
Okay. Yellow fever. Okay. It doesn't matter. You could stick a Korean girl, Japanese girl, Filipino girl. They're gonna go for it. All right.
Hmm.
Every time. Every
I,
fucking time.
I tell you where I'm different from those guys is that, I first went into the Thai community and the Philippines. For me, and someone came along when you didn't expect it, which people kept telling me, but it was more talking to that person and kind of having the same goals and thinking the same way. Going to the Philippines, I don't have anything against anyone that does that, but it's also an easy way out, especially if you're a Western guy, because it's very easy to pick up someone over there if you're a Western guy. But I don't think that's going to make for a great relationship always.
Shit, did I piss Paul off?
No, I don't think so. No, he's still there. He just.
Yeah, sorry about that. I accidentally hit the refresh button on my
I
browser.
thought I pissed you off, man. If I piss you off at any time, man, please say
I would
something.
never. You couldn't piss me off. You couldn't piss me off, Popeye. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
You pissed my browser off. It's refreshed.
And I hear what you're saying, Mark. I really do. And I kind of get a chuckle at some of these guys. And I say, go for it. I have nothing against it myself. If that's what you want to do, you do it, man.
Mm-hmm.
More power to you. Okay. I don't think any more or any less of you. I mean, but I got to give you credit, Mark. You reach for the skies. You got a nice American girl, man. All right.
You know what?
Hats off to you, bro.
And I reckon I'm one up on everybody. So.
Hey,
Well, isn't that? Don't we all think that when we're in a relationship that we absolutely love? I mean, everyone thinks, "Oh, I've got the best girl in the world."
Of course,
that's true. But yeah, Paul, I was with a girl for a long time who didn't like to cook, wasn't very good at it. So mostly I did a lot of the cooking and shit like that. These days, with the girl I'm with, she can cook, and cooks the kind of food that I like eating. So there's a bonus there. We also share a lot of common in what we believe should be in a relationship, and I think a lot of guys make that mistake. They just see somebody and fall for the looks, where they may not necessarily have a lot in common with that person.
Yeah, well, that's kind of isn't that the old mistake of our youth? We kind of led too much by our cocks, and then we go with the girls that we really fancy, or the ones that will give us time of day.
Yeah,
even though our relationships with them could be horrible.
Yeah, and you know what? I think, I guess maybe this is my age showing here, but to me, that personality over the looks, and I'm kind of struggling to say this one because I get both, so I'm lucky. But it's more about me and the girl sharing, having the same interests and getting along.
Yeah, same with me. Well, I mean, my wife's gorgeous, but personality. We're at the same age, so we grew up in, we have similar cultural references, so we get along with each other very well.
That's interesting that you bring that up. I'll tell you right now. And what's even funnier, a lot of these guys go overseas. They hook up with these Asian gals, whatever country it may be, just not Philippines, okay? And all of a sudden, what do you got? You actually, in some cases, you got a language barrier. In all cases, you got a cultural barrier, right?
And that's a big one, the cultural barrier, Popeye. That's a real big one.
Yeah. So,
sorry.
So if you got an average goober goes over there, he's got about as much education as the stuffed toy that I just stepped on. Okay.
Not just any stuffed toy, the one that you actually stepped on.
Yeah. Okay.
Are you being cruel to stuffed toys again, Popeye?
That's what I mean.
My little buddy, he leaves them all over the place.
Yeah. Okay.
And dude, you're in for a rough ride. Okay. You're in for a rough ride, and you're gonna be sitting there wondering, well, what happened? And you'll never figure it out. Okay. You'll never figure it out.
Well, I have a friend of mine who I used to be a flatmate with when we were living in London, and she went off and worked in Bangkok in an international school. And she used to tell me about all these guys, these old guys she used to see sitting around the bars. They go on these dates, these young girls, these young Thai girls. I'm talking about old Western guys, and they almost couldn't say a word to each other. She'd be on the phone texting her friends, and he'd be trying to speak to her in very pidgin English, and she was sort of disinterested, really. And they still going together, I presume. But I'm just thinking, what a horrible relationship that is.
Paul, how many times have I seen on these vlogs and that some guy with a girl in the Philippines, and the girl's the whole time pretty well got her face stuck in a phone?
Yeah.
Like, what the hell's with that?
I mean, look, next year I'm going to be 60. Okay.
Yeah.
I got gray hair. I'm semi-retired. Okay.
I've got no hair. You're doing better than me.
I think I'd rather have no hair than gray hair, to tell you the truth. Although the gals at Bingo say it looks lovely, it's beautiful, yeah, whatever.
Popeye,
so, yeah,
I've seen a study done in the US where women prefer bald men.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, and so
a lot of women seem to like Patrick Stewart.
So if I go over to Thailand and I start picking out these 20, 22-year-old girls, the only thing I'm going to have really in common with them is slot A fits into slot B. That's it. And not going to get anywhere with them. What can I promise her? What can I do for her? I can give her some money in the short term before fucking the Grim Reaper takes me. You know what I mean? But why have children at that age? What's it going to do for you? Your kid will be dead before you before he or she graduates.
It depends on them. We are living longer, and I tell you what, there's nothing I mean, some guys will say, you know, younger woman makes you feel younger, but I tell you what, children make you feel younger.
You know, I'll tell you something sad that happened one time. And I come home on leave, and this was when I was in my 30s. And I took my daughter and I said, "Hey, let's go to WikiWatchy." And she said, "Dad, can I bring my friend?" I said, "Sure. Who's your friend?" And she lived down the street. I said, "Okay." So we went to pick her friend up because my daughter gave her a call. And she come out of the house and her father come out of the house. And I didn't know it was her father. Okay. And I said, "Hey, tell your grandpa I'll take good care of you." And she looked at me and she goes, "That's not my grandpa, that's my father." Right?
Oh,
Her dad is 65 years old. Right?
Popeye, that's as bad as calling your wife by another name.
Yeah. And I'm
yeah, I
like,
feel suddenly better all of a sudden.
I'm like, "I'm sorry, kid. I didn't, and she says, "Don't worry, I get that all the time."
Yeah.
And I said, "No, I'm really sorry." But I treated that kid good for the day. I gave her anything she wanted. She was happy. We all went swimming at WikiWatchy, diving off the deep end, riding the slides, had nice meal, some desserts, And when I came back, I looked like a fucking palmy bastard because I'm so white. And her mother said to me, "Oh, you look like a lobster."
Steve, some things are stupid. That's just fucking plain dumb, man. Fucking, you're lucky you didn't get belted if you did do that. He just said that's like asking a woman who is not pregnant when is the baby due.
Oh, yeah, Jesus. You ever see some fat chicks? They kind of look like they're permanently pregnant, But it is what it is, And that's why I never say to any chick, "When's it due?" I just wait for them to bring it up. Wait for the woman to talk first. That's your best bet, man.
I think we really do put too much fucking emphasis on how women look, and I think how a girl looks is nothing. It's
You know what the qualities are that I look for?
well, a good relationship shouldn't be reliant on how a girl looks, Popeye.
Mm-hmm. This is what I look for. Number one, can you make a decent pot of coffee? Okay. If you can make a decent pot of coffee, you've got half the battle done with me. Okay. Number two, can you shag properly? Okay.
Oh, that's a big one, yeah.
If you're not a dead fish in the bedroom, boom.
A bag of ice.
Yeah, yeah, bag ice.
We've seen them before.
Yeah. I mean, I really hate it.
Hello again. Sorry.
I really hate it when the chick sits there and just sweats. Okay.
Guys, I'm gonna
in the middle of July.
Yeah.
I don't. I suppose I don't get it with guys who want to sleep with virgins. I mean, I couldn't think of anything worse. I've done it once actually, with a girl who just has no idea about sex. I just don't see the fun.
Yeah, I'm not into teaching. Okay.
A baby on the hips usually a good thing.
Guys,
Sometimes.
I've got to leave you for 10 minutes because I'm going to go up and get myself a coffee and something to eat.
Isn't that normal?
No problem. See you.
I'm going to go up and get a coffee and a couple of toasted sandwiches, I think.
And
You're going to go wanker.
Then the final quality that I really look for.
That's what he puts in his coffee. What can I say? Creamy.
Popeye, control these sick bastards, will you?
I'm trying. So the final quality that I look for can you hold a decent conversation? Okay. Because after the coffee's gone and I roll off you, is there any more to you than that? Okay. Can you hold a decent conversation? All right. And then I look for a certain look in a girl. I like brunettes. Okay. That's my niche.
Your go-to.
If you're a brunette, you're in like Flint with me. If you have blonde hair, I sorry to say, all blonde girls look alike to me. They all look like fucking Barbie. Okay. And then if you're an Asian gal and you got blonde hair, I'm not going near you. Okay. Not even with a 10-foot pole. Not doing it.
Are you going to apologize to all those Asian girls with blonde hair now?
Not at all, man. I mean, that's not my thing.
No,
Not at all.
That's why I said it.
I mean,
I'm sure there are guys with blonde-haired Asian fetishes who are hoovering them up, so it's all right.
I really think those Asian gals with blonde hair should be fucking apologizing to their country. Okay, to tell you the truth. Because to me, when I see a Asian gal that's got blonde hair, and I can tell she's been washing with the papaya soap, bleaching the shit out of that skin. That tells me right then and there that gal wants to be an American, okay, and she's got a problem in the brain housing group.
Isn't that just a strange cultural thing about Asia, though? This sort of white skin.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And I don't want to sound racist, but there is a particular thing with females across the world. Some just want to be white because they find that more attractive. They think that's the perfect way to look. And that's in a lot of cultures.
I tell every girl that I meet that's got beautiful olive brown skin and long black flaxen hair, please don't change yourself.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
If I'd sooner them be this way they are, what I like to see in any woman. Just be yourself. You don't have to change.
Yeah.
That's what I was attracted to in the first place.
Yeah.
Yep. Simple as that. What's that? Something to do with midgets. I just.
There's a really famous midget bar in Manila.
I've been there.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this famous
they got the midget bands and things.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we've got a famous bar in Adelaide called the Butterfly Lounge. It's for all the women, the real big women, the real big, lovely, sexy, big women.
The BBWs.
Dude, when I was younger, I did my share of elephant hunting. Okay.
Did you have to take a big gun with you?
We played a little game. It was called Who Could Have Cardinal Knowledge of the Biggest Gal? And on a Friday night, we would meet up at the Enlisted Club. Okay? And we'd all put money in the pot. Now, the rule was to find the biggest gal you could find and have cardinal knowledge of her. And you would have to prove that you had cardinal knowledge of her. So one Friday night, I got lucky. I picked up a girl that set in about 250, 300, okay, pounds. I don't know what that is in stones or whatever.
It's a big girl, is it?
Yeah,
so that's all that is.
She's a big gal. And as I slid out of bed about, 1 a.m., I stole her panties and I brought them back to the club.
It's something Coughlin, right? Go on.
And I'm telling you, you could have used these motherfuckers for a goddamn parachute. Okay. And I won the pot, $380. Right? That's the stupid shit we used to do when we were in our 20s. Okay. And I see guys running off to Asia in their late 40s, 50s, and 60s and having a midlife crisis. Okay?
And even later than that.
Yeah.
Mm. Isn't that kind of the definition of midlife crisis? You know, leaving your wife and then running off to Asia at the age of 40, 45, checking up with a girl half your age,
That's
buying a Ferrari.
the textbook definition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know, but see, that was military life. We did crazy shit. I don't know what you civilians do for a good chuckle or things like that. Everybody's
I think I'm quite. I feel myself rather boring by comparison to that.
everybody's fucking silent. How am I gonna fucking?
I can't add anything to it because I'm not a military man.
Yeah.
What would you play?
I mean, I'd probably have a few.
If I was a military man, I'd play a game like that. I'm sure I would.
What if your mates came to you and said, "This is what we're gonna do tonight"? What would you do?
Just when in Rome, you do what the Romans do, don't you? Is that what you wanted me to say? I don't know what to answer.
I mean, I'm just saying, you're not in the military. Your regular mates came to you and said, "This is the game. This is what we're going to do." How would you react?
Oh, I mean, when you're young, you're going to play the game. You do some silly things. You do what your mates do. You don't want to be the odd one out unless you're an individual. Depending on the circumstances, I suppose, where you are in your life.
Big girls need love too.
That's right, big girls, and they always. I won't even go there. You get yourself into trouble with women in general.
Yeah, they do. And you know, there's all kinds of girls in this world. I'll tell you, one time a ship, we went to San Francisco, and we docked at Pier 42. Okay. So we spent a week and a half there, and we got Liberty. We had a great time. So I went out with one of my subordinates, and I says, "Come on, let's go hit a few titty bars." You know what I mean? And he's like, "Oh, goddamn, it's expensive in America to hit a titty bar." I said, "No shit, Dick Tracy." I says, "Relax, I'll cover you." And you never really find out just how cruel somebody is until they've been drinking mass quantities of alcohol.
Mm-hmm.
So this girl comes out on the stage. She's got a really pretty face. She's tall drink of water. Got honey brown hair. And dude, she was a carpenter's dream. Flat as a board, easy to kneel. Okay? She had no titties whatsoever. I mean,
so she was already planed as well.
Yeah, she was planed as well. Exactly. You just framed that perfectly. Pardon the pun. Okay.
Oh, I could go on forever. Go on.
And he started ragging on her, and he was like fucking with her and telling her this shit, you know. And I was just sitting there drinking my drink. I was like, and all of a sudden, I seen her break down in fucking tears. And so I told him, "You know what? You need to get the fuck out of this bar and go back to the ship." I says, "Get the fuck away from me. I don't want to drink with you anymore." I said, "Man, that was fucking sad." I like fucking with people, but not to that extent where I'm going to make a girl cry. You know what I mean? And I went up and I gave her a $20 tip. Then I went up again, gave her another $20 tip. And then I went up again and I gave her another $20 tip. Finally, this big smile on her face. Well, the next morning she was making me bacon and eggs. Okay.
Oh, there you go.
And you know, she didn't need to be treated that way. Really didn't. You know.
Mhm.
It's like, if you look at my dog, on his left side of his face, half his teeth hang out. Okay. He looks really fucked up. But I love him.
Mhm.
I love him. Okay. I mean, when I wake up in the morning, he's like on my chest and he's staring me right in the face.
I'm
that-
thinking about the metaphor you're trying to create. Go on.
And you really learn a lot when you travel the world. You meet different people, different kinds of people, good, bad, and different, But it all boils down, man. Sometimes you just got to show people a little respect, even
Yes,
if they
exactly.
don't deserve it,
Yeah.
I've got a story from I was never in the Navy, of course, but I remember when I was at university, my friends and I used to come up with stupid sorts of games. And some of them were quite regrettable, to be honest.
I love college stories. Go for it, bro.
All right. Well, we have what's called Freshers Week in the UK, which is like it's the week before the start of term, so or the start of the academic year, which basically involves people coming and just drinking shitloads and partying. So I went to one of those party colleges, and I remember, and me and my new flatmates, we just there were 8 of us living in this shared flat that was run by the university. And we were like, oh yeah, well, they're all guys. Right, oh yeah, well, we'll see which one brings the first girl home. We didn't put any money in a pot. I couldn't ask people I hardly knew to do that. But it was that. And then I took a girl home in the first week. And they were like, fuck it, Paul, you spoiled it for the rest of us. We haven't even got into our rhythm yet. And I'm like, well, sorry. I'm not going to wait for the rest of you. That's not the point of the game, is it? And anyway, one of them started telling people I was gay just to annoy me.
Oh, dude, that's a good way to get a piece of ass. I pulled that one. This chick was kind of interested in me. I was like, I'm gay, though. She's, oh, come on. And she was one of these, like, social justice warrior chicks. She was into reforming people, see if she could change people.
What? She was interested in reforming you to not be gay?
Right, exactly. And and I kept, selling to her. My bros, they were just laughing their asses off. Okay. And I got to hit that. Okay. I got to hit that. And when I rolled off her the next morning, I was like, I think I'll never go back to men again. She lit up like a fucking Christmas tree, man. She lit up like a fucking Christmas tree. It's so fun fucking with people, man.
Well, there you go.
Who's having a go with their microphone?
Not me.
I'd like to say it's not me, but that's not true.
You remember the Fox News opinionator I was telling you about, Steve Stossel?
I wasn't on then, but all right, go on.
I was telling you about him, Paul. Yeah, you were on.
Oh, okay, right, yeah.
I told you he sounds just like you. You should look him up.
Oh, you did. Sorry, you did, yeah.
And dude, the minute you said that you were bald, this guy is bald also.
Well, I'm not strictly bald. I'm just balding,
Oh, balding. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what, dude? Just get it over with. Break out the straight razor and the shaving cream.
Oh, I do that most of the time. Well, I get my hair cut very short most of the time.
Oh, and then you can go get a bag of lollipops and tell everybody you're what was that guy's name? Kojak, was it?
Telly Savalas.
Telly Savalas, yeah.
I can get the shades as well.
Yeah, get the shades too. You know.
Yeah. No, actually, the thing is, I've been balding ever since I was in my early 20s, so I'm kind of used to it now. And I've been having grey hair since I was in my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been short and podgy since I was in my early 20s, so, you know, it's never stopped me doing anything yet.
Shit, I started going gray when I hit 45 years of age. When I was 45, I was salt and pepper. By the time I hit 52, I'm lucky if I got a couple of hairs left that aren't gray. Other than that, boom. And I'm not doing that goddamn shit where you color your hair and then you look like a fucking orange clown after it's done. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I wouldn't do that. My dad used to ask me, why don't you get your hair dyed? I'm like, I like my hair. Fuck off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a guy that lived across the street from me. He's like 72 years old. 72 years old. And I remember the first time I met him, he had salt and pepper hair, salt and pepper in his mustache, kind of a cowboy type, black hair. And one day he came back over and he was asking me if I would lend him my what do you call them, clippers for the hedges. I said, yeah, sure. Well, he dyed his hair, and he dyed it so black that it looked like he put shoe polish in his hair. I mean, it was like stunningly black. I mean, and the guy's 70-something years old. You could tell he's 70-something years old. You know how hilarious that looks? I mean, it just, again, it's like hanging a chandelier in a fucking haunted house,
Yeah, I think I can't think of anyone I've seen who's done that. Apparently, people in the Philippines are obsessed by keeping their hair, by dyeing their hair. Especially guys, they always dye their hair black if they can. You don't see too many grey people.
No, you don't. You don't. And but yeah, so I'm just gonna keep my gray fucking hair. I could thank my lucky stars it hasn't fallen out,
Yeah, I had a mate that was particularly bald, very balding, but he ended up owning it by shaving all his excess hair around the back of his base of his head and go the Kojak style. But one particular day, there was this guy that was obviously bald because you could see the wig at the back where it just parted dramatically from the back of his head. And you know how it looks so fake and so plastic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said to him, you too could look like him. And all he could say was, fuck off.
And Warren's
I'd much rather just get a dead ferret and put it in my head.
Yeah. I mean, Warren's got a point, man. Stupid vanity. I mean, don't be vain. We're all going to get old. We're all going to fucking die, It's as simple as that. So did I tell you guys
Well, speak for yourself. I'm going to live forever.
Okay. I used to tell my daughters that all the time, too.
Yeah.
I kind of slowed that mojo down, okay? I got up one morning and looked in the mirror, and I said, Jesus Christ, I'm getting to be an old fuck.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah.
Sorry, Manic, I interrupted you.
No,
you didn't. I said what I needed to say.
Okay, right. I must admit, because I look quite Asian, because I'm mixed race. I've been to places like Thailand, now, with these sort of expat bars and stuff. Mm-hmm. Although I have no interest in picking up a girl or anything like that, in those places. But certainly not now I'm married. But I find that the girls just left me alone and went straight for the 60-year-old like German guy.
Yeah. Because
It's just like, you know, they just go for them, and I just sort of blamed in too much.
Because to them you look too Asian. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I suppose, or I don't look rich enough. I don't know.
Yeah, I see.
I was
Not at all.
backpacking.
Oh, you guys are missing it. You know why they go for the older guy?
Still loaded? I don't know.
That's one reason. They got money.
Yeah.
You know what the second reason is? Dude, you got too much lead in your pencil at your age. Okay? They're really going to have to work for it. Okay? Fucking, you get that 60-year-old guy, 70-year-old guy, he's going to blow his fucking nut. That's it. Going to be it for the rest of the night. She's done. She don't have to work anymore. Okay?
Well, young stallions like me will be keeping them up all night. Okay.
Yeah, you'll be fucking riding her like a rape date. You know you will. Okay? I mean, I've seen some of them honeys in them patio rides. Some of them look damn good, man. But hey, I'm lucky if I could give them 1 or 2 shots a night. That's it. Young guy in his 30s, he's gonna knock that out 3 or 4 times in one night. He's gonna make that babe work. She's gonna earn her money. That's fact, not fiction. I've seen it.
Actually,
Go ahead.
sorry, go on.
How you going, Warren? No, that's all I wanted to say, in case I forgot to say that in the chat.
Actually, I was some time ago when I was in Bangkok, I did see like some young backpacker guys having some massive altercation with some prostitute in the street because apparently he'd paid her for some service and she wasn't giving him the service that he asked for or something. So a lot of these young guys are like, you know, going to the girly bars these days. Even the backpackers who are supposed to haven't got any money.
Yeah. I mean, and to me, if you go to the bar, you go to the girly bar and you pay a bar fine, that's on you. I don't criticize anybody for that. That's what you want to do. Go for it. All right. You know, because there are some bloggers out there that frequent the bars, have different girl every night, and if you dare say anything to them, they get insulted. I mean, you know, so hey, that's the way it is, you know.
Oh yeah, I mean, you know, prostitution exists everywhere, not just in Asia.
Mm-hmm. Well, fuck yeah.
Right, exactly.
Got it here in America, but it's cost you plenty. Okay. But for me, I just stick to the bingo halls. You know, those girls are low hanging fruit. You like that, don't you, Manic?
I'm just having other visions too. Low hanging fruit.
Is Popeye talking about ladyboys?
No, women at bingo halls. That's low fruit. Low hanging fruit.
You know what my favorite pickup line is to a gal in the bingo hall? I'll get real close to her and I'll whisper in the air, and I'll say to her, "I know bingo's over, but I could still show you where the G spot is."
Jesus Christ. Too much
Oh God, Popeye won the pickup artist.
G52, G52.
Oh, Warren, how you doing? I was gonna fucking wait to see if you'd show up. I don't know what the fuck was going on in someone else's stream. Obviously, fucking BK crying about people talking about his missus or something, mate. I've never said nothing about his missus, so, and I don't understand your answer of fuck them all, Warren. You can either explain that or, you know, fuck you. So.
Oh, we were having a good conversation. We were talking about how ugly my dog is. Okay.
And how it's got its teeth.
But very lovable, apparently.
Yep.
Used it as a metaphor towards women. That's
Not
why
sure.
I'm
Stretching the barrel this now.
It's breakfast time here, conk. So I'm not sure what it cost me. I guess $5-6 for coffee, maybe $8 for toasted sandwich and a.
What's that? That'd be $3 American, wouldn't it? For a coffee, in comparison.
Dude, that's a lot of money for a coffee. $5-6. The only
but I get
you get
Yeah, but
one-
we're
double shot.
Oh, okay.
This is
So you
Australia.
get,
Everything's expensive.
that's how much we would pay on average for a coffee here, Popeye.
I'm sorry. If I paid $5 for a coffee, I better get a blowjob with it. Okay.
Oh,
Fuck.
You say
Jesus
that, and yet
awesome.
Starbucks is still popular.
Yeah.
You know. Let me tell you something. Priceless. I got a coffee pot that cost me $21. Priceless. I got a can of finest Colombian ground beans. Cost me $8. Every morning I make a pot of fucking coffee. Each cup comes out to be about 22 cents a cup.
Yeah,
That's not bad.
that's really good. It's like people who buy bottled water as well. I don't get this.
Oh yeah.
No, I'd never. Yeah.
When I had the pizza shop, Coca-Cola on the specials were charging me more for water at wholesale to sell in my shop than it will cost Coke for me to buy Coke.
Really?
They wanted to charge me more for water per bottle because that's what you've got to go by. Is because you got to charge your drinks across the board. Boy, I did in my way of doing it. It's just crazy.
All right, Paul. I'm going to pick you up on that. So we both agree that families should not be brought into the family mix by trolls. Warren, get it into your head, mate. Fucking BK is a troll. He doesn't know the fucking meaning of it. Also, he sends me emails of other people's Facebook accounts with their fucking children. Isn't that exactly what you're fucking saying we shouldn't do? And that's what BK is doing? Think twice before you fucking take anything that BK says as serious. The guy still fucking runs around in the chat fucking making up names for people like a kid. Work it out, man.
So I wanted to ask you, Mark, when you see my
I like
dog,
big titties.
when you see my dog smile, right? How many teeth hang out that side of the mouth? Did you count them?
No, I have to admit, I love seeing that picture, man. No, Warren, he's done
So
that a
are you
couple
saying your dog looks like Snoke from The Last Jedi?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right.
Yeah.
It's a great subject changer, isn't it, Lost?
Yeah, but that's not unusual for Loss. He just seems to always generate big titties.
Well, what he's trying to do is get away from the drama, right?
I know what he's saying, and I knew exactly. That's why I never commented.
No, I mean, it's a real thing.
Yeah, it is all big titties.
Yeah, you guys were
I think it's something
talking.
we can all get behind.
So, Mark,
Yeah, y'all were talking earlier about what you like about women. You're always drawn to one thing. And I guess looking back on my past relationships, I would say,
Big
of course, I've
titties.
dated girls of every race and everything, black, Asian, whatever. They always had sizable boobs.
Yeah, I'm the same.
so
Yeah,
Mark,
Warren, what he did, Warren, is
I'm
he
not
took pictures off someone else's Facebook account and put their kids and emailed pictures of them and their kids to me. I'm sorry, that's fucking not on, mate. You
so
shouldn't be
Mark, I
emailing any
got a question for you, mate. Got a question for you.
Shoot, Popeye.
Do you know the difference between a Foster's beer and a clitoris?
Yeah, I'd eat a clitoris. I wouldn't drink a Foster's.
Pretty close. The clitoris will only taste like piss for a minute.
Depends on the girl, really.
Well, she's a dirty bird. You shouldn't be going there. Okay.
Yeah, Warren. It was out of line, and he's done it a couple of times now.
You know, I think my dog likes you, Thunder.
You can probably smell the food I'm eating.
Every time he hears your voice, he jumps up on the chair, sits right beside me, and stares at the screen.
Is that because I've got a female dog standing next to me or sitting next to me, Popeye?
I think
I'm getting all excited now.
Are the pheromones coming through the computer screen? Yeah.
Maybe.
Well, I suppose that's the only thing we can get, considering that we're all disembodied voices on the internet right now.
But I had to limit him. I have to limit him to small toys. All right, because I gave him a teddy bear one time. Dude, he wouldn't stop humping it. Okay, he wouldn't stop humping it. And he humped that fucking thing so many fucking times that I had to put on rubber gloves and pick it up and throw it out. Okay.
Didn't you have him to sex, though?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Jesus.
He's a horny little fucker. I got to give him credit.
It's like his father.
Yeah.
They say they look a lot like their owners, so.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, Warren, I didn't know about that side of him until just a while ago, but I tell you what, the guy needs to practice what he preaches, because what he does, or what he says and what he does, are two different things. I don't care who you are. You don't email pictures of other people's kids to other people. That's just wrong. Like someone said, probably fucking bordering on illegal.
Why would somebody do something like that?
Bitter people, mate. Someone who's bitter.
And not only that, but you knowing that surely if you had enough intelligence that someone's going to get that. That's what would stop me ever from doing something like that, because I'd know that someone would find out and I just couldn't be able to do that sort of stuff. It's just not me.
So, yeah, I'm happy. I'll talk shit and whatever, but some things you don't do, and that's not fucking anything that I'll ever agree with.
Are you okay there, Paul?
Yeah, I'm alright. I'm just fiddling with my headset.
Oh, okay.
You're fiddling with something. I don't know about being your headset.
Yeah, I know. It sounded like he was doing a little wanky over there.
Yeah, it sounded like you were having a toss-off there, mate.
Oh, well, sometimes you just like to share these things. What can I say?
But hey, you know, to each his own. You know.
Have you got your own little pillow there, Paul?
Well,
That would be telling. That would be telling, wouldn't it?
and we want you to be comfortable.
No, I'm just thinking of like Popeye's dog magic.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
I'm telling you,
You said that, but my aunt, actually, my late aunt, she had a King Charles Spaniel who used to take. He's dead now, but when he was alive, he used to go out and shag the rug. But my aunt gave him this little rug, so he'd just take it outside and give it a good seeing to.
Seeing to, that's right. I've known friends that their dog would do that. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were going to say something like went out to shag the rug and it was a bear.
Well, you know, they never told me about that one. We don't talk about that in my family.
Oh, Jesus. So what did I miss out on? What have you guys been putting up porn and...
We're just talking about sex. and you know,
Pretty much. Yeah.
I should have
the
known
kind of
better.
stuff that people
with-
talk about at 7:34 in the morning.
I should have known
Friday.
better. I should know better with Lost and Popeye on the panel. It's always going to revert back to sex and big boobies and.
I haven't talked about okay now boobies. Yes, I haven't talked about sex.
We're
I haven't
actually
mentioned. In my defense, I've not mentioned physics once this morning.
we were actually talking about
Let's talk about booby physics.
the social aspects of the type of women we pick and why we pick them, you know, and stuff like that. I got a couple of sea stories in there. Kept all the fucking drama out, man.
Do you know, this is what's funny with, and I guess one of the great things about, I guess Crystal might jump on me here, but, you know, we talked and kind of found each other liking each other long before we seen each other.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
We were just chatted and without ever having to show each other what we look like. It's kind of weird, you know. So for me, that was
And then
a
you
big-
showed her a picture of yourself, and you almost ruined everything.
yeah, I nearly did, mate.
No,
That sounds like my experience with online dating. That really does. It's like, oh, send me a photo of yourself and send it, and I never hear from them again.
you don't send women dick pics, do you, Mark?
No, not yet.
Okay.
Oh, I thought that's.
Oh, that's
thought
where I
it
was
the first
going wrong.
You're supposed to send them. Yeah, exactly.
No, it's got to be a second first. The first one is you standing next to a Ferrari.
Well, yeah. Well, do you know, I seen some guy made a video up of this guy, looked a little bit of a dude, and this hot girl, and he tries to chat her up, and she wants nothing to do with him, mate. And then later on, this guy drops off a Ferrari, goes, "Here, mate, fucking, she's all fixed and serviced for you." And this guy, this duty sort of guy, gets into the Ferrari, and this girl's looking at him, going, "What the fuck?" He actually tries to go back over there and talk to him, and he's like, "See you later, bitch."
Oh, there's this video of this guy. He's washing. It's like a Ferrari, some real nice car. I'm not sure exactly what it is, but the guy's just out there washing it, and he's dressed kind of down or whatever, right? And he tries to talk to the girl, and she kind of, blows him off, right? And then he stops washing the car, puts everything down, and he gets in the car, cranks it up, and the girl gets interested in him, right? And she goes, "Oh, that's your car?" It's like, yeah. He goes, "You want to go for a ride riff?" She's like, "Yeah." And she gets in. He goes, "Oh, I left the bucket in front of the car. Could you get it?" And she's like, "Yeah." She gets out and goes grab the bucket. And he takes off and says, "Gold digger,"
Oh, Christ. The thing is, he ends up losing a bucket in the process. So like, I'd find a way of doing that in such a way I keep the bucket, which I probably paid for.
I'd definitely lose a bucket over my wallet any day.
Yeah, no kidding.
Well, that's true, but you can always
Can you tell someone's a physicist?
not ring afterwards.
And always remember, it's better to lose a bucket than it is to kick the bucket.
That is true.
Like I was talking to my very, very single friend, and I state that he always says you pay for it now or you pay for it later. Whenever you're always bound to pay for it, and that's why he's very single.
Well,
when you say very,
I disagree
very
with that.
single, when you say
Because he never ever, he was always left behind with it when it comes to women because of his attitude.
dude, if you say very, very single, that
Yeah.
smacks of a guy that probably goes on vacation with his mom. Okay, that's very, very single to me. Okay, you go on vacation with your mom. You're so fucking single. It's pathetic.
It wasn't that so
Or
bad.
it was-
He always said things, the wrong things to women. Never ever could pick up.
Yeah.
Or it sounds like somebody who goes to like Dungeons and Dragons cruises and stuff.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, and
Well, it sounds like
goes
he's
on the
single
internet.
because he's an idiot. He don't know how to
Incel
talk to women.
forums.
Exactly. That's what the reason is. But
Well, we've all had dry spells.
He's not
We've all
single
had dry
because he.
spells in our life.
Oh yeah, for sure. But he's not single because he's like so Rico Suave. He just turned them down, and he can get whatever he wants. Not just choose to be single. Sound like he's being
yeah,
single because of idiotic reasons.
that's right. for sure.
I knew a guy so fucking single he couldn't even fucking get a fucking date off of FilipinaCupid.com.
Jesus.
That's pretty bad, wouldn't it?
If you can't pick up a girl in the Philippines, you've got more problems than some mental issue. Something. It's got to be at least everywhere I've traveled, that's like the easiest place in the world to pick up a chick.
Yeah, the trick is keeping them.
Like taking
Pay for a fucking decent internet service, Lost.
You say that, but we've got NBN. You know, it's not like we can talk.
I know, I'm just giving him shit, mate.
Yeah, all right.
It all depends on
I
where you
appreciate
are.
that.
Paul.
Yeah.
I'm very lucky where I am because we're not going to be forecast to grow any larger in population. So if I've got good service, I'm going to stay with good service. Oh my God, who's that?
That's Lost.
I have no idea.
That's
It sounds
Lost,
like
that one.
has Lost been like got himself stuck in a tornado?
Might
What?
be driving in his car or just the wind
Could be
out there.
doing anything. Yeah,
Yeah.
big time.
He's gone. He's gone. He's left us.
Good.
No,
Oh, there
Yeah,
you are.
going
Hello?
back. Not bringing him back.
who was that?
No,
No,
he's
Lost
still
back.
there.
Oh.
No, he's still there.
He's
But
still there.
I tried to get rid of him.
Well, he had to have
It
his
sounds like that
driving in a
rumble that you hear in
BFE
Jurassic
right
Park
now.
until the T-Rex turns up.
Well, he had to have his local Buddhist, his local physicist, and he had to have his local shipmate. I don't know who I am.
But you're
I'm
just
doing a-
magic.
Magic.
I'm doing a Popeye at the moment, sharing my breakfast with the dog.
There you go.
I share all my meals with my dog. If I'm having eggs on toast, I'll make double eggs on toast so my friend could have some. Always.
No, I never make double. I make enough for me, and then I leave a little left over for him after I'm
Yes.
done eating.
Oh, when
Exactly,
it's eggs on toast, I'm talking about. Anything else, I do the same as you, Popeye.
And see, I love giving them eggs. They're like, if I get
Eggs
mad
are
at,
good for dogs.
yeah, when I get mad at my daughter, I'll give them a hard boiled egg.
Yeah.
Okay. And dude, he'll go down her room at night to sleep with her,
Oh, Popeye, you bastard.
and
I
he'll
can hear.
he'll blow a silent but deadly fart. She'd get up the next morning, she'd make coffee for me, and she'd say, "You giving that dog eggs again, aren't you?" She knows what a bastard I am.
That's almost a definition of passive aggressive there.
It is at that, you know. But I like to screw with my kids once in a while. It's fun, you know.
Your bird shares coffee and toast? What the fuck? What sort of bird you got that shares fucking coffee and toast, Warren? Jesus. I mean, my bitch will just about eat anything, this girl. And I'm tempted to do what Popeye does. I'll cook for myself. I'll get something for myself. And then she'll get whatever's left over. And sometimes I'll just leave a little bit for a cockatiel, okay.
Oh, this guy, he goes fucking nuts when I cook chicken. He'd take chicken over meat. Okay.
Well, my girl, I tend to give my girl chicken because just to be healthier for them.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit. Most dogs like chicken.
Yeah, dogs do like chicken.
The only
But
thing you got to be.
I
the only
think
thing
that's the hound in him. You know what I mean? Because he's half dachshund and half Chihuahua.
Fucking my bitch, fucking hell. I got the fucking the troublemaker out of the three because I don't know if you guys know the fucking cunt that I was married to gave away one of my dogs and put one of them in the dog pound. Thankfully, I was able to get the one in the dog pound back. The one she gave away, even though it was registered in my name, had a chip in my name. I went to the council, went to the cops. Both wouldn't do anything about it. Fuck, you know, you got to go to court if you want to fucking get it back. Which fucking I found pathetic.
So she took something of yours and gave it away. That strikes me. It's like the definition of theft.
You know, and the thing was, mate, it was registered. The girl, the dog was registered in my name, had a chip in my name, and neither the police nor the fucking council would do anything about it.
That's just pathetic on their part.
They said I would have to go through fucking civil court to get my own fucking dog back.
Mm.
So you can understand why I'd be happy to fucking run over the cunt with a bus. Yeah, but Warren, what was the point of me registering the fucking dog in my name? What's the point of me fucking microchipping it with all my information? I might as well not have fucking done any of that. What's the point of it? Why even fucking put a chip in the fucking dog if they're not going to fucking use that as fucking to get your dog back?
Here in America, if your dog goes into a pound, he's got a chip. They'll always scan for a chip, and
they did. That's why
they'll call you. I'm just saying how it goes in America. They'll call you and say, "Hey, come pick your fucking dog up."
Yeah, but that's how the dog that's with me, Popeye. That's how I got her. That's how I got her because the pound rang me up, and because they wanted so much money to get her out, and I said, "Fuck that! Get the bitch that brought her in here because she only did it to be spiteful." The manager came out and said, "Have you got proof that it's your dog?" I'm there, nothing on me because I just raced there with my sister at the time. And I said, "No, but if it's my dog, you won't get fucking near her." They said, "No, we can't." And took me out there and fucking I got my dog back. But the other girl, she gave it to her friends, and her fucking friends fucking threatened to call the cops on me. Fucking if I went to their place, and so I went to the council, told them, they sent me to the police. The police said, "Oh, we can't do nothing about it." And I'm thinking, why the fuck am I, bothering to register and chipping her and putting all my details in there if they're not going to fucking do anything about it? I was the fucking legal owner of the dog. I even
Sounds
had a
like
letter.
some horrible, evil, spiteful ex you had there.
Yeah, and I even had a letter from the breeder to say that the dog was fucking mine with photos they sent, because they were backing me up the whole way.
How long ago was this?
I wasn't, Warren. I wasn't allowed to go near the house. She fucking wouldn't let me. I wasn't allowed to go near her or the fucking house, mate. This is 4 years ago, mate.
Yeah.
She fucking made sure, mate. Fucking, she got with her friends and knew every fucking trick in the book to fucking fuck me over. And this is the thing is because of my background and that, all she had to say was she was scared, and they fucking put an order on me not to fucking go near my own fucking home or her.
Yeah.
So where were you living at the time?
I've seen shit like that happen, man.
Sorry, Paul?
So where did you end up living at the time if you couldn't even go to your own house?
I lived in my car for 3 weeks, mate.
Oh, Christ.
And, the stupid thing was I had fucking money and I didn't even think to get a hotel room. I was just that fucking devastated at the time,
Yeah, well, no one's going to blame you for not thinking clearly during that sort of horrible thing.
No, Warren,
being depressed.
No proof or nothing. You don't need proof or fucking anything. They just make a claim that they're scared and fucking bang, you're fucking gone.
I've seen that happen here in America too. Where a chick goes into court, especially in California, man. Holy fuck.
Popeye, she didn't even have to go to court. She just walked into the police station and said, "I'm fucking I'm scared of him.
Let me explain. Let me explain to you, Lucy. Here in America, you go to the cops and you say you want to take out a protective order against this guy, and that's the first step you do. Is you go to the cops, and then the cops ring up the court, and they get a protective order against you. And I've seen that happen to a couple of my mates that worked with me on the Fallbrook Naval Base. Well, and this one guy that it happened to, if you seen him, you'd laugh your ass off. He couldn't hurt a fucking fly if he tried. I mean, he was a quintessential geek. He was our what was his rate? He handled all our IT like Lost does.
You know, the thing here, Popeye, is like she had to go to court. Here, they don't even have to go to court. They just make a fucking claim to the police, and the fucking police will put one out.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucked up.
Well,
And at the time, I had no idea what was going on, and fucking, as I said, it was fucking just 100% fucking surprise. Fucking, you're fucked.
So what happened in the end? I mean, I assume that you and her broke up. I mean,
Oh, I got fucking screwed over, mate. Fucking had to go through family courts, and
yeah.
I lost big time. You know, in that time, she sold a car from underneath me because the car. I didn't know this, that when a car runs out of rego here, Paul, anyone can register it under their name, which she did, and then sold it on me.
hey, is she
Really? I had
remarried?
no idea.
Is she remarried?
No,
Oh, good. I'll come over to Australia and date her.
she's seeing a dude. Fucking.
Oh, dude, I'll move him out of the way. Don't worry about that, man. Once she gets a load of my John Wayne accent and my swagger and shit, and then I'll just fuck with her royally. I'll play mind games with her. I do that for you, mate.
Well, see, I went to when all this I found out the fucking hard way that this shit order had been put on. I went to the cops and I said, "What the fuck? You know, the only person that's ever been belted in this fucking relationship is her." And I remember she fucking got upset about it because I fucking laughed it off when she tried to fucking hit me because it's fucking it just bounced off, and I thought it was fucking a bit of a joke. But you're right, Warren. They laughed when I told them. They said, "Well, you can't do nothing about it because no one's going to take you seriously."
Well, here in America now, we take domestic violence very seriously both ways.
No, not here, mate. It's a one-way street, I'm afraid, Popeye.
Yeah,
and Warren will tell you that.
I think it's just one of those things where Australia is just a bit behind other places. I mean, just one of those few areas.
Yeah.
And wonder why.
Yeah, you have the stories now where the women are actually hitting the guys, and they call the cops because they're worried about retaliation. And then the guy will have like a scratch or mark on the face, and they'll arrest the girl.
Yeah.
Not here,
That's
mate.
starting to happen a lot more often here now.
And I got proof of it too, man. I got the pictures of Lost with all the scratches and bruises and black eyes. Yeah, I got the proof, man.
Well, I just hope that Crystal never comes across it because I can imagine what Crystal would do to her. Fucking hell. But
Dude, just introduce her to me. I'll date her. It'd be the worst thing that ever happened to her. Okay?
You're making her sound like she's a psycho, like she's gonna just stab you and kill you at any given moment.
No, the thing is, Lost, is that I would have said before all this happened and before the MS struck in, because she was diagnosed a year before. She was probably the nicest person I ever knew in my life. When all this shit went down, I found out she's the nastiest cunt I've ever fucking known in my life. It was like a 180 turnaround. I didn't know who she was anymore.
She must be.
No, we had talked about it before, and like I said, I've already known it. I think it's like 4 or 5 people who had the same situation where they ended up getting the MS, and of course it completely changes them.
She must be really good looking. She good looking? No, be honest.
I mean,
be honest.
Well, to be honest, mate, after 30 years, I was still in love with her.
All right. So I have to say, she's probably good looking, and you put them rose-colored glasses on. We all do it, man. We all do it. We think our girl can do no wrong. All right. And don't think for 1 minute that some women don't know that. Okay. And take
Well,
advantage of
Thunder,
that.
just a little bit of information you gave me. It sounded like her disease. Is it considered a disease? Whatever it is what actually brought the downfall of the marriage.
Yeah.
It did. It changed her. Fucking. Like I said, I don't know her. Even my sister was her best friend, and my sister said, she tried to speak to her. She said, I don't know her anymore. It's not the same person.
You know what you could chalk it up to now?
Well, it seems like some pretty awful mental illness or whatever.
Yeah.
Multiple sclerosis, MS.
That happened to
Yeah,
a
no, I
friend
know
of-
that, but does that come with sort of like change of the personality? I mean, is that
Yeah.
common with that sort of disease?
Yeah, because
Yeah.
my cousin, same thing happened with him. His the wife got MSN. And she's just like, to who she was before to who she is now. It's like they're not even the same person. It's like she's got
Yeah.
possessed by something else. It's strange.
So
that happened to a friend of mine that had a stroke. If someone knew her before she had her stroke, she used to work behind a bar, and she was one of those girls that everyone loved. Every person along the bar would love. But when she had her stroke, she mentally changed. Eventually, her husband had such a hard time with her and everyone else that was associated with her. She wasn't a very liked person in the end. People can change because of mental illness due to things like that.
Now, Mark.
Yeah, I think.
Go ahead.
Go on, Popeye.
Mark, I'm going to give you a tool you can work with. Okay. This will help the healing begin. All right. This girl has
Keep that little thing in your pants.
this girl has a mental illness. So all you got to look at it, if you look at it through this prism, that she's not the same girl you fucking married, and she has this problem in her brain housing group. It's if you look at it that way, you're gonna start feeling a lot better. That's my advice. You can take it, or you can either take it or throw it out the window.
I hear what you're saying, but I'll tell you what, the thing that made me better was a Californian girl, to be honest with you.
Mm-hmm. Like I told you before, the best way to get over somebody is get under somebody new.
Well,
I think you had a little online therapy too when you first started getting online there talking about it. It seemed like it's kind of therapeutic for you also.
That's true too, Lost. That was true. Definitely talking to people.
Speaking of therapy, when are you going back, boss?
I'm sorry, what was I missed it. I know you were joking, but I completely missed it.
I said, speaking of therapy.
They said when you're going back to therapy.
When you're going back.
Oh, therapy, yeah, I need to. Yeah, my extreme Buddhism keeps coming out. I gotta see my therapist. I want to set myself on fire, doctor. Save me, please.
And everything you told me about your ex, Mark, it sounds like she's bipolar.
She never was. It's not.
You can develop bipolar.
Yeah.
But
Yeah,
it was,
but Popeye, if you know anything about MS, you would understand the situation a little bit more probably.
Yeah.
When she got diagnosed, they took her in for an MRI, and she at that stage had 11 scars on her brain already.
Yeah. The only thing I can tell you about that is Amini Damas on Spirito Sante.
I understand.
The power of Christ compels you.
Pop, I have to say that knowing that somebody who treated you badly in your life or was, a horrible person at times, the fact that they may have had a mental illness, I don't think it really helped. For me personally, I've had that people, when my father died, I felt quite bitter about him, about the things he did with me, the way he treated me a lot of the time, especially towards his death. And people tell me, oh, it's delirium you get when you have terminal cancer and all this. Or people tell me, oh, you had undiagnosed narcissism. And, and as if, you can look at it from a purely analytical and sort of medical point of view, but I don't think it makes you feel any better. You still
what
feel
I'm try-
hurt.
Yeah, let me. Yeah, the hurt is there, undoubtedly, you know. And I see what you're talking about. But what I'm saying is, you can turn to yourself and say, it wasn't the actual person that you knew was doing it. It was the illness pushing them to do it. Okay. And I'm not saying it's going to make it all better, but it's going to give you rhyme and reason so you can deal with it. Okay. Yeah. I mean, people can do some cruel fucking things to you. And, you know, back in 2009, my father died. And at the end, he had dementia. Okay. And he died of gallbladder cancer. Okay. And he died right here in my home. I wasn't going to put him in a nursing home. I wasn't going to put him in hospice care. I took care of him. Right. And dude, he said some things to me that were horrific. He told me I was a bad son. He told me one time he told me I was a fucking idiot. I didn't know what I was doing, you know?
Well, my father said that to me loads.
Yeah. And, but see, I realized even at the time, because I had good health providers coming in, nurses and doctors come in, check on them. And, you know, they explained to me, you know, that's not your father talking. Okay. That's the illness talking. And they explained it to me as it was going on. And I said, okay. And I understand. And, because like me and my father, we always had a great relationship. I mean, go fishing together, go to the dog track together. He saw me graduate boot camp. He was there when I retired from the Navy. Right? He was there for my retirement ceremony. When I left the Navy, he was always so proud of me. He had a fucking when he lived in Massachusetts, he had a wall down in the den where he had his bar, and he called it his Popeye wall. He put all my awards, you know, all my accolades, all my achievements on that wall. And it's like, if anybody ever said anything bad about me, they're going to be a dead motherfucker. Okay, I could guarantee it. And you know, it took me a little while to realize that it was the, you know, mental illness at the end that was talking, not him. Okay? And still, it doesn't hurt any less when you hear it come out of somebody's mouth that you actually love. You know what I mean? So the only thing I could tell you is love the person that you used to love, not the person they became because of the illness.
I'll tell you actually, maybe I shouldn't say this, but you know, talk about this part of my life. But I remember the last conversation that I had with my father. Actually, my wife was there as well. We couldn't. He chose to go into a nursing home in the end because the doctors really felt he couldn't come back to ours. We looked after him for as long as we could.
Yeah.
But his body was falling apart, absolutely falling apart towards the end, and he decided to go into a nursing home for what we thought might be a short time, but he had terminal cancer, so there was no chance of him getting out of it. And I remember, and he was always bitter eventually about going in the nursing home, but there was no physical way we could get him out of there without his health really deteriorating. Even the act of moving him towards the end would have, you know, done harm to him.
Would have finished him off, probably, right?
Yeah, possibly finished him off. Yeah. And he needed 24-hour nursing care that none of us could provide.
Yeah.
And I remember, but then he was really bitter about it. And I remember the last time I spoke to him, the last conversation I had with him, like proper conversation. He was screaming at my wife and I in the TV room of this nursing home and saying about how we were hiding stuff from him and, you know, all of this and sort of, you know, and then he just turned around to me and said, "Paul, you're a fucking waste of space." And they turned around So the nurse said, "Oh, look, that's Rod Stewart on TV," and he completely ignored me ever since. So my wife and I left, and 2 days later he died
Oh, fuck.
Well,
at his bedside, and that is my abiding, unfortunate, my last memory of my father.
my condolences, dude. My condolences.
I'm sorry. I appreciate that, and maybe I shouldn't be talking about it, but it's just I still feel,
Well,
I
the
still
way
feel
I look-
aggrieved, and
The way I look at it, Paul, when you talk about it, it helps. You know,
It does.
yeah,
it does.
And I definitely understand too, because my father had a form of dementia as well, and he'll end up in a nursing home.
I told my daughters when my time comes and I get that fucking loony, don't take it personal. You know?
yeah,
Don't take it fucking personal. All right?
yeah. It's not about that. You just lash. It's just people who the mental faculties are degrading. You're lashing out.
Yeah.
Ray, if you're coming in,
Intellectually, we know it. It just never sank in for me.
Yeah, we got you're a man, you have feelings, all right? I mean, a lot of men they want to deny their feelings, but you can't.
No, I'm very much one of those heart on my sleeve type people.
Uh-huh. Well, come on, you're
if I'm upset, you know about it.
You're British, okay?
stiff upper lip.
Yeah,
Stiff
I don't know. I
upper
never
lip
managed that. I
and
never
a-
managed that. The Filipino side of me, I think.
Okay. So now I fully comprehend you. I got your number now. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I told you this, wasn't it? I'm half Filipino.
No, I never knew you were half Filipino.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Okay, right. No, that's the reason I discovered these sorts of chats. To be honest.
Yeah, I thought I was dealing with a full-blooded pommy bastard.
No. My mom's Filipino.
Yeah, so you got emotions in you that override your British side.
Oh, maybe I suppose.
I
I'm
know
probably
maybe
closer
about
to
it.
my mum. I'm probably closer to my mum emotionally, actually,
Yeah.
than my father, who was. My father he regulated it by going on the drink, which I suppose that's a very English way of doing it.
Uh-huh.
Once
Going on
there's
the
drink-
booze.
Once there's drink involved, Paul, it's a whole fucking different story, mate.
You know, I stopped
Yeah.
drinking over 20 years ago. Just totally stopped. I left the military and I stopped drinking. I
And
mean,
you've not drunk since, or
I haven't drunk. I mean, maybe once in a blue moon, a glass of wine, if I'm lucky.
yeah.
You know, but no, alcohol is not in my life. You know, I saw what alcohol did to my father. Okay, it gave him type 2 diabetes, made him overweight, and it more than likely gave him the cancer that he had.
It's like anything, comes down to moderation. There's nothing wrong with enjoying a drink now and again, but some people use it, what's the word, escapism, to escape some shit that they can't deal with or don't want to deal with.
Or to regulate some emotion.
Yeah.
See, and I'm watching all these guys that are running off to Philippines in their late 40s, 50s, and 60s. And what are most of them doing? They're
Just sitting in bars and drinking.
Right. And dude, when your body is that age, how much more of an effect will alcohol take a toll on your body?
I just want to say too, because I was watching the chat, Ray, if you're going to come in here and say shit like that, you're going to end up banned, mate. I've removed the comment. Fucking, you should know the rules here by now, Ray. So if you find yourself banned, don't complain, mate. That's just out of line.
What was that? An insult against somebody in the chat, or?
Oh yeah. I don't want to read it out, but
yeah.
It's been hidden, so But aren't you a moderator here, Paul?
I am, yeah.
Well, then you should be
I
able to. You be able to.
If I'm on my mobile phone, I can see YouTube and my browser and my Google Chrome browser at the same time.
Ah, okay.
Because I've tried this before, and that's why I get booted out of the chats.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
He's left messages before, which I kind of ignored, and I don't want to see that shit in here at all. I mean, if you've got an issue with somebody, take it out on them. Don't mention people's families, please. You know, even Roberto, I like Roberto, but I did remove one of his comments earlier, so please don't say I fucking only do it for certain people. I'll do it on anybody who mentions that shit. I want people's wives, girlfriends, or their kids mentioned on here. That's just fucking out of line, guys.
How much is trolling a real problem on this chat? On this, I mean, are you always having to ban people? Thunder, or
not as often as some people. The biggest problem I've had is with maybe a couple of people who keep creating new accounts.
Okay. How do you know it's the same people? Just the same behavior?
Yeah, and coming up with the same shit that they'll say the same thing. And one of the things too is you can usually tell, especially someone from overseas, say for instance Europe, and I don't want to mention any names because their spelling and their English isn't all that good. So
yeah,
you can usually pick out who it is.
Yeah, I get it.
But no, it's not too bad. I think the biggest problem I had, Paul, and to be perfectly honest with you, has been with people who don't like. They might not like someone that I like, and so therefore they fucking have a problem with me all of a sudden. It's like a matter of some people want to pick your friends for you. And I won't allow that, Paul. I'll make friends with whoever I want. Some people in the community might not like Popeye, but I do.
I hate physicists. I'm out of here.
Careful, I'll shoot you with my ray gun.
Your best friend forever has blocked off your account. Heidel's one that's comes back, but I don't know how he does it with his same name, but he's been banned here so many times I can't. I don't know how he comes back in here. We're definitely not best friends forever, Heidel. But careful what you say, otherwise this account will be blocked as fucking well. But at the end of the day, if someone hasn't done the wrong thing by me and I get along with them, people need to learn to live with that.
Yeah, I mean, we all have differences. I mean, we don't have to take them out on other people. We all have disagreements. And you can have civil conversations and debates.
Even
earnest ones.
Except with Manic Magic, that guy is next to impossible to talk to.
Only when I got my mic off.
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear the pot calling the kettle black around here. Okay.
Hey.
We'll let you two have your own sub chat so you can just fight it out with each other. We'll just watch.
Oh man, that's fucking great.
Let me go get some popcorn.
I gotta ask you, Paul, man. Do you speak any Tagalog?
No, hardly any.
Okay.
I've grown up in the UK all my life. My mum never taught me.
Does she teach you how to eat Filipino food?
Well, I don't really these days, but she did cook me some Filipino foods growing up. I couldn't cook any of it today, to be honest. I wasn't all that fond of a lot of Filipino food. Certainly not now I'm vegan, but it's.
But vegan
can just
changes
about do
anything in any culture, though, Paul.
Yeah, true. I can do a mock meat adobo. That's pretty much the only sort of what can I say?
What about
accommodation for Filipino?
What about pansit?
Yeah, pancit's all right. Well, that sort of stringy noodles.
Yeah.
I used to live in the big Philippine area actually in Sydney. I used to live in a place called Blacktown, and that's like the heart of the
Racist.
Filipino community.
Mhm.
I didn't pick the name.
You know,
Blame
all this time
Australia.
I've talked to you, I've never heard you. Now, I'm sure you've told everybody, but I never heard the story that I didn't know you were, I guess, half Filipino. Is that correct?
Yeah. But no, it's okay. Maybe I mentioned it on some other channel or something. I don't know, but no, it's yeah. I lived in this Filipino community, and they had all the Filipino food there, and they had that fried banana Q thing, which I'd like.
Warren, it wasn't so much.
That was about it, really.
I was just going to address what you said about who can't like Popeye. I was just going to say to you, mate, well, I've never had issues with Popeye, and he's always been respectful on my channel. He's never fucking judged me on who I like, which I can't say.
I think Popeye's great.
And I can't say that for some of these other people who were supposedly my friends who want to hold it against me because I'm friends with Popeye, and you know I'm not going to have it. I'll pick and choose my own friends and enemies. Yeah. And the same, Popeye's great. You know, fucking makes a lot of sense with what he talks about. We have a lot of fucking good times, some good stories.
You can pick your friends and you can pick your nose, but you can't pick your friend's nose.
That's up for debate.
I think.
Sorry to say that.
Yeah, Warren, I knew that. You knew that. And,
I think Thunder. I think there's an undercurrent of people trying to drag you into the whole Philippines drama.
Yeah,
exactly.
And I don't want you in it, man. I don't want you in it, Thunder. You just your girl comes from California to wherever you are in Australia. You enjoy your time. I look forward for you to get married, back to America.
Whoa, let's calm down with the marriage talk.
I used the big M word. The big M word, man.
I tell you what, Ross, I'd be a lucky guy.
Let's go right up.
And you know, like you guys know.
If you get married, that's all good. Just don't rush it. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, don't you worry, Warren. You're a good shit, man. I know what you meant.
Yeah.
I knew what Warren meant.
So tell me, Paul. Here's the real burning question. Do you ever wake up in the middle of the night craving rice?
I would like to say no to that, but that wouldn't be true.
Do you ever get a hankering for potatoes?
Only in their chips form.
Okay, fair enough. Now I'll tell you why I ask these questions. Because Filipino diet, the main part of their diet is very starchy. Okay?
Yeah, true.
You want to starve a Filipino? Take their fucking rice away, man. I remember one of the first girls I ever took on the base, and I brought her on base, and I got her American style meal, and we left the base, and she looked at me and she goes, "I'm still hungry." And I'm like, "What?" I mean, a big platter of food. She ate it all, man. I don't know where this little 80-pound honeycomb put it. Okay.
Yeah.
And I said, "You're telling me you're still hungry?" I says, "Okay." So we went down Magsaysay and we went to Cons, man. And I watched her. She must have ate a half a pound of rice. I was like, oh, I turned blue just watching. She needed.
My mum would cook. My mum cooked a lot of rice growing up,
Yeah.
and that pretty much explains why I'm kind of round, to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
Are you married to a Filipino? Also?
No, I'm married to a Caucasian Australian.
An Australian, okay.
Wow, what a mixture. Aussie, Australian, British, Filipino. That's what you know what they call that in Tagalog? They call that halo. Mix.
The thing is, though, Popeye, with the Australian, there's probably English in there as well.
Yeah, my wife's of Scottish heritage, but
Yeah,
going back like
yeah.
5 generations.
Yeah, yeah. Well, that's it. With Australian, it's usually you either got English, Scottish, Irish in there. On my mother's side, it's Irish.
Yeah, I'm about half Irish, really, going back far enough.
Yeah.
Most of my British family all came from Ireland at some point.
Thunder, did you read Mick's comment?
Who the fuck is this guy?
That's what I'm asking.
That's probably Ray Hammond.
Well, for a start, I fucking do not phone my fucking. I'm not sure where's no subscribers, new channel. Let's
I
deal with
missed
you. What's that?
I missed it, else I would have blocked it.
Let's see. Sorry, guys. Just got to take the garbage out.
Yeah.
You obviously beware of these young guys. Beware of these guys, Paul. Well, there you go, Paul. You've been warned. Watch out for us, mate.
Yeah, I'll watch out for you. Bad influence you all are.
Better watch out, Paul. I'm public enemy number 1. That's the first name they've given me. And I'm the devil incarnate number 2. Okay? I will lead you down that rosy path, and before you know it, it'll be all over but the crying.
And I'll tell you what, this all started for me, Paul, because I was part of the like I said, the Thai vlogging community, then the Philippines vlogging community. Hey, Nathan. But it all became, once I started talking to Popeye and another guy, MJ, once I started talking to them, I suddenly became...
hey, he lumped me into all that. He's like, be careful of these guys. How dare he?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, I know. That's their mentality.
Well, I tell people I pick my own friends.
Yep, and Warren's correct. I am the 2IC of the Hate Club for Men. Okay?
Jesus Christ.
I'm that too.
Yeah, and the same thing, you know, like, suddenly I was getting, like, Popeye used to belong to a crew called Riff Raff Radio. I used to do a show, but they only ran it for a year. And I got accused of being a new member of Riff Raff Radio. And
were you ever on the show, or?
No, I probably was in their chat when they had a couple shows, but I wasn't, you know, I wasn't there. Probably less than half a dozen times. No, I wasn't on the panel. I wasn't on their panel. Just in the chat, maybe less than half a dozen times over that year. But because I have Popeye on my channel now, I get thrown into that. You know, I've been accused of, you know, being part of the crew, and Popeye will tell you, and I've got no reason to lie. I never talk to Popeye outside of YouTube, mate. We talk on the panel here, but I've never ever spoken to him outside.
Yeah, I have to honestly say, Thunder is not part of the underground society, okay, that another vlogger has talked about.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. There.
Yeah, and I for the most part, I try and keep out of it. You know, some of the things I'll talk about and mention, other things I don't want even mentioned on here, and tried to keep out of it. But even when I've tried to do that, I still find myself dragged into it. And maybe you're right, Heidel. Maybe it is part of an agenda. Who knows?
Well, I mean, I thought about this even before coming on these chats. You know, the idea that, you know, I might get labelled as the enemy, you know, by some other members of a blogging community. And the truth is, I mean, I don't care. I can always switch off a particular channel if I don't want to follow, and I can. And besides, internet drama halfway around the world doesn't really concern me. Never has.
Well, you've been here a few times and probably listened, mate. you can make a.
And I think this is a wonderful channel, and I enjoy coming on it. And I'm a big fan, and I'm privileged to be, that you let me on and get to have a chat with you all.
Oh, thanks, buddy.
Yep. See, Leader X has got it right. He's saying Thunder is not in the Illuminati, but Popeye is. You bet your fucking ass I am. You better watch your step, Leader X. Okay.
Popeye, could you? I need someone killed. Could you help with that?
Say the word, man.
Okay,
I really like you, Paul. I don't know why. You ever meet somebody and you just automatically like them?
Okay, right.
And you're one of those guys, Paul. So just say the word.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
And if you,
I'll send you an email.
And if Popeye's really, really kind, he might do the first one free.
All right, okay.
Oh, totally. Pro bono. First time out, pro bono, dude. Pro bono.
Can I arrange a student discount for future murders?
Yes.
No problem. No problem. I'm always empathetic for those who want to get educated.
Did you know?
All right, thank you.
Do you realize the sound bites that you've just created for somebody?
And I do it on purpose.
Did you hear Thunder's show?
Well, in my future, if when I become a future politician or something, I'm sure I'll get publicly shamed for this. But all right, fuck it.
Blame me or Popeye. Fucking, it's all good.
Oh, I'll put you in the cabinet. It's all right. You can deal with your own mess.
Thanks, buddy.
Besides, it's not like you need brains to be in the cabinet these days. If you look at our current set of politicians.
Yeah, Popeye. He made a really good fucking connection to all this a long time ago when we were talking about it, and when it comes to all this shit, he said it was tribalism, and it is. There's, people will pick a side, and suddenly, if you're not on their side, then you're automatically on the other side.
Lord of the Flies.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'll tell you straight up, there's only one side I've been on in all of this.
It's Popeye's side.
Yes, thank you. See, Manic understands me.
I understand you 100%, Popeye.
The other thing is, whether it's either side, when it's been when shit's happened and people have asked me, I've never been shy to tell either side when they've been wrong. But it doesn't matter how fair I am about it. If you don't pick a side, then you're on the other side automatically. And I've seen shit done on both sides where I thought it's not kosher. Yeah. No worries, Heidel. Thanks.
Guys, I'm going to have to go in a little bit because I've got to go to work. Well, I've got to start work, shall I say.
That spoils
It's quite early. Yeah, it does, actually. I wish I could just retire. Does anybody know any very rich widows?
No, but if we hear any, mate, we'll fucking let you know.
It's all right. I'll be
what
okay.
age category?
Oh, that's
I don't know.
I reckon. See, Magic's poking for information here the sly way. He's sneaky.
I know. Oh, well, I've got a mate, right? We could be lined up in a ATM queue, and there's the old lady behind me, and he's behind the whole old lady, and he's saying things out loud. She's checking you out, like me, and all this and trying to embarrass me. And she's like, I don't know how old she is, like real old. And there he is saying it so loud, and she's smiling and everything. And I'm thinking, oh my God.
Yeah, she's probably thinking, oh, I'll tell the grandkids about this.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He wasn't being rude or anything to her, so that's why she smiled.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So it's a fine line. You don't want to get a slap or hit with a cane.
That's right, exactly.
Nice to have mates, isn't it?
Yeah, he's saying, oh, she's checking out to get a toy boy or something. That's what he was suggesting. She thought it was cute.
Oh,
interesting stories waiting in front of ATM machines. I remember when I was a student, that same I remember in the bunch of people I lived with in my first year uni, there was a guy there called Rich, and he would always, for a while, he was so lazy, and he was basically a big pothead, that he basically walked around with his duvet, or should I say Duna cover all day. So once we were at an ATM machine, and we're about to go to a takeaway, or go to like a kebab shop, and he was sitting there in the queue behind me, right? Just wearing his Duna cover, or his Duna that he'd wrap around him, because he couldn't be asked to put a jacket on.
Oh, Jesus.
And so a policeman walks up to us and says, "Is this man harassing you?" And it was like, no, he's just my flatmate. He's always like this. Don't worry about it. The policeman gives me a like proper raised eyebrow.
Jesus.
Thinking you pick your flatmates better.
Like some mates of mine, Paul, who drove down King's Cross. These are members of the club. Members of the club, and so the cops picked them out straight away. And these guys would drive down King's Cross there, and they'd always get pulled over by the cops. So this one night, they fucking all stripped off, mate, and were naked in the car, and the cops pulled them over, went to get them out of their car, and like, fuck off, you idiots, drive off, fucking. went about to pull them out the car.
Makes complete sense.
But this same mate of mine that was
sorry, go on.
This same mate that was lined up at the ATM behind this old lady, when we were at Charlie's All You Could Eat, like those who are in Adelaide knows where that used to be before it was burnt down. He would always eye off the woman that had the leg that was dragging behind her, like she had this disabled limb. And I think, you sick bastard, like you say, he's like perving. He says, I think I could pick up a date with her because she's that slow I could catch up with her. And I'm thinking, bastard, that is so bad. That's the sort of mate that I had.
There you go, Paul.
Does she have a walking stick? She might hit him with it.
Yeah.
This is
I mean,
why
but he was serious.
This is why I get a bad name. See this? The new soundbite.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. They'll be doing compilations of these podcasts. Well, I mean, of your shows, mate. They're going like 5 hours, so they'll just cut it down to like the 15 minutes of salaciousness.
I love how you said ATM machine, because ATM machine is ATM is machine.
Yeah, I get that. I understand.
You didn't tell me off for saying
I call them cash machines, so that people raise eyebrows at me when I say that. So it's like, all right, ATM.
Yeah.
If you look the definition of ATM up, there is many examples
Ass to mouth.
of what an ATM is. You'll find in the explanation of what an ATM is, you'll see the word expat. You'll see the word dad. Okay. many words.
It's supposed to be automated or automatic telling machine.
It is. Yeah,
but the original.
No, that's not what it means at all.
What does it mean?
ATM? I just said it. Ass to mouth.
All right.
Dude, have you been getting lessons from Aloe? Huh? Have you been in the underground talking to Aloe?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been in the subculture?
You need to watch Clerks too.
Is that it? Or can we have a look at your browser history? I'm starting to wonder what nuggets might be found in that.
Yeah, come take a peek.
You're a game man, Paul, because I would not even want to look.
But I'd have to look through through the my hands covering up. I'd have to look through my fingers.
No, it's actually pretty simple, to be honest with you. It'll just be lots of pictures of girls with boobs.
Oh,
just big boobs all the time.
Well, I can't. I don't see any harm in that. Carry on.
Why did you make me just think of the old Carry On gang?
Yeah.
Saying that in the British
Sid
accent.
James.
Yeah, Carry On.
Sid James.
I don't know the Carry On games. What is that?
Carry On.
Carry On movies. They were like sort of comedy movies with the same gang in them all the time. It was like Carrying Up the Khyber, Carry On
Oh, you didn't know what?
Sexing and stuff. I don't know.
That's right. They're just it's not politically correct movies, which I love.
Yeah.
It was kind of an early
Think
day
of like
Monty Python,
Or Benny Hill.
but not
yeah,
as
it's more
out
Benny
there.
Hill, I think. Monty Python was just a bit more surreal.
Yeah, Benny Hill's
I think it was just
probably a cross between hybrid.
Carry On Doctor.
Yeah,
Carry
that one,
on,
yeah.
Doctor, all that stuff. But
You
they
think
had
about
a
the great
lot of
cast they had,
movies.
like Sid James,
Yeah.
Barbara Windsor.
Yeah.
You know, all. It was just the greatest names of British comedy back then.
Yeah.
It was. It's when British comedy was probably number one, really.
On the buses.
I'll get you, Butler.
Oh, On the Bus was fantastic. I love that
I'll
show.
I'll get you, Butler.
Rising Damp.
I used to like Open All Hours. That was a good one.
Oh, I loved
yeah.
Open All Hours.
Did you like the new one that they did? What was it? Reopen All Hours. The one with David James as the old fella.
No, I've never seen it.
That's actually quite good. Surprisingly good. Check it out if you can.
I liked like Open All Hours. Was it Open All Hours with the guys in the
Yeah, that was the guys in the shop.
Yeah, the
No,
shop.
sorry, I'm thinking of not Open All Hours was a good one. I used to watch that, but the other one where what's his name? The I'm Free guy. I'm Free.
Oh, you're talking about
It's the Humphrey. Are you talking about Rising Damp or something like that?
no, where they
No,
got
it's
the
not.
shop.
With Captain.
they've-
Oh yeah.
Yeah. What is that
Oh
called
yeah, I know
again?
I know what you're talking about. I forgot what it's called. Are You Being Served? That's it.
Yeah,
That's
you're
the
being
one,
served.
Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Humphreys.
I'm Free.
Because it was very clever how they used to tell the jokes because it could go over one person's head, but I
But
got it.
they had sexist jokes. They weren't politically correct. There was
Oh yeah, Mrs. Slocum was at the end of all of those.
and it was funny. I think they destroyed a lot of English humor when they suddenly decided they had to be politically correct and take the sexist stuff out, because I think you could
I
watch
think
those shows and you could differentiate between comedy and
I don't know. I mean, you still had it in the 90s and 2000s. I remember if you ever watched Harry Enfield, all of his all of his Cholmondeley Warner shows where he had like women know your place. Google that. I mean, that was still of that sort of humor.
Well, I'll tell you
And,
who was a bad one. Alf Garnett, mate.
Oh yeah. In Sickness and in Health, and I've forgotten the other one that was in. He was
Do you
in.
remember Love Thy Neighbour? Remember that one?
Yeah.
No, I don't remember that one.
Love
Yeah, I
Thy
remember
Neighbour. The
That was
black
with the
guy
black
living
guy.
next door to the white guy.
And where they were comparing sausages and because
Mate.
they had breakfast and he was Sid James was complaining that he had a smaller sausage and
No, it wasn't Sid James. I don't think it was Sid James.
Sid, well, who was playing in Love by Neighbour then? Someone else was it? But
Yeah.
Nick Nog, next door neighbour.
The Dignog,
Yeah, that's what they referred to him as.
Even
Little known fact actually about Sid James, he was actually South African.
I gotta ask you, Manic. Do you like sausage patties or sausage links?
Being German, I tend to waver to the sausage links.
never answer these questions, mate.
I know.
Never answer these questions.
That's why I was playing games with him.
That says a lot. That says a lot, Manic. But,
Never. When Popeye asks you questions like that, mate, never answer them.
No, that's but I don't care. I'm an open book.
Yeah, but the page that he's opening it onto is fucking one that you don't. You don't want to open.
Probably not.
He's rewriting your story for you, mate.
Oh man, fucking thunder gets me, man.
But the thing is, though, Papa, I got you too, but I was still willing to take the bait.
You were being all coy about it and shit.
Yeah, but I was being coy.
You're a thrill seeker. What can I say, Magic?
Oh well, it sort of doesn't bother me what people think.
Where's my boy Andy, man?
Yeah, where is Sandy?
He's playing World of Warships with Gunner.
Oh Jesus! I hope he doesn't get addicted to that like other things.
Leader X, mind your language, would send SJWs into hysterics. British comedy in the 70s was amazing, and
it's fucking bloody brilliant, man. I loved it.
Yeah,
it was great in the 90s as well. We had some great comedies then.
Yeah.
well, it's still there. I mean, I guess for me, Mrs. Brown's Boys, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It doesn't,
doesn't really do it for me as much.
I didn't mind that, but you remember the days of the Dick Emery show and what's his name, Kenny Everett video show.
Oh,
and
Kenny
all
Everett.
those.
Yeah. Oh, Kenny Everett was awesome. Yeah. All in the most, all the most delightful taste, I believe. That's what he used to say.
Dude, we flocked to the movies to see Monty Python. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Shit, yeah. But we talked about this the other day. You don't get like the comedy acts now. You had like a team of them. Like the Carry On Gang or Monty Python. And you don't get that anymore. Like
Yeah.
Fuck no.
Well, I think that was a kind of a one-off, though. I mean, these are all people who kind of they were in the same comedy troupe at the same university, and they sort of came up together.
Yeah, but it's not a one-off.
So
though.
it's rare that you would get something like that.
You had the Carry On Gang.
Yeah, and then you had like the
Monty Python. And
you had the Goonies, who were a bit similar.
Yeah, and you had the 9 o'clock news bunch, and
yeah, but they were all.
You guys
kind of the
had
same
Benny.
group.
You guys had Benny Hill, Mr.
Yes.
Bean.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Ron Atkinson.
I have to give the Brits credit.
The young ones.
They brought
the
a
young
lot.
ones were awesome.
They brought a lot of good stuff to America. They
Mm-hmm.
brought the Rolling Stones. Okay. We had the British invasion, the Who.
Oh yeah.
really back then, that 60s and 70s, the Brits really dominated the metal scene. I mean, three biggest bands that I can think of in that late 60s, early 70s would be Black Sabbath, Deep Purple, Led Zeppelin, three British bands.
For guys we fought a war for, they sure as hell contributed a lot to fucking American culture. Okay.
So do you think they paid you back?
I don't know. Will you take us back, Paul?
Well, I'm sure the Queen will happily let you back into the Empire. I mean, we can let you join the United Kingdom again, but you'll have to Brexit with us.
No, fuck that. We get them in the Commonwealth Games, mate. We'll never get any more medals.
Okay, right.
Yeah, I mean, I'll gladly come back as long as all is forgiven.
Oh, that whole Tea Party incident, and the little tiff that we had.
I'll tell you what, we'll just leave the Bostonians out. I know that Tea Party shit really hurt.
Do you know what?
But it would mean you'd have to be ruled by Boris Johnson. I'm not quite sure if you'd be up for that.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know much about him. I'm just learning. What is your take on him?
Oh, we discussed this before. I can't stand the guy.
I can't stand him either.
It's just that kind of. I don't know if you might have it a bit in certain parts of Australia. I think Melbourne has it. This sort of like really posh elite that kind of like thinks they're born to power. They went to the right schools and they went to some elite university, and
so
they've just kind of carried on.
They think it's their turn to be in power then.
Yeah, just sort of this born to rule sort of mentality.
More a right than a privilege.
Yeah.
I hear what you're saying.
And they just get perished. I mean, like Boris Johnson's failed in everything he's done, but he just seems to get into better and better jobs all the time.
Well, isn't his claim to fame about getting the games of one of the games to London?
Well, the Olympics were given to London before he was London mayor. He did a good job of running it, although he did see it as a big vanity project. But I was a bit mixed about it. I was in London just before the Olympics actually, and even I was mixed. They spent something like $14 billion on it.
That's a lot of fucking cash, man.
Yeah.
They did. And that's not as much as other countries have spent. I think like Greece spent more. So we had some stadia. But so it's just like, yeah, I like it. It's a nice 3-week event, but I'm sure I could find better ways of spending $14 billion.
The only thing I could tell you, Paul, to lead is a privilege and an honor. To follow is an art form.
Hmm. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from there. We seem to follow the wrong people.
Well, that I think that's pretty cool. That sheep mentality.
So what do you think of Trump? What's your honest, unbiased, unabashed opinion of Trump?
I can't stand it.
Puppet.
I think he's shallow. I think he's arrogant.
Brash.
I think he has a, he can laugh. He has got a reasonable sense of humor, but I think he's just, I think he just behaves like a kid in the role. And I think some of his policies just seem weird to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not American. Maybe I can't really appreciate it.
There's two things I like about him. One is that he's not a professional politician, which I think is great. Secondly, I like the fact that he's not politically correct, which I really like, and that at the end of the day, he's trying to put America before everyone else's, which what really the leader of any country should really be doing.
Yeah, but it's different when you're America, because America has such power, over in its role in the world, that when America focuses on itself, it drags everything else with it.
Gringo just said Trump is having fun. What I've taken by his comment is, I agree with him. Thing is, politics in that sort of level of power is just not a game. He's got to take it more seriously, I think.
I mean, this whole business of him asking if he could buy Greenland and then getting upset when the Danish Prime Minister tells him he couldn't, and said, "I'm not coming then." That just sounds petulant.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a bit like somebody walking into your garage and saying, "Can I buy your?" walking into your house and saying, "Can I buy your garage off you?" And you say, "No, I can't. Sorry, I'm not interested." And he walks off and says, "I'm not be your friend again."
I'm gonna wonder how much that's tongue in cheek with him.
Yeah, true, but even if it's tongue in cheek, it just annoys people.
Yes.
Did you know there were past presidents that wanted to buy Greenland?
But that is true. There were, yeah.
So
I think what
you can't
there's
really
an expression for it.
You really can't say he's out of the norm saying that, but what he did afterwards, that I didn't comprehend. Okay. What he did afterwards, that I did not comprehend. But this is what I do know. Since he's been in office, my paycheck has went up twice, my pension. Right? I'm very happy about that. Cost of living is a lot better. Our GDP is better. He's actually the only American president that said he was going to move the capital, the embassy to Jerusalem, and did it. He's what else did he do that I really admired? 9 times out of 10, when he says he's going to do something, he fucking does it.
Yeah, and I suppose it depends on whether you like his policies or not, really. If you love his policies, and that side of him is fantastic,
Yeah.
Depends on where in the political spectrum we fall upon.
Now,
I mean,
he's done things that I don't like, but he said he was going to do them, and he did it. See, that's what I admire. What I don't like about politicians is when they say they're going to do something and they don't do it, you automatically lose my respect, whether I like it or not. Okay.
Yeah. I think what he has, which is quite, I think, admirable, actually, is that he has a real clear idea of what his base wants. He knows the kind of people who vote for him. Mm-hmm. He knows what they want, and he's there to give it to them.
Yeah.
And in that respect, he's very astute, actually.
See, some of the things that Popeye, that you're seeing in your economy now, I'm not going to say it's not all him, but I honestly believe that some of those things are being affected by previous governments, because previous governments will make decisions and you don't always see the results of those decisions.
Oh, I won't
But
argue that one. I'll
what
give
for
you
you?
I'll give you something pure that he said he was going to do. He said he was going to bring manufacturing jobs back to America. And President Obama, okay, even though I don't like him, see, I show respect and I address him as President Obama because that's a title he earned.
That's
Okay.
right.
And
Yep.
he said, what are you going to do? Are you going to wave a magic wand, you know, and bring all these jobs back? And Trump laughed at him. Well, guess what? Trump turned around and did what he said he was going to do. He said he was going to take for every one regulation that is put up, he's going to take 2 to 3 regulations away. And he deregulated and he strong-armed these companies, manufacturing companies, to come back to the United States and give Americans jobs again in the manufacturing sector.
But
And he did it.
Popeye, there is a cost to that, and the cost has been the fact that he's put tariffs on things to bring that manufacturing back, and at the moment it would seem that the agricultural section of America is suffering.
Okay, let me tell you about that. He said before he got into office, he was going to stand up against China. Okay, and this is my position on China. China has been bullying everybody for years. They've been stealing intellectual property. They've been devaluing their dollar. Okay, they have been.
You mean the yuan? You mean?
Yeah, the yuan, and they have been sending poisonous and defective goods overseas for years and getting away with it. And they've been making over $500 million a year doing this. Okay, so Trump said he was going to stand up to them. He was going to put tariffs on them. He did it. He said he was going to make them come to the table and do a proper deal. Now, I would rather take short-term pain than long-term loss. Which is it better to take the pain in the short term, take your medicine now, or pay dearly later? That's my question to you guys.
Well, first of all, it depends on whether you can take short-term pain. I mean, if you're struggling anyway, short-term pain might finish you off. But yeah, to be honest, I mean, I don't mind that part of Trump as long as he plays it a bit more cannily. I mean, the thing is that what he does do, and this is something that you either think is brilliant, mind games, or you think it's terrifying, is the way that he kind of ramps up rhetoric up and down to try and get underneath people. You know, and the thing is,
I could see why that bothers you. I can really see why that, because I watch sometimes I watch British politics, and even though you hate each other guts, I watch how civil you are to each other when you talk to each other. Okay, and I'm like, wow, how do they fucking do that? Okay.
I don't know. It's just the way we do. Although I say that recently with Brexit, I think that even that's gone out the window now. We're actually mudslinging.
Well, I saw something on the news, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, that with Brexit right now, Boris Johnson has talked to the Queen and wants Parliament suspended, so that way they have a hard Brexit out. Is that true?
It's a bit like that. What he's done is he wants them to stop Brexit from happening. You know, whether it's a hard Brexit or one with a deal. But what he's done is he's prorogued Parliament. Like, we have what they call parliamentary sessions in the UK, which are supposed to last a year. And every year, the Parliament shuts down for about 3 weeks or 6 weeks. I don't know the exact number. And then the Queen does the Queen's speech. The Queen comes in. She does the Queen's speech to Parliament, where she outlines the government's policies for the following year. Now, because of Brexit, we've not had one for 2 years. So what Boris has done is he's outlined what they call proroguing Parliament, where you shut down Parliament. the session for the year. He's done that right now, just before Brexit, which means that Parliament can't meet between a week on Monday or whatever it is, right up to 2 weeks before Brexit.
Okay.
He's
What's the
chosen this
problem?
period to do.
What's the problem here? I mean, they had a vote. The people have voted. Why?
Well, the thing is,
stalling?
well, the problem is, if the people had a vote 2 or 3 years, 3 years ago, they didn't necessarily vote for a hard Brexit. They vote, and they were promised lots of things about, oh, we'll have a good deal with Europeans. They'll be bending over backwards for us. They didn't want to see the quality of life deteriorate. And don't forget, and the vote was 51 to 49. It was a very, very close vote. It was only 1% of people voted more for Brexit than not.
Okay,
and two
fair
countries
enough.
in the European Union, two countries in the United Kingdom, Scotland and Northern Ireland voted against Brexit. And Scotland's overwhelmingly voted against Brexit. So they're feeling rather aggrieved that they're being dragged into something that they didn't vote for.
Okay.
Well, Scotland, there's other issues there because I believe Scotland would like to leave the UK. From
Well,
I believe.
Well, they had a vote a couple of years before, didn't they? The Scottish independence vote, which was 60 to 40 to Scotland. Although they're saying, although that was under the premise, the agreement they had with the Conservatives was that if there was a material change in the conditions of the United Kingdom, they could have another one. And Brexit is seen as very much a change to the conditions with which the United Kingdom operates with the world. So don't forget, they've got a Scottish Nationalist Party in Stormont. Sorry, not in Stormont, in the Scottish Parliament. So it's their leader, Nicola Sturgeon, is particularly keen on getting another referendum. And there's and also in Scotland, in terms of MPs in Westminster, there are far more Scottish nationalist MPs than others. So,
Okay,
I mean, politically they are.
Here's the one thing that you said that kind of troubles me just a little bit. Okay,
Yeah.
when you said that the vote was only a 1% difference. Okay.
Yeah.
So the majority was 51%.
It was 2%. It was 52-48. Apologies.
Yeah. Okay, but in your eyes, that's a slim margin, correct?
Very slim margin. Yeah.
Okay, but still, when I look at that, no matter how slim the margin is, I always turn and say majority rules. Right?
Yeah, but you can't. That might be fine, but then you can't see that large swathes. But you have to see that large swathes of the country are going to be rather grieved about that because it was so narrow. See, if 70 or 80% of people vote for Brexit, there would not be this.
Narrow or
You know,
not,
there wouldn't be this.
Why have a vote if you're not going to take notice of it? I mean, whether it's 1%, 2%, or 5 or 10%.
2%.
Well, the thing is that you know, if they did the vote now, it could well be different because it was so narrow the first time round. If they did the vote now, there might be a movement in the other way. Nobody knows. I mean, I'm very much. I see myself as Remain, but I have to respect the fact that my country is moving in this direction. You know, it's I can't. You know, it's. Yeah, but I know for people in the UK like my brother, it's going to be hard for them.
Yeah. Well, see, it's like I'll tell you quite honestly, when America started moving more towards socialism during the Obama years, I had to respect all those votes too. Okay? And I had to respect the fact that they come out with this, you know, Obamacare. All right. And I'm like, are you fucking serious? If I don't buy health insurance, you're gonna fucking fine me? I mean, did not my forefathers throw tea in the fucking, you know, bay because of taxation without equal representation? You know? And that was really forced upon the American people. And the Congress, this is where I have a problem with the vote. The Congress and the Senate voted on this and fucking passed it and didn't even read the bill. Okay? How horrific is that? And we're still trying to get rid of this piece by piece by piece, and it's destroying the healthcare system. Right? And but I had to respect the vote. I had to respect what they did, even though it was, man, as I could sit here and tell you it was dirty and underhanded the way they did it, and I didn't like it. But it wasn't within my power to do anything about it. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, certainly for me personally, I mean, I live in the UK, so no, I live in Australia, so I don't get to sit really. You know, I mean, I don't get to see Brexit either way. It doesn't affect me personally. But I mean, yeah, we still have strong opinions about these things. I mean, talking about Obamacare, I don't know enough about it to make a judgment. But I think for I don't have a problem with a national health system per se. I mean, like we have one in Australia, we have one in the UK, and we kind of see it. We're kind of proud of it, the fact that there is a national system of health. That people contribute, and you know, it was hard fought. You know, it came out of the post-war period in the Attlee government, the one that replaced Winston Churchill, and so I think. But then again, my impression of Obamacare, or the Affordable Care Act, is it's very different to the idea of a national health system. It's more like a kind of coerced insurance.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think that's probably where I take issue with it. It's more like they have a system in France called Mutuelles, which is a bit similar, where everyone, if you work, has to sign up to a Mutuelle, or it's like an insurance. It's like a health insurance thing. So essentially, you know, in France, they have a mixture of private and public health systems kind of tied together, and the health system is about redistributing money in a way.
Now,
so it's
Go ahead.
So, I mean, yeah, I have no problem with a national health system. I do have a problem with sort of coerced insurance, which is essentially going to private hands.
So you go back to the 90s, specifically to the Clinton years. This is when national healthcare system was being introduced. And this is when the United States government started getting their hands on the healthcare system. Now, our healthcare system is actually worth 1/3 of the American economy.
But you know who was directly involved then, though, don't you, Popeye? The one, the person that went up against Trump.
Right. Right. And so that is a pretty big chunk of money for the U.S. government to have their hands on. You know,
I don't know about those figures.
But is that
the biggest part of your would be what it's spent on military?
Yeah, I think defense is the biggest part of the U.S. budget.
Yeah,
unless I'm wrong.
I'm not saying it's the biggest part. I'm saying it's 1/3 the U.S. economy. That's a big change. Okay?
I don't know if it's. I don't think it's a third.
Yeah.
How much of that is private versus public health, though? I mean, I know that there are state public hospitals in the U.S. that are actually quite good.
I couldn't give you numbers on that now because it's changed so much over the years. And I'm a firm believer. I want the government out of my health care. I want to be able to, like, if I want a company that's across the state line to provide my health care, that's who I'll go to. And the government has stuck their little paws on it and regulations and this and that. And the more the government gets into it, the more fucked up our healthcare becomes. Okay.
You know what, Papa? I have a bigger issue with private health companies, to be honest with you.
I'm not saying they're innocent by any means. Okay. But what I'm talking about is, you know, our healthcare system was pretty good shape until the U.S. government started getting their hands on it.
Yeah, but can you understand the fact that people are aggrieved by the fact that if you're poor in the U.S., then you really don't have many options for healthcare?
That's right.
You know, it's quite possible to, be poor in the US and then end up with go and have an operation for something.
Yeah, you
an
said the
emergency
key
operation.
word, options, plural. Okay. What they want to do with healthcare is you only have one option. That's them.
See,
But if you're in the lower social classes, you don't have options at all, really. You can go to a hospital, have treatment done, which may be emergency treatment, might be life threatening, and then you have a massive tens of thousands of dollars bill at the end of it.
Yeah. And
and how can you possibly pay that off? It'll bankrupt you.
I look at Canada, and they want to model after Canada, and I don't want to sit in line and wait to have a gallstone out. I don't want to sit in line and wait to have a bypass.
Well, here it's priority. If anything's life threatening or you're in major pain, you do get rushed to the top of the line. So
yeah,
I agree. New South Wales Health there.
They don't do that in Canada. Everybody waits. Okay.
Our bloody health system rocks, cover.
There he is.
I agree. I think Medicare is wonderful.
Yeah, I think so too, Paul. I've never understood the Americans' disliking of a Medicare system. It seems to me that it's like inbred to them that it's fucking, it's some sort of fucking inherent evil that you know, and it's not.
I'll tell you a fact, Thunder. If I hated you, I'd invite you to America, and I'd put you on Medicaid. You'd be dead within 3 months, and it would be a legal hit. Okay.
Well, obviously, Popeye, whatever system you have there is flawed, and obviously it's not working properly. But
It suppresses the nation.
Hello, Warren. Hello, Chris. Fuck off,
Paul's English, living in Australia.
Hey, Andy.
And he will tell you that the Australian Medicare system, it's a great system. And what it is, it's healthcare for everybody, whether you have money or you don't have money.
Funny, me and Gunnar were talking about this.
And I don't really regard it as, people talk about being socialism. It's not really the textbook definition of socialism. It's just that you live in a society where, certain things are done, a few things are done collectively. We're still Australia's still a fairly capitalist society.
Yeah.
Stop harassing my mate Popeye, you cunts.
All right. And
the Philippines is trying a bit with this PhilHealth thing, aren't they? They're doing.
Here's a bigger question for you. Okay. So say the U.S. government takes over healthcare. Now the U.S. government has 1/3 of the American economy, and they're running 1/3 of the American economy. All right. And okay, they got it. So what's next? Are they going to take over all the electricity? Are they going to take over all the power? What's next to go to the government to run? Okay.
But who says it's going to be who says they're going to try and creep into other areas? The government has to answer to the people in terms of what they take over. There are certain things the government does well, and there are certain things the government will do shit at.
Yeah, let me tell you something. The worst thing this country ever did was give the power to private enterprise, because one, it became unstable and became fucking expensive. When the government had it, it was cheaper and fucking more reliable.
I don't know if RC was being sarcastic, but I don't think he was. He says Medicaid in the last 4 years was the best Medicare he's ever had, but they haven't seen anything good, so that's all they know.
No, he's not being, because he said here, I have 5 specialists, haven't had any issues finding a doctor.
I don't think he was being
fair enough.
I realise that. So that's what I mean.
I'll tell you what the problem is here is Americans, and not being an American and not being part of that society, I don't know what goes on, but it seems that they have this issue of looking at Medicare as being, I don't want to pay for someone else's health care.
First of all, as far as Medicare and Medicaid goes, certain states operate a little better with that than
they
others.
do.
So
They do. And I will put you in the worst state, Thunder. Okay.
Thanks, buddy.
Anytime, bro. But I will say this, you look at it and you ever hear the old saying, if it's not broke, don't fix it? And the reason why I bring that up, because Thunder just said, well, since they deregulated, your utilities, now you have nothing but problems with it.
Yeah.
And the reason why you have nothing but problems with it, because A, the government was doing a fairly decent job, and B, now these companies are popping up and they're fighting for business, and some are good, some are bad, and you're stuck in the transition.
Well, no, what it is, it comes down to profit. These companies want to make maximum profits. They don't want to reinvest money into the facilities, which the governments would do. And so, because they're wanting to make maximum profits, our prices for electricity have gone up, and the power is not as reliable anymore.
Now, see, I don't have government regulated power, okay? So my last bill, electricity bill, everything in my house is run by electricity, including the stove. I have no gas coming to my house. The only gas tank I got is on my grill, and I go buy that for $14. Okay? And I paid $178 total.
For how long?
For 1 month.
Is that 1 month? Did you say?
Yeah, 1 month. Every 30 days I get a bill. All right.
I paid. I got all electric as well. I paid 160 for a month.
For 1 month.
1 month. I just changed my electricity recently. I went to the best because I use electricity. I use lots of electricity. My computer's on all the time and shit. Fucking, I've got AGL. I've got 32. They charge me 32 cents per kilowatt hour. But also, I've got solar on the roof as well, Popeye. So that kind of counteracts it a little bit. Not a fucking lot, but a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So
now I run the AC 24/7 because it's hotter than two rats fucking in a wool sock here. Okay, and that's just the way
I'm
it
going to
is.
steal that.
Yeah, he's got so many, hasn't he?
And let's see, I just picked up the mail, and my bill come in for my electricity, and I've been trying to scrimp and save, and actually, yep, that's what I figured. It went up. I used more electricity this month, so close to $200 for my electricity bill. And here's the funny part about it. Like, if you break it down, let's see, the first 1,000 kilowatts was $76. Right? Above 1,000 kilowatts, that is $43.89. And holy shit. Fucking first kilowatts, 36.98, and above 1,000, 22.27, plus a gross receipt and taxes, $4.94, and customer charge, $9.67. Right? They put all kinds of shit on here for you.
yeah, we pay a daily charge fee just to have electricity.
And GST on top of that.
I'm in a way. I've got 3 kilowatt system on my roof, It offsets it, but it's winter for us, and I've basically had the fucking heater on 24 fucking 7. But they get you every time, so you can't go, oh, you got solid. That must be cheap, and it is. But in summer, but they get you with this daily fucking charge. It's for me, it's pretty low. Like I said, I got a really good deal, and I'll be sticking to it. I think. But fucking, it can range from $1 a day to fucking $1.50 a day, depending on who you're with.
Yeah. Well, you know what I like about my electric company? At the top of the bill, it says payment received as of August 5th, 2019. Okay. That was last month's payment. And $183.47. And they say thank you. They say thank you. That's not nice. Right? They rape you, you pay them, and they say thank you.
At least they rape you nicely.
Yeah. They're polite about it. I think they're British.
See, I don't know. Maybe I'm going to get called socialist for this, but when I look at governments and like particularly the Australian government, I see their duty as being they should be responsible for fucking education, health, and utilities.
Or maybe spending us from other countries, maybe.
And there's a bigger picture. The fucking minerals and shit that belong in Australia, so that should be covered by the fucking government as well. They should provide the miners. Fuck Gino Reinhardt and all those fucking cunts that are fucking raping our planet. Let the government rape it. Fuckers.
Oh, let me tell you about this, my socialist friend. In the
I'm a socialist.
In the night, I'm talking to Thunder.
Uh-oh.
In the 1960s, we did not have the government regulating or doing anything with the public school system. Right? And the public school system was pretty fucking good. Then all of a sudden, they created the Department of Education within the federal government. And from there on in, guess what? The government got their hand on public education, and it just keeps going down the shitter year after year. And they keep throwing money at it. Nothing changes. Ain't that amazing? Yeah. You just keep throwing money at shit and nothing changes. You know?
Well, that does happen, but exactly how would a private system work better? You know, to make education overall better.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is the public system was not private. It was actually run by the local governments.
Okay.
Like the counties, the state.
Well, that's all right, because these people cater for their needs of the, you know, their citizens better. So that local level, I have no objection to that.
I got an issue with this. I got an issue when I was in Oklahoma, and this is in Tulsa. This is going back around the time of 9/11 and that. The schools needed more money. So the way they did it was the government there put up a vote. People had to go and vote whether they wanted to spend more money on schools. But the catch to this was, do you want more money spent on schools? But if you do, we're going to put your taxes up.
Yeah.
Now, who the fuck is going to vote for that? Seriously.
There are people out there that will.
I'm afraid most people, I can't see that. I mean, I thought it was the most ridiculous fucking way to do that. So helping, you know, like getting more money for schools to operate shouldn't ever get put to a vote. It should be given as needed. That's why the education system is going downhill.
Uh-huh. Now, I'll give you another lesson about Americans. I got another notice today. It's from the property appraiser. Okay.
Guys, if you don't mind, I'm gonna have to drop off now because I've got to start doing work.
Okay.
I'll catch you on again another day. All right. Cheers.
All right.
No worries, Paul. Thanks for joining us.
It's always a pleasure. No, it's good to be on. Thank you, and have a good day. All right.
Take care, mate.
Cheers. Take care. Truck.
And this is a notice of what my tax bill may look like when it comes due. Okay. And this is where I pay taxes for the school. All right. I pay taxes for everything local here. And it's all taxed on my property and house. Okay. And let's see. Looks like I'm going to have to pay $689.37
Is that for the year?
for the year.
That's not too bad.
It's not too bad. It's not too bad. And they give you three different columns. What last year's was, your property taxes last year. Column 2 is your rate, your tax this year if no budget changes are adopted.
I always think that property tax is a bit of a joke. I mean, you buy a property, Popeye, and you're now paying a tax to fucking own on a land that you bought. I mean,
basically, he's talking about cancel rates. I'm paying $1,500 fucking dollars this year for cancel rates.
Yeah, Andy.
You know, it's one of those fucking things. That's what he's basically talking about. It's funny. Me and Gunn have been talking about all this stuff as well in fucking Discord as we play games.
Don't mention Discord. They'll be accusing you of being part of the crew.
You know, I don't give a fuck what people.
Would you like me to send you an invite to Discord, Andy?
Are you on there? I have to fucking befriend you.
Jesus, Popeye. No, you really will fucking stir the pot.
And when you pop in there, mate, you just say, "Wait till they get a load of me." And you know what's so funny? I'm going to tell you something funny. A lot of these guys that complain about Discord, guess what?
They're on there.
They were in Discord at one time.
It's just handy to talk, you know, because when we're playing the game, you know, Gunner's trying to explain shit to me, and it's easy, you know. I go, hey, man, what's this? What's going on? You know, I mean, hell, I had a ball, man.
Uh-huh.
No crap, then. We played like 10 battles, and we kicked ass every time, right? And then he's like, got time for one more. I'm like, you know. All right, fuck it. We have one more. We got our ass kicked in the last one. Him and I went fucking left and met the whole fleet. We got fucking
Now, see, left around, he's adding something. Yeah, he's absolutely right. And I pay those taxes, and some of that money goes to the police, the fire department, you know, and stuff like that. You are correct.
Yeah, it's a funny one. I mean, I watched the thing on Netflix about Flint, actually. That's a bit surprising, yeah, that every single town has to pay for themselves. But yeah, because our police are paid by the state government, where my cancer rate supposedly, well, from what I can see, fucking they just they pick up my fucking rubbish. And that's about it. Although they'll tell you other things, they'll tell you lighting and fucking all kinds of shit, but it's fucking basically, to me, it seems like fucking they pick up my rubbish. And they spend a lot of time over at the football club mowing their fucking lawns. The cunts can mow my lawn for $1,500 a fucking year.
I'll tell you what, I'll give Luca Brazzi a call, MJ1. I'll have him come pick up your rubbish for free.
Honey, you are bad.
Even with fucking, it's still cheaper than fucking renting anyhow. I'll fucking do that.
Yeah, look, I agree, Andy, but you know, this idea of property tax or land tax and shit, you know, on a property that you paid for. I mean, it's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
And obviously we don't understand how America works in such a different way. I mean,
But
like
see,
how-
the state that I live in, we don't pay. We don't have to fill out a form at the end of the year and pay state taxes on our income. Okay? They tax us through goods and through our housing. Okay.
Hang on. But you still pay income tax, don't you?
Now, if I lived in Massachusetts, they take a payroll tax from you, and they take property taxes from you. That's why we call it Taxachusetts, not Massachusetts.
Don't you pay federal income tax no matter what?
Say again, mate.
Do you pay federal income tax?
Oh, federal income tax is is imminent, man. It's just like death. It's gonna happen.
I mean, basically, we just pay federal income tax, but and what have we got? We've got said the local council charges me council rates, but for the government, the only thing I'd probably get is I've got it here actually, the emergency services levy. So that's for probably a bit towards the police and shit. Police, fire brigade, ambulance. But if I want, I've got ambulance cover as well. We'll have to pay extra for that. Not that I'm likely to use it because I'm healthy now. Woohoo! I hope.
But guys, I gotta tell you, it's time for me to toddle off because my Patriots are playing.
Oh, well done. Who are they playing?
They are playing the New York Giants. This is the last preseason game of the year.
Okay.
And thanks for letting me on, guys. Andy, always a pleasure. Magic Manic, you too, bud. And Paul, if you're still listening, cheers, mate. And
thanks for joining us, Popeye. Always good to have you, mate.
Yep. You guys take care.
Warren, you'll find that Andy's not on a government. He's self-funded.
Yeah, I'm self-funded, buddy. I could go on a pension, but fuck the government. Yeah, I'm like that. That's what it is. That's what it's like. I mean, everyone goes blah, 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 blah. But I work my shit out and I know I can fucking make it, man. So, plus, hell, I was going to leave everything to my fucking nephews, but they don't fucking spend much time with me or even fucking say hello and ring up and say hello occasionally and shit. So, fuck them. Anyhow, now that Cowboy's gone, I've got a moment here. What the fuck happened to you, Manic, you cunt?
Sorry, Papa.
You tell me.
Andy.
I'm gonna. Oh, lucky Ed was there to fucking save me, and Crystal was there to fucking talk to me as well. Otherwise, I would have fucking. And you're lucky that I've just fucking been blowing warships up. Otherwise, I'd fucking be quite unhappy with you. But I actually feel quite kind of fucking. You gotta get off your ass, Mark. It's fucking fun as fuck.
Yeah, it was good.
Even when you look. Like I said, now that I'm still fucking working out how to do it and shit, but I'll stake a few ships. I fucking damaged a heap. Hell, one fucking round even killed two ships. Two ships.
Ships.
Shit. Yeah, they fucking two in the same game. It was fucking quite fucking good. Quite good. Like
I said, I've seen them play it on YouTube, and it looks like a fucking good game.
It is a fucking good game.
It's based off of the totally straight off the same script is the tank one, but they just basically use the same.
Well, I said to Gunner, I'm like, what do you reckon? And he's like, I'm like, tanks. Warships, all the same,
Yeah, I mean? They use the same.
It's not like running around as a soldier, but tanks don't have fucking torpedoes, cunt.
Yeah. But what I meant is they use the same template. and they just adapted it to that game.
I reckon there'd be a bit more to it than that. I don't think you could use the same template.
No, but that's how it started, and then they just evolved from that to adapting it to warships.
How you doing, NC? No, don't mess with sheep. They will put you in jail.
It depends on the country you're in, I imagine.
Andy, you're not picking on New Zealanders again, no?
I didn't say that. Funny though, who you knew I meant.
Okay, we're on the same engine. I would have thought it'd be quite different because running around in a tank was so different to
No,
the ship.
I didn't mean that.
It'd
But
be the
what they
same.
did was it was written by the same company.
Yeah.
So they adapted it from that same template and just evolved it to the practices of warship.
And they've got World of Warplanes as well, actually.
Yeah, so that's what they did. They just progressed.
But I had a ball, man. I had a ball. Fucking we just
Well, like I said, I watched them on YouTube, and that looks like a lot of fun.
North American server is the one you're going to be on. And you know, I thought to myself, you know, North American will be lag and shit. Nah, it's all good.
Okay.
All fucking beautiful, perfect. Fucking
Did you just play against bots though, or?
yeah. We just played against bots. Yeah,
Yeah.
you can play against people. But I told him that I just wanted to. Fucking until I know, you know, until I'm proficient.
Yeah.
I'm just going to stick to bots, you know. You know, because, you know, fucking, I'm still getting used to. I mean, one fucking battle, I was fucking going around in circles, man. Fucking just go around but I fucking and getting that range and shit. But Gallus gave me some fucking some things to watch and fucking to give me a couple of tips. And I don't know if I told you that fucking now I can buy. It seems like they've already fucking sorted that shit out with DayZ because I can get DayZ. But guess the fuck what? Now I'm playing Warship. I could be playing DayZ. I'm gonna fucking master this before I play DayZ.
Well, I'll tell you what. I mean, it was kind of hard to describe it to you before, but the warships does look a lot more fun than the tanks. That's for sure.
I just like tanks. What I say.
Yeah.
Hell, man! I ran into the first fucking I ran into a fucking jetty. I ran into an island. I'm like, couldn't go no further. Had to back off the island. Didn't hurt me though, because you know. But fuck, it was fun. Fuck, it was lots of fun. And I'd be playing it still, but he needed to go. I'm not by myself, but
was Gunner laughing at you?
he said to me one time, he's like, the way you were driving that fucking ship, man, I reckon you're on butter now, you cunt.
That's Gunner.
That was fucking. Honestly, I had an utter ball. I fucking loved every second of it. You know, like I said, so now I can kind of know what's going on. I don't think I'll ever get taken out by fucking torpedoes again. They're pretty easy to dodge, but
as long as you got a quick tip.
It's been it's great. I mean, great having battles even from a few fucking a fair distance away, but you use the shift key to fucking you get your binoculars and fucking you kind of zoom in. And fucking I just loved it. I mean it. You gotta download it. You gotta get off your ass and fucking do it, man. You have to, because fucking Lost is ready to go this weekend. Fucking, so we get a few people in there. That'll be a fucking laugh and a half, I reckon.
As long as we don't crash into each other.
Oh no! You start off a fair distance from each other, but I did actually. I accidentally did it. I have been careful. Even Gunner did it actually. If you hit somebody, you can't. They took points off me for fucking. I damaged another ship.
On your side.
Yeah, you got to be careful. Fucking Gunner sank one, I think. Fucking, but he said he's fired his torpedoes off and fucking. So I was using the tier 1 ships, and basically I just had, I high explosive ammunition, which was really simple. But then I eventually upgraded. But you got like it gives you a survivability score. Survivability score of 4. All right. So, but I survived a few times. I was surprised. You don't get hit, you survive. So then I ended up. I earned another ship, and the survivability on that was 24. So I've been using that. But I've got high explosive and armor piercing, which was high explosive used from a distance and armor piercing. I had this cunt. I was fucking. He was up close to me. I fucking changed to high explosive and into armor piercing and fucking destroyed his ship. It was fucking shit on, man. I fucking mean it. I come back up like, oh, so
Andy, you sound like a kid that's just given a bag of lollies.
That's what I mean. I came on and I'm like fucking manic, but then, honestly, I was just fucking joking. I couldn't be fucked. You know, the other day I would have fucking ripped your new arsehole, cunt. I told Mark I would rip your new arsehole, but now I've had a fucking. It's just what I needed. I think it's been too long. It's just what I fucking needed to fucking blow some shit. Well, and then, like I said, because that's what happened. I'm like,
bag of lollies for a root, mate.
Stung 100 times and listened to you cunts this morning. But I went there.
I don't know if you're going to get any yodeling from me, but maybe Andy or Magic could do some yodeling for you.
Yodeling.
Who's going to yodel?
We'll leave that to Manny.
German, so they did a bit of
said I don't hit the thumbs up unless I hear some yodeling in a stream. I'm
You won't
taking a stand for the yodeling community.
You won't get fucking bored at this one.
That's the best I can do. Not short
You're the
notice.
wheel.
No, it's too. And see, that's another thing I was going to say to you. Games are quick. There's no, you know what I mean? It's not like hours and hours of play. It's like 10 minutes. Maybe the whole game, and realistically goes until you wipe out the other side. But fucking 15 or win the bases and shit that you depending on the mode you've got. But there's like 15 minutes total. You know what I mean? And because after 10 minutes, I was destroyed. I got this in that last battle. I should have listened to him. Old Gunner's like, you better get away from here. They're all coming. I'm like, nah, fucking, I'm here now. Fucking. We both, because, you know, like crap, we thought, you know, everyone else went off this way and we went, and there were 3 fucking spots we had to take. And we went to the left to base A. Yeah, we'll come around the fucking corner of this. The whole fucking fleet's waiting for us. So no one else got a fleet. We just got smashed. But it was good fun still. And then I just watched everyone else do it. You know, at the end of it all, after time ran out, there was one of our ships left and one of their ships left. But they beat us on point. But they beat us on points because they owned 2 bases and we only owned 1 at the end. So that was a bit of a fucking thing. But still, all the other ones, we kicked ass. This is the last one. I should have known, you know, because like I said, I probably should go, fucking da-da-da. He's like, no, we've got time for one more. All right, fuck it. I really want to play. What the fuck? We'll go one more. And, yeah, we're going to ask kick, son. But you don't care. You know what I mean? If you fucking, you know what I mean? Like I said, after I fucking sank that ship, the first time when I came back in, when I came in and went, woohoo, I sank a ship, it was like fucking, you know what I mean? Once I started to understand what was going on, it was a fucking whole different world, you know?
Did you, you still got to have headphones on and play, or?
I didn't. I just used my mic.
Yeah, it wasn't me, Crystal. Oh.
And look, it's got lots of different sizes. I had full screen, but it seemed to go off the edges and there were certain things I couldn't get. And then I came back to Windows maximized or something like that. Windows, some fucking. There's a whole different heap of different sizes, and that was just perfect. So
you can change your ratio settings in Windows.
Yeah, everything. No. And Yeah.
high quality screen or whatever, or you
Yeah.
cut the buttons off.
I've never had it. We looked at all them, and he taught me through all them today. And I have never had a computer ever when I come onto a game where it's basically gone, because they usually put the best thing up for, best for your computer, etc., up there, and you get to modify whatever. It's the only time I've ever had a computer where everything was on high. High. I'm like, fucking hell. Right, fucking that.
Yeah.
Well, guys, I've been gone for a while now, and
Really?
since the early hours of this morning, we've got at least 6 hours. Hang on, the stream yard will tell me exactly. 6 hours and 44 minutes. So
You're the
that's kind
fucking.
of that's a good shift. We might call it a day, guys.
You ought to fucking download this while you're sleeping.
Yeah, I will. And I've got a JB, or no, was it the other one? What's the guys that do the games?
Well, you should get onto. First of all, you should get onto fucking Steam, and then you can fucking. If he refers you, you get a kickback and he gets a kickback. I mean, that's what it appears like. So, I mean, I don't know, but that's what he did with me. I've got a week of premium.
All right.
So, so that's
all good.
It's of interest, you know what I mean? I don't know. That's why I'm still waiting for fucking Sinister to send me a referral to that fucking poker game. Although now I'm on World of Warships. Now I'm on World of Warships. I'm not sure I give a fuck about that either.
I have not seen Sinister for fucking ages now.
Yeah. Yeah, well, we haven't really been on this week.
Well, good luck with that, Tom. Hopefully they won't, mate. You'll be right. Good luck with it, buddy. But I'm going to call it quits, and I'm going to give my baby a call and talk to her for a little while. So thanks for joining me, guys. Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Magic. Popeye, Lost. Paul, who's on here as well.
And Conks.
Who?
Conks.
Oh, no, I was talking about the panel first. The guys who are on the panel. The guys who are on the chat. Jedi, thanks for coming in. Conk, great to talk to you. Good having you in here again. Crystal, Warren. Yeah, of course I'm okay, Warren. I just wondered what the fuck was going on.
See you, Crystal. See you, Warren. See you, RC. See you.
I'm always pretty well straight up, Warren. Fucking no use fucking crying about shit behind someone's back. If I've got a problem or an issue, I'll bring it straight up with the person, mate.
Yeah, see you, Crystal.
Who else do we have on? We had Nathan on earlier. Fucking in the chat. I'm trying to think of all the names. Gringo Punter, Leader X, 47, Mr. 47 Boogeyman. Sorry, guys, if I've missed any of you out there in the chat. Andy, fuck off.
Hey, come on, join us on the fucking game, man. You'll love it, Warren. I mean it. Hey? And I'm not in the mood to tell you to fuck off. Hey? There you go. I feel that good. I feel high, man. Fucking fantastic. You probably won't see. Hang on, I should probably say it once more because I don't think you're going to be seeing much of me anymore. I'm going to be on Warships, right? The only way you're going to hear me is if you get on the fucking the Warships and Discord. We get us a good laugh in here. If nothing else. You should download it. It's only 26 gig or some fucking thing.
Jesus Christ.
That took a
Pretty fucking huge, though. 26 gigs.
Yeah, you know. I'll just put it on my fucking...
download it while you're sleeping, I guess.
Yeah. I'm gonna buy fucking. I think it's not special. I'm gonna buy fucking. It would be a good laugh, man. If nothing else, it'd be a good laugh.
Got to say thanks to Lost. Lost was on earlier. Fucking hell. Just can't forget Lost.
Oh, he's on there, Buddhist.
The extremist Buddhist.
He's on the extremist Buddhist.
No, but can't forget him.
Yeah.
He's been He's been part of this show for a long time, man.
I know.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. You all
Bye-bye.
take care. Thanks for joining us.
I'm not going nowhere. Just get the fuck off.
We'll see you soon. Oh, looks like your mate's on, actually, Magic.
Who's that?
You got the Simple Joys. He's got a rock music themed trivia.
Has he? I thought he was doing that Wednesdays.
Hi, Dick. How are you, Goa?
Normally he's doing that Wednesdays. Well, if he is, I'm going to go over there and pop over and check out what he's doing.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot for joining us.
All right, catch up.
You'll take care. See you later, guys.
See ya.
Stu's pulled your stride.